Yeah, travelers. You know the deal. Guy, rather radical. Hope you're all as well as you can be. I hear you, RV. Okay. Um, okay, cool. No worries, RV. Um, oh, hello, Mythos. Hello, everyone. I'm literally like Fridays for me generally are like I wake up 45 minutes to an hour before the stream if I'm lucky. Some days it's even shorter than that. Yeah, I am yeah, oh yeah. I mean I'm basically moments out of bed for all intents and purposes. Um enough to like look at a shower, get a little bit of a protein shake in me or something. Get a couple of things done and just sort of shake it off a little bit. Hello, Squee. But yeah, Fridays are usually like because depending on it's not just Fridays. It's basically the days following the night shows, right? Because depending on what happens and how it goes and that sort of thing, I could be up until 6, 7, 8, 9 a.m. Because it takes me a while to wind down. No, it's pretty okay. The throat's okay today. So yeah. After the hello, Leblees. Hello, Cassidy. Bring back the glasses. No. Yeah. Glasses Kai dreams of taking over the world. Gotta keep him in check. That doppelganger. They build like giant space lasers that we sell off to the Jews, and then they use it to light California on fire, or at least that's what Representative Marjorie Greene thinks. We have an actual congressperson. Kat was surprised. I was talking to Kat after the show last night. Oof. He was surprised. He's like, dude, that shit is like, I thought you guys were like joking or exaggerating. He's like, but she really straight up believes there's a Jewish controlled space laser that they use to light California on fire. I'm like, no, dude, we were serious. Like, we weren't fucking around. There was no exaggeration there. This crazy bitch believes that there is a Jewish controlled space laser and that they used it to set California on fire. Like, that's for real. Like, 100%. Like, there's no nuance here. There's no like fine. Well, what she actually meant. No, she straight up said it. Yeah, I spit the crazy cat lady I sit for to have those beliefs, but not a representative. I honestly, it was like, whoo, yeah. Also, Kat and I were up to the like, I think 5:20 we called it. Hello, Narcissus. We were actually trading. He was looking up Russian, like swears and pejoratives, and I was looking up Spanish, and we were sort of like Latin America, Caribbean, and Spain Spanish. And so we were just exchanging horrible things that you would never want to say to anybody unless you were wanting to get your ass beat, probably. Until the early AM. We're just like, oh, have you ever heard this one? Hello, Linz. Yeah, we both learned some very interesting ones. Yeah, definitely. Tons of words for the infighting. Hey, Newsy, that happens in South America. The Latin country infighting is hilarious. Like, this is a word that Peruvians use to as a derogatory or pejorative for Argentinians. This is a word that Argentinians use as a derogatory for Chileans. That sort of thing. It is hilarious, the levels of infighting that happen in some places. And they all have words for the Spaniards. It was amusing. We had fun. If the Jews have a space laser, how come the secret Muslim space station hasn't been set on fire yet? Shut the fuck up, premarital. Don't tell them about this. You know we don't talk about the secret Muslim space station. I mean, you know, that's like you don't talk about the Soros transdimensional space program either, as well. Like, right? Like, don't. Oh shit. Yeah. These people are nuts. They're nuts. Yeah, feds in chat. Pretend you didn't see that message. Me. Oh yeah. Oh, pinche puta. Yeah. There's a whole list. Like, there's literally a Wikipedia section on that sort of thing. Like just for Spanish alone. There seems to be one for most languages, quite frankly, but categorized by like ethnicity, categorized by nationality, categorized by characteristics of a person's, you know, being. Yeah, there's a whole like literally well sorted, well documented. Here's the literal translation. Here's where it's used and how it's used. Here's how it may be interpreted by other people. Yeah, it's interesting. Premarital. I think you guys were one of the countries that had like a paragraph's worth of ways to say dick. Like truly, like it literally even waxed poetically about how many ways. There was 2 countries, and I think you guys were one of them. Of all the different ways that you guys have come up to refer to the male member, that are just interesting. Yeah. It was an interesting stroll down Sweary Lane. Oh, it says you revealed the truth about Australia does not exist. That's the code name for we both agreed though English was better. Like we both agreed, and Kat's multilingual. We both agreed for this sort of purpose, English was better, just because of the contextual swearing. We can turn anything into a dirty word. Doesn't matter. For us, it's literally a contextual usage issue. So it just matters if, like in English, you put some stank on it. All right. Oh, yeah, I'm like, what? Fucking forgot. I'm missing something here. There we go. All right. Nope, that stays open. Gotta keep them off the station. What did Squarespace do to you, Wither? If you guys ever want hosting, like I could recommend a host. Like, and not just like one off the, like, look, Wix and Squarespace, I don't work in that realm. If you need to just like drag and drop a website into existence, I can't help you. But if you need like a real web host, I can hook you up with my, like, you know, my host and, you know, kick you over in an affiliate. Oh, that's just your new curse word? Cool. Yeah, I can hook you up with an affiliate link too and that sort of stuff. Sponsored by Squarespace. Yeah, trust me, having been in the game for as long as I have, I've used so many fucking hosts. And I last year found a host that I'm truly satisfied with. Like, sign up for a fucking an account and like get a real phone number, like call them and somebody answers the phone. Freaked me out the first time it happened. Like, just straight up, like, hello? Yeah. So if anybody ever needs that sort of stuff, let me know. Son of a NordVPN. Oh, really? Holy shit. Thank you, Cassidy. Here's a quote from the page that Cassidy fucking posted from Robinhood explaining socialism. Quote, historical examples of socialist countries include Nazi Germany and, you can stop right there. Sorry, what? You think Nazi Germany was socialist, do you? That's interesting. You're involved in, like, finance or economics or something, right? Like, who wrote this? Who assembled this? Under capitalism, each person is entitled to the wealth they create from their land, labor, equipment, and entrepreneurship. No. No, they aren't. Socialism is a theoretical economic system. But then above that, they state that there have been socialist countries. So if there have been socialist countries, but it's a theoretical system, are you either admitting that it hasn't been properly implemented and tried, or are you just inconsistent douchebags? Just curious. This is fun. Hang on, I just want to. Okay. I just had to search the page for Jew or Jewish. Like, I had this weird sneaking suspicion in the back of my head. Like, Ooh, okay. What's the difference between socialism, communism, fascism, and capitalism? Oh, that should be interesting. There are subtle differences between socialism, communism, and fascism. I suppose that's one way to put it. They may receive different compensation as a result. In communism, that is not the case. Everyone is expected to contribute fully, but is only entitled to what they need. From each according to their ability, to each according to their need. Thank you, Swede. That's good to know.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Jones here for Proudly Radical. Since I owe Kai a few favors from back in the old days. Shit, I probably shouldn't talk about that. Wait, why are you still recording? Fine. Just be sure to edit it out. Anyways, as I was saying, this is Alex Jones, and I just wanted to teach the proletariat a few things about anarchism. Anarchism isn't about chaos. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Anarchism is about the people. It's about solidarity and mutual aid. It's about removing unjust authority and hierarchies. We should all be anarchists. The world would be a better place. Now, I'm going to apologize again to all those parents whose lives I ruined because I'm such a douchebag. Jones, out. All right, Kai, this has got to make us even for that incident you helped me out with.
So they've got a list of countries here that are socialist. I wasn't aware Uruguay was socialist. I wasn't aware that China was socialist. I wasn't aware that Suriname? Portugal is socialist, by the way. Barbados. I mean, yeah, I'm like, I'm like, isn't that a commonwealth? Yeah, it's a parliamentary constitutional monarchy under the Commonwealth Network. Holy shit. Greece is socialist. Oh, this is a great list. This is a great list. Cassidy, brilliant find. Fuck me, that list is painful to look at. Hey, Curio. Did they just name random countries most Americans haven't heard of? Yeah, I think so. Florida voted $15 minimum wage. It's basically shows socialists now too. Yeah, is this a satirical piece? So Biden says, golly, they really kind of sort of, okay, let me try and do this accurately. So Biden says, golly, they really kind of really think that they should finally move ahead on the stimulus, but no problem to delay another week, or more in case the Republicans want to get on board. Sort of last chance. Oh. What do I think about Italia's situation? I don't know what you're referencing, Andreas. Give me a little more detail. Yeah. No Italiano. You're gonna have to give me more details to work off of. Sarah Palin can see Portugal from her house in Florida. Fuck yeah. Yeah, that was a hell of a piece. It really was. Oh, Jesus Christ. And Kat said, okay, so facts, like, here's, okay, I'm putting the word out, right? Like, Kat keeps telling me I need to go on a panel show. I hate panel shows. All right, but we need to grow the channel so we can hit partner, so, like, I can get you guys, like, 30 or 50 emotes. Like, that's literally why I'm doing it. I just want to get you guys the partner emotes. I leave it up to the community to do those inroads. I hate doing that sort of socializing. So I leave it up to you guys. If you want to make that happen in some way, shape, or form, if you want to recommend, if you want to talk to, if you have inroads with somebody, you have my blessing. Just let me know. But yeah. So apparently Dylan Burns, they were still talking face mask mandate. Hate to use my credentials as a materials engineer. Why? With a senior design in medical filtration mediums like face masks and dialysis. But why do they platform just shouting heads? This is what's wrong with us. Jesus. Sorry, vent over. Only fact, you are correct. If I had, this is why I try and collect experts. If you've got, like, expertise in something, I tell me. And that way, like, I know if we ever stumble onto a topic that you have that level of expertise in, like, I can tap you and be like, hey, we have somebody in community who can speak with, you know, expertise on this topic. Like, maybe we should listen to somebody who's studied, researched, worked in this area, you know. So whether it just depends what day. Materials engineering, from medical to composites to textiles to oil and petro. I should assemble a list. I really should. I should assemble a list of expertise within the community. Forgive me, Fax, if I don't remember all of that, but I may remember you're a materials engineer. Goal, I don't like them. I find them counterproductive. Yeah. I find them very counterproductive. I find the format of most of them near intolerable. Green gave a town hall last night and spewed more conspiracies. No, really? Shocked. I'm just shocked. Assignment. Holy shit. You mean the woman who believes that the Jews control a space laser they used to set California on fire was spouting off more crazy shit? Shocking. Somebody needs a master of the dark arts. Yes, exactly, Swede. Fucking 100%. Yeah, like, fuck that woman. Jesus Christ. Somebody tell her to sit down and shut the fuck up already. Yeah, exactly. Is that Brannigan actually started it? Well, Fax, I wouldn't allow that lure in. Like somebody else's show who will shut down a stream for $300 or kick you off the panel for $50 donation. Yeah, anybody remember those Obama death panels we kept hearing about? Yeah, we should do that. Cassidy, you know what? Requests and ideas. I'm going to put it in there. You know what? Hang on. It gets its own Post-it note. I love Post-it notes. All right. Yeah. $69 to be on, $4.20 to speak. Might be your kink though. Facts. Yeah, that's that. Man, that gets me. It really gets me on a level that just... Don't worry about it. Yeah, remember Benghazi? Can you spell it since you don't want to name it? Somebody else wants to name check it, they can. Would I start my own panel discussions? I don't know. Maybe. I mean... Maybe. I'd consider it. Yeah, I'd consider it. I have a shit ton of unopened Post-it notes. I should send you them. I adore Post-it notes. But... Let's do is sort of a panel, etc. Panel discussion. Yeah, that's the thing is, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I'd consider it. Only if you've been ignorant and had your head up your ass, Clear Skies. I'm sorry. This is the goddamn truth. Hey, Joe. If you didn't know the stock market was rigged and the entire system is manipulated by the hyper-wealthy, I don't know where you've been the last 40 years, 50 years, 1920s, so 100 years. Like, I can't, these people aren't useful. If you're just now realizing that the stock market is rigged and you see this as a form of protest, maybe the sock dems will take you. Like, that's the sort of reactionary that can be damaging to a movement. I have no, there's no love lost there. Like, literally an economist in chat saying Wall Street adds no value to the world. And Noah's chill, bro. Nobody deserves to be sent to the sock dems. People love me. And I say that full well knowing it's where I make my living. If you see this as a form of protest, holy shit. Reeks of ADHD, not embellishment, I swear. We have ourselves an evangelist, boys. Hey, Swede. Got an opinion on cryptocurrencies? Whose is that? Batsko. All right, cool. Well, of course they did. Of course they did. One, most of them didn't have a trained economist and finance expert at their disposal to tell them fucking... And there is an actual person trained in this field who works within these realms. Fucking cryptocurrencies aren't revolutionary. They're tools of scam artists. Just like money. Like, hey, you know what's revolutionary, guys? Trading out that dollar bill for an Australian dollar bill. Ha, see? Currencies. You know what's super revolutionary? Trading one currency for another. Mega revolutionary. Or a currency that's being traded as a commodity. Forex, now pay $29.99 and I'll show you how. Goal. Not immediately. No. They need re-regulated, right? Like, the IRS as it stands is a whole bunch of fucking dickheads who literally have admitted they go after small fry because it's easier, and the wealthy and the super wealthy and the mega corporations actually skate by with the IRS because it's more expensive and more time consuming to interact with them. So we don't. If we retooled them and said, hey, here's the deal. Yeah, Swede, like the IRS is so underfunded they can't fully audit the rich tax dodgers. You don't go after small fry now. That's the deal. Everybody under this amount, you just ignore. You reprioritize. The Googles, the Apples, the Bill Gateses, the Elon Muskses, you know, go after them. That's just your purpose now. So if we retooled them, reprioritized them, and funded them properly, I could... Okay. But if you abolish the IRS outright, here's what's going to happen. You're never getting another tax dollar out of any mega corporation, out of anybody who's even relatively rich. Forget it. All of that is going away. Yeah, cool boy. That's the only thing that I can say that could come of this is like, hey, did you know we can collectively organize? Because apparently a bunch of fucking chuds didn't know that still. Don't ask me how nobody knew this. But apparently somebody did. And they're like meme edgelord types. Personally, I think long term, they're not going to be useful to anybody's movement. I don't see them coordinating unless you get that sort of like perfect trifecta of being bored, generally hating something, and finding it mimetically funny at the same time. Because that's the thing here. They're not doing this really to stick it to Wall Street. They're doing it because they find it funny. It's a meme. So, like, you have to be able to capture that same energy. If you can, maybe you can utilize it. But I gotta tell you, on the left, a vast majority of the people who are participating in this aren't actually leftists. They're the bulk of Wall Street bets and the bulk of the Redditors and the bulk of the internet meme lords who are participating in this are capitalists. Many of them would call themselves ANCAPs. Many of themselves would identify as libertarians. Many of them are just straight neoliberal hyper-capitalists. So ask yourself some real difficult questions as a potential activist and organizer on the left. Is this somebody, is this a group, are these people that will be beneficial to, or will they break ranks? Because when we're talking general organizing, what we're talking about is you need a group that won't cross the line. And if it's anti-capitalist sentiments that you're expressing, I mean, we have them in our, like, you know, Ghost got timed out last night. Because Ghost doesn't give two shits about ethics, about morals, about organizing principles. Ghost was literally in it for two reasons: memes and his own wallet. Right? And if you say, hey, you're not going to make money, you're going to lose money if we, you know, collectively organize on this. Short term. Maybe long term, we can put more money in your pocket. Wait, I'm losing money? Is all they heard. I don't think a lot of these people would be beneficial or helpful to a lot of our organizing principles and movements on the left. That is my major concern. Swede, 100%. We need the wage earners that make between $75,000 and $500,000 a year to understand they're part of the proletariat. Whether I'm honestly looking at protester factions right now and seeing who would punch who. That's my research right now. I'm sorry, did somebody say something? Wait. Oh, he wants to get rid of the education department. The Department of Education. Yeah, for Ted Cruz, that makes perfect sense, actually. Yeah, that makes perfect sense for something like that to fall out of Ted Cruz's face. You'd be surprised how easy it is to make that kind of money, Goalhead. Underwater welders, deep sea welders make a shit ton of money. I know, like, there are actual, like, divers for sewage systems that do use full enclosed systems that make $350 easy. Yeah, you'd be surprised. I mean, there's a lot of blue collar trades that can pull that multi-100,000 salary, no problem. Sweet, I'm sure my cardiothoracic surgeon does. I know an infectious disease expert who for sure makes that no problem. Especially right now. Yeah, Estrella. We also need people who make less than that to realize that people making 500,000 aren't the problem. I've been likening the GameStop stuff to people who don't understand. People don't understand. Like you're fucking the guy who drives a Ferrari around town, but you're actually enriching the guy who owns half the West Coast. Like they don't understand how that system works and where a lot of this money is going to end up. So, you know. Yeah, exactly, Patronum. But one day I'm going to be a gazillionaire and I don't want the government taking my money. Everybody's a temporarily embarrassed millionaire. Yeah. Yeah, electricians, plumbing if you do it right. Like, people have no concept of many of these topics. That's the truth of the matter. There's a host of people that can pull that. Yeah, exactly, Squid. Yeah, the number of true capitalists is less than you think. It's 100%. If you give in to FOMO, Nikki, you are just asking for mental health issues. I mean, it's just the truth. Or you could learn a trade, go ahead. Like we said, most of the things we listed are actually trades. You don't even, just need an apprenticeship. Number of people who are actual capitalists, petite, are around the 1% mark. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, how many factories do you own? How many pipelines do you presently own? You got a mine? Do you own mineral resources that are currently being extracted? No? No? Maybe a swath of land that's actively being logged? No? No, that's interesting. Maybe you own a Bangladeshi fabric factory? No? Oh, interesting. Why didn't that kick off? That's weird. Trade schools are another exploitation model. It's all fucking exploitation model. But you can learn the trade without going to a school. Get a good apprenticeship, and you can do just fine. Once upon a time, my industry was that way. Even though I'm out of them now, I still count myself amongst them. I will never not be, an IT guy. I came up during that era where fuck certifications, fuck degrees, like the industry inherently distrusted. Hey, there it popped. Thank you for the follow, Rabbit's Foot. And Paige, thank you for the follow. I came up during the era where the industry was inherently distrustful of people with degrees. It was sort of the heyday of that late 90s, early 2000s. It was fucking prove to us you can do the work. And there's still an element of that within the industry, depending on what portion of it you enter. House is free to Kaiser. House shall now become an autonomous zone. Fun fact for Ted Cruz. Our last neo-lib government downgraded the ministries of health, labor, agro-industry, energy, culture, tourism, modernization, and science and technology. Totally didn't cripple our national healthcare system and worsen the effects of COVID. Oh boy. Yeah, electrician, an electrical apprentice makes $30,000 to $40,000 while you learn to become a journeyman. No debt, and now you're a full tradesman. I don't know. I could think of a few things, Mythos, that would be qualifiers for too much. Patronum. When you have breathing room, you have time to learn. When you have time to learn, you have time to self-analyze. When you have time to self-analyze, you start to make realizations. It's the truth. It's a in the developed, quote unquote, Western world, you will find two groups of anarchists. One, those that come at it from poverty. And two, those that come at it from comfort. That's how it works. The ones who come at it from poverty learn how fucked the system is inherently, and they come at it from that direction. The ones who come at it from comfort say, why do I have this comfort? And my friend doesn't. Some people swing our direction. Other people, they end up in the ANCAP libertarian side. And they sort of ANCAP. They just go individualist. But there are two different ways to arrive at our position. AKA feudalism. Yeah. I mean, Kropotkin was a Russian prince. Right? There's this old anarchist joke about how, you know, the formula for creating an anarchist? You take Russian royalty and you put them through a conscription program of the Russian military. They come out the other side an anarchist. It's just, yeah, it's one of those things. And we call that the poverty of philosophy reinforced by the financial hamster wheel. Viva. Yeah. But if you can get off that hamster wheel, if you can buy yourself a little breathing room, then you can resolve the poverty of philosophy issue. And if you can resolve the poverty of philosophy issue, then, well, more than one house. Start there. More than one house. Mythos. Yeah, easy place to start. Oh, I hate it, Jose. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I've been bitching about it since it started. I checked out your stream, Jose. Did you fix the typo on one of your screen graphics? Because there is a typo on one of your on-screen graphics in like OBS or something. And yeah, I was lurking. I did not. Have I thought about dressing provocatively to gain more viewers? No. People have joked about it effusively, but no. Nefarious, I wouldn't allow a rental market. The rentier class needs to go away entirely. Okay, I just wanted to make sure you were aware of it, Jose. I don't remember what you were talking about. It was just, I remember you in front of your flag fucking talking about some stuff. But I checked you out for like a half an hour, 45 minutes, like, I forget when. A few days ago. I don't know when you were on last, but may have been before the weekend, actually. Or over the weekend. I think it may have been over the weekend. Either way. Yeah, I was hanging out on your stream watching. I mean, you know, I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing, why people come here. But I could have sworn I just took a drink. There it is. Yeah, some of the alerts aren't popping. Thank you for the follow, Yodi. I don't know. I don't really have any advice for you, Jose. Just keep doing what you're doing. Keep chugging away. Speak on topics that matter to you. Passion always conveys through the screen pretty effectively. When people see you really give a shit about something you're talking about, that immediately connects. You're super honest with, you know, who you are and what you're about on your screen already. I think that is key. Yeah, just keep doing what you're doing. I would miss the cabin rentals in upstate New York for weekends for the family vacations. I'm sure we could figure something out, but I mean, you know as well as I do, Swede, we need to get rid of that rentier class. I mean, just give me a reason to, I suppose, EOD, but I mean, we'd run a pretty big tent here. You'd be surprised. We've got people from all sides, you know, from all areas of the spectrum that hang out, stop in, argue, attempt to debate. I'm not a debate bro, but I will have a conversation with you. So if you want to tell me what you're about, or if you want to ask me what I'm about, if you've got any questions or you've got any positions you'd like to espouse, by all means, I'm quite open to it. Let's see. I started on the poverty end, got scholarships for schooling when I was little. One of my parents lost a job during college years and I had to take out student loans. Oh, God. And that radicalized me. There you go. Then after running in hamster wheel for several decades, I got really sick and had to stop working, which further radicalized me on M4A. I was coming at it from a non-empathetic position, Cassie and everybody else. For me, it was always logical. No, that's not anarchy. That's not anarchy working to dismantle the system. Using capitalism to erode capitalism, I mean, you can make an argument there, but in fact, it's not actually dismantling the system. It's actually transferring wealth to other billionaires and other hyper wealthy companies. You're not actually dismantling the system. Like that's the fundamental misunderstanding with the stonks thing, is like literally it's playing into their hand. This is how it works. The guy who drives the Ferrari is getting fucked. The guy who owns half of the West Coast is doing just fine. You're actually enriching him. Right? Sure, the guy who drives the Ferrari was obnoxious. Hey, thank you for the follow, Dimmy. Dimmin. He was super obnoxious. Nobody's arguing that. And if you want to fucking, key up the obnoxious rich dude's fucking Ferrari, of course I would never encourage that in real life, but as far as metaphorical purposes go, Jesus Christ, Twitch, fine. I'm not gonna, have your fun. But don't for a second think that this is some level of protest that is actually dismantling capitalism from within. The stock market brings creates no value. And if you think that this will somehow bring about the collapse of the stock market as we know it, no. What it will probably do is bring in new regulations that prevent this sort of thing from happening again in the future. Fuck Ferrari guy, all my homies like Lamborghini. These days I'm sort of like, if I had to pick, it's not the same category, right? Like if I had to pick the same category, I would go like maybe a McLaren. But for driver's car, I like a Lotus. Like if you're just talking like speedy car, low to the ground, turns like a motherfucker, I like a Lotus. Yeah, even Adam Smith knew only labor creates value. Fucking sweet. Like this isn't what that is. Evora's a sweet ride, yeah. But Daddy Elon Musk owns Tesla, and dude, those third generation Teslas fall apart real quickly. Trust me, I know a few people with them. Not amazing build quality. German built, it is not. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. This metal. Hey, Fister. A Lotus Elise, yes. Sweet. Fuck, it just zips around a corner. You just throw it into the corner and it just turns. The indestructible Tesla windows my foot. Subaru Crosstrek for everyday, Audi A7 turbo diesel stick shifts. That's facts. These days, I drive a Toyota Highlander. I love my Audi A4. It could easily be the people's car. I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it. It has the creature comforts that you could want. It's got the room that I want for any like random project I get up to. And, I like all-wheel drives. I do. Coming from Vermont, I've had, I grew up with Subarus and stuff like that. I like a good all-wheel drive. No, turd. I grew up in Vermont. I don't at present live in Vermont. I lived all over this country. At present, I live in Las Vegas. God help me. I fucking hate this city. I really do. But a big old Citroen C15. How do I put this? Las Vegas is the front lines of the war on your soul. If you can leave Las Vegas and still have you intact, then you are like combat tested, diehard SAS SEAL Team 6 territory, in my opinion. This place is intense. It eats away at you. It really does. In a way that I've seen no other city do. I haven't met anyone from Las Vegas that likes Las Vegas. See, that's the thing. If you come here, what you experience is an entirely different world than what somebody who lives here experiences. It's Disney World, right? Like, you think the cast members are going on the rides? Like, it's a whole other ball game to live in this place. And the nature of this place, Deepak Chopra, for all of his bullshit, he's full of it, said one amazing thing as far as I'm concerned. He said, the most spiritual city on the face of the planet is Las Vegas. He said, do you know why? Because it doesn't pretend to be something else. Every other place on this planet always puts on airs, always attempts to be something other than it isn't. Las Vegas presents you itself right up front. Yeah, Las Vegas is capitalism on steroids. 100%. We are everything that could possibly be wrong with this world, and we dial it up to 11 and we sell it to you. It is insane to be here. It is a lesson to live in this place. And it's not a lesson that everybody survives. And I mean that literally. I have had many friends, many compatriots over the years who did not make it out of this place alive. And those that made it out even alive are permanently scarred from it. This place will chew you up and spit you out. It's very much a very fucked up place. And the locals get to see the, like, behind the curtains fucked up. Yeah, what happens in Vegas is for sale to the highest bidder. We have some very fucked up shit that happens here. Like, and it's sort of just known, right? Like, most places would attempt to hide it. There's that infamous thing with Sacha Baron Cohen where he talked to a concierge at a hotel and on camera tried to get a underage male prostitute, and the concierge told him he could hook him up with somebody. They forwarded the footage to the FBI. Nothing ever came of it. That's how this place runs. We all know it. Like, this place is dark. And there is no, like, hiding it. That's the function of this location, is to be that place. And anything you want is available for sale. This place is terrifying when you get into it. Yeah, Cassidy, I can verify what Kai is saying. My partner worked for Stratosphere and several casino tech companies in Vegas. Understand. Turd. Unhesitatingly. Swede. There's actually a really fascinating conversation surrounding sex work as mutual aid in a post-capitalist society that is had quite often within sort of like communistic, socialistic, anarchistic circles. Otherwise, both. Yeah. And practically any age you want. This place is fucked up. Yeah, sex therapy is valid. Exactly, Fox. Jesus Christ, Fox. Thank you for finding the channel. All right, so I probably missed a whole bunch of stuff. Bunny Ranch isn't in Clark County. The actual brothels are outside of Clark County proper. The closest ones are in Pahrump. So you take the Blue Diamond Highway out west, keep driving, you'll hit Pahrump. Brothels. But I assure you, there are tons of prostitutes here. If you want a quick rub and tug, any place that says Asian massage on it, that's just sort of local code. Yeah. Actually, Narcissus, usually it has to do with what did Kat say? It has to do with like people with disabilities and the far left. I mean, I'm the far left and I'm representative. Hey, Barley. Yeah. Usually, sex therapy has to do with like touch starvation and people with disabilities who have, whose sexual needs and wants are recognized as a human right. And then, sexual therapy as form of mutual aid. So I'm going to scroll back a ways, like a ways. Narcissus, isn't it too expensive to live in Las Vegas? It ain't cheap depending on where you live. I'll just tell you that. A conservative here. All right. So, yeah, okay, this is sort of where I checked out. Conservative here, it's time to unite and stop the race wars. It keeps us from the real war class. That's class reductionism. We're more intersectionalist here, Allie. And if you need an explanation for intersectionalism or want an explanation for intersectionalism, feel free. Yeah, Gadge. Oh, yeah, it totally, like, this place has given me plenty of motivation for a lifetime. Let's just put it that way. Viva, do you think about moving every day of my life? Hey, Ninja. Oh, God. Fuck you, Ninja. I love you to death, my man, but fuck that bullshit. Stop thinking you can beat capitalism by using capitalism. Is Antipodine? All right, take care of yourself, Squid. Curio. Dude, the most fucked up shit that happened in my town was a badger crossed the road. Vegas must be a fucking nightmare. Narcissus, you have no idea. All right. Is sex work illegal in Nevada? No, it is legal in Nevada. It's illegal in Clark County, but we don't enforce it. I mean, occasionally we do. If a call girl, we call them call girls here. If a call girl or a working girl becomes an irritation for a casino or a property, they will have Metro haul her off. But we literally, there are people who literally distribute like cards and flyers on the strip all day, every day. There's trucks that run up and down the strip with advertisements on the side. Prostitution is technically illegal in Clark County, but trust me, we enforce maybe 1%. But the rest of Nevada, it's legal. It's just straight up. It is regulated. And we have lower disease rates. We have lower sexual assault rates because of it. It's a whole fucking thing. There's nothing local about Asian massages being coded for prostitution. Good to know. I've never been. There are no gay Asian massage parlors here. I've had people looking for ages now, just out of I feel like I'm not getting the full Las Vegas experience. Like, I feel like I would be sad if I left here and I never got a solid rub and tug. Like, it's something I haven't experienced. And all the dudes I know have been at least once. Yeah. Like, it's just one of those things. Every time you see the PR logo that Kai uses, I think of Puerto Rico. Well, it's one of my favorite places to go. In fact, so I'm okay with that. If you see my PR logo and you think Puerto Rico, think where Kai would rather be. I'd rather be in the Caribbean. At least you don't deal with snow, but I won't trade minor sex trafficking for warm weather, however. Wait. What did they say? Oh. Don't be... Alright, I see what's... Facts, we have a pretty high church, per capita church rate as well here. It's one of those oddball things that happens here. Las Vegas actually has a shit ton of churches. I know 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 right around me, including a Korean church. Yeah. Seahawk. All right. So would you ever be interested in debating a bunch of political streamers? I hate debating because nobody's actually debating, right? This is my first point of contention. Nobody's debating, right? Everybody's just arguing with one another. So I hate the misapplication. Somebody who went through speech and debate, you know, I want the word back. But you're the most different of any political streamers I've ever seen. The rest are just partisan hacks. Well, thank you for the compliment, Hawk. I am being told by multiple people within my community that I need to start doing that to gain more traction, to grow the community, that sort of thing. So I suppose, would I consider it? Would I be interested? Fundamentally, no. Would I consider it? Yes. So there you go. And if you want to establish those sorts of connections, like I said, like I really don't want to do it. But if fucking people want to put that out there, and so they're like, hey, you really should have, that sort of thing. You want to put the feelers out for me. You have my blessing. Do I have a relationship with the Young Turks? If I had a relationship with the Young Turks, y'all wouldn't have your messages read. Like, they'd just be whizzing by 25,000 at a time. You've seen what a relationship with the Young Turks does for viewership numbers. There's like 25,000 people in chat sort of shit that happens. Like, no, I don't have a relationship. Long and short of it, no, I don't have a relationship with the Young Turks. Yeah, there's like cards of naked women all over the ground in Las Vegas. Yeah, why do I stay in Las Vegas? Family. Church, family. Don't ask me how I know this, but the dungeon scene is on point in Las Vegas too. No, it is. We got a whole bunch of that kind of stuff here. There's no gay neighborhoods here. Neighborhoods. There's no gay neighborhoods here. Says fictional. Well, we got a couple. Oh, yeah, we have male prostitutes, but just, that sort of thing. Go to a foot massage. Yeah, I know, right? How hard is it to break into the prosy game out there? I've got a good resume. Not difficult at all, actually. I've known strippers over the years here in Las Vegas that have funded law degrees, like 2 specifically, that funded their entire legal education and became lawyers. Like, yeah. Not so much here, Turd. Like, there's not a... I mean, there is, but not so much here, actually. We have less of it, should I say. I shall have to move there to start the first game. Yeah, basically. I don't know. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head. Neobothus. So I'd have to look them up. No, keep stream as is. Philosophical debate should be used to further and add to the ideas. This is what I dislike about panels. It's not debating. There are no rules, no forum, just yelling. There's the TYT stuff. Okay, that's some French stuff. Is that something you'd be interested in? Well, I mean, that's the thing. I need to grow the channel just so I can hit partner and sort of keep it there, because I want to get you guys like 30 or 50 emotes, right? Like, I know people like the emotes. There's no real other benefit other than, and like I can get instant approval, like instant approval for emotes, so we can just change them out on a whim, stuff like that. Like, you know, I know people enjoy stuff like that. And it's a hurdle. My brain works like that, you know. CMYK, I know you know this sort of thing, and I know Swede knows this sort of thing. That there's like, you know, there's this like qualification or certification or hurdle that, you know, is just sitting out there, and you're like, I know I can clear that. So your brain sort of fixates on it. Yeah, Zahn's uncle owns TYT. Of course he does. Wait, where are the gay neighborhoods in Vegas? Downtown off the Arts District, Pictional. Have you ever held hands with a young Turk behind the bleachers? That I have not. My law teacher is actually a cam girl. Fuck yeah, Praxis. I wonder how much tuition at UNLV is funded through sex work. A percentage. Swede, 100%. Like, there's a percentage. 100%. Like, that's... It is a not statistically insignificant number. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. Second shot of the night has been drunken. Well, good luck, Kaiser. Drink water. Is prostitution entrepreneurship or what? I mean, depending if you're doing it for yourself, yeah. Do I resent them for anchoring me here? Probably on some level. Yes. Are they extended or immediate? They're immediate. I'd like to have your experience of Las Vegas. No, you wouldn't, Jose. I'd like to see how it pushes me more left. Oops. Where would I like to live? If cost wasn't an issue, like just remove money from the equation entirely, I'd be in the Caribbean, 100%. If I'd like to go home as well, and home for me is in Vermont. So if money were literally no option, were no consequence whatsoever, I would have half of the year in Vermont. I would have half of the year in the Caribbean. I would spend the winter months in the Caribbean. I would spend the summer months in Vermont. Yeah. All right. Well, Ninja, thank you. I don't know who. I mean, I know you got some high level connects. Yeah. So, hey Ninja, can you put me in touch with your former employer? Just so I can go tell him to fuck himself? Hey, oh, nice to meet you. Fuck you. Just wanted to say that. Just literally arrange a meeting for me. Just so I could tell him off. Oh, that'd be great. Oh, it's lovely to meet you. Fuck you. A non-zero amount of my uni rent was funded through very, very legal means, says Premarital. local in New Orleans, probably bringing some similar stories. Oh boy, do I have some. I'm sure you do, Nefarious. I'm sure you do. Ninth Ward. Nice. Oh, you used to live there. All right. Lived in the Ninth Ward. Cassie's got Nolans. Fox has got Nolans. Fucking RV Nolans. Where do I go to get out of Dodge? Anywhere, really. Literally anywhere but here. Turd. Like, there's this sort of sense of just decompression the instant you leave the city limits. I've been known to go to, like, shitholes. Like, places that nobody would go to as a tourist destination. But because it's, like, not Las Vegas, I will gladly go there. Dolan Springs. Look that one up. Dolan Springs, Arizona. Look up that just nothingness. I've actually gone there for a weekend. Stayed at a hand-built stone cottage. Nice soaking tub, just under the open stars. Yeah, lovely place. I can find decompression anywhere from Las Vegas. So just anywhere but here. Vegas, in my opinion, I mean, my grandparents lived in Florida, my mother's side. I have spent a fair amount of time in Florida. The only reason we know about all the shit that happens in Florida is because of a thing called the Sunshine Law, which basically makes all of their records public record. That's why every state has the crazy shit that happens in Florida happen. Only for most of our states, those records are confidential. In Florida, they publicize them. So that's the deal with Florida. I mean, I know we all like to pick on Florida as being batshit insane, but that's just the U.S. and we all know it. Yeah. Like, that's just the behavior of the United States as a whole. This is just a batshit insane. The Floribama Shore frightens me more than one single city. That's fair. Florida Man is famous around the globe. Yeah, because we made him famous. But what terrifies me about Vegas is the capitalization of the behavior. The same sort of shit that happens in Florida, like the meth trade, fucking bath salts, all that sort of shit happens here. Only here, we spin it through this advertising lens of, when what happens in Las Vegas stays in Las Vegas, which, by the way, isn't the slogan anymore. It's what happens in Las Vegas only happens in Las Vegas. We spin it through this lens of, like, come to Las Vegas and get crazy and fucking do anything you want here and fucking, leave your money here. Like, it's literally done for the purposes of capitalism. It's the same behavior as Florida, but, you're fucked. Like, it's completely fucked. So Las Vegas is ANCAP hellscape. Yeah. 100%. Yes, Viva. Do I think I share too much personal details about myself? No. I look at it, a goal, if you want to know, I look at it as like a stand-up comic. If they're not honest, their comedy doesn't ring true. It's just the truth. You can always tell when a fucking comic is full of shit. And so if somebody's actually honest, it resonates more. It carries more weight. Can you at least give me a taste with a couple of news articles on Las Vegas? And, in Vermont, there's a college I've been looking to, Landmark College. It's for neurodivergence. Vermont is super progressive. Got a race issue, though, by the way. These days, turd, Caribbean. Like, that's my... I had to cancel because of sickness and then COVID, and I'm still pissed because I lost the money. But I got half of it back. I was headed to Belize before all of that shit happened. I'm a big fan of the, like, around the Caribbean area. So Central America or, you know, Dominica, not the Dominican Republic, but Dominica, Puerto Rico, these sorts of places. This is where I like to hang out. Well, Jose, tell you what, rather than give you news articles, I'll just tell you a couple of stories, right? Like, how about that? If you want that. You're too pale for the sun. Dude, I love it down there. Nothing's wrong with the Dominican Republic, but Dominica is an entirely different country than the Dominican Republic. And by the way, far prettier. Vast stretches of untouched, uncolonialized land. Curacao is one of the best places. Not my favorite. So, hi Wither. So, let's start with a story from back in the day. Nope, they are not. They are a sovereign nation. Let's start with a story from back in the day, right? Once upon a time in Las Vegas, the casino windows actually opened. Nowadays, they don't. Casino windows don't open, and if they do open, they open small amounts, very small amounts. But once upon a time, you could actually open casino windows. As you can imagine, this was not exactly good from a standpoint of what happens when somebody comes to Las Vegas, loses all of their money, gets drunk, and then goes up to their room. It was a common practice. People would just pull a header right out of their window. Now, what would the old school casino operators do? They would have their boys pick the body up off the ground, throw it into the trunk of a car, and drive it out past city limits and dump the body right past the Las Vegas city limits sign. Why? Because they don't want suicides and murders to be on the statistics rolls for Las Vegas. Remember, this is Disney World for adults. It's the happiest place on earth, right? Like, you don't want it to be known that there was 57 suicides last year, that sort of thing, from people pulling headers out of casinos. So, for many, many years, it was policy here to just scrape them up off the ground and drive them outside city limits and dump them there. There you go. There's one example. Here's another example. For many, many years, this is just a quick notation, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Force had one of the highest per capita shooting officer-involved shooting rates of any metropolitan police force in the country, including Chicago, Los Angeles, and New York. Why don't you know about this? Because Metro has a better PR department. And when I say they have a PR department, you better believe they have a PR department. Metro got caught a few years back after there was a shooting incident in a Costco parking lot involving a veteran who had returned home, didn't have a gun, and they dropped him. It was found out that Metro had a department literally dedicated to dragging shooting victims' names through the mud. They had dedicated staff for this. For when they shot somebody, it was these people's jobs to make sure that in the public's eye, they deserved being shot. Here's a... oh yeah, you can pull it still at the Cosmo. Yeah, exactly. They don't care. They don't want the bad publicity. Here's another little personal anecdotal thing. Many years ago, I partied with this dude who made his living, and I mean 2 children, a house, and a wife, supported doing this. All right. He made his living. He had, he had a crew of working girls, of call girls, prostitutes, who he worked with. Now you're thinking immediately, oh, he was a pimp. No. See, it was the job of the girls to rope the guy. They go into the casinos. Hey, just come out, take care of you, get you off the camera so we can give you a quick hand job. I'll give you a blowy in the parking garage by the elevator, that sort of thing. They rope them, and then as soon as they walk out into a blind spot, he'd roll them. Kick their ass, take their money, steal their wallet, fence any of their jewelry, watches, that sort of thing that they had on them, and sell their identity documents if there was any on them as well. Take their cash, any chips they may have, car keys, and take the car as well. Had an entire network. Yeah. This is Las Vegas. And like I said, I've known 2 strippers that became lawyers because they paid for their law degrees doing that. So your partner had to work 3 suicides in 6 months at the Strat. Desperation breeds innovation of the worst kind. It is true. I think Mr. Streamer has personal experience in this happening to him. I partied with the dude. Stop the steal. STS. I partied with the dude. I've partied with the lowest of the low in Las Vegas and some of the highest of the high. I used to hang out with we have the world's largest and most profitable auto dealership area in this, in the entirety of the world. It's called the Valley Auto Mall. We turn over more cars in the Las Vegas Valley than any other area. It is a huge industry here, and the car dealerships are dynasties. They are intense. They make money. All right. And I used to party with a bunch of the kids and grandkids of the dealerships, the owners of the dealership. Hang out at the Las Vegas Country Club and shit like that. Yeah. I've been around. I've had a weird life. You know, like's in the description. I've had a bunch of experiences that are different than what some people may have experienced. They're actually kind of jokes locally. Ninja sounds familiar. Yeah. Yeah. The gold and silver pawn crew is actually, they're kind of local jokes. Hate to break it to you. Dude's living in GTA. They're rich. They're not super rich. They're rich. You gotta understand, like, we have real money in this town. Like, we got billionaires, like proper billionaires. We have like Chinese and Russian oligarchs come through here that own property here and spend time at the casinos. Like, we're, you know, we measure wealth in the same way that like New York City measures wealth, right? Like, it's, you got to have real money to be considered like super rich. Fucking the gold and silver pawn guys, they're rich, don't get me wrong. They got money. They're millionaires. But, you know, costs, you know, $1 billion to put up a casino. Yeah, like, sweet. We got Warren Buffett here. Like, I mean, you know, No, I do not play poker. I do not gamble. Most locals do not gamble. We know better. It's, you know, the dealer doesn't do their own supply. We know better. That's where Swede lives. Stop the steal. That's where Swede lives. And is in finance. Aw, well, you can attempt that. Oh, Kaiser, I have. Used to Viva, yeah, I used to party with some billionaires. It's disgusting. It is terrifying. If you're into what are called ultra clubs, I had a buddy that moved up to Montana, and I went to visit him a few years ago, and yeah, I landed in Missoula. Well, let me help you out. There you go. See, that's easy. I made it easy for you, Keith. Oh, yeah, I saw that earlier. They're still here. I've been to the VIP lounge with billionaires. I needed like 6 showers afterwards. Oh, yeah, no locals go to the Strip, Nefarious. We only go to the Strip if somebody's in from out of town and they demand it. We all hate it. That's just not something. They're still here, but they don't operate, right? Like, Las Vegas is run by the new mafias, multinational corporations. You thought it was the same level as Wall Street, but it's worse. Capitalism is fashion. I want to tell you that Niagara Falls, which I live 15 minutes by, has a casino, and it really hurts to see me capitalism more and more. Well, glad I could help, Jose. Oh, no. We've got open casinos. No, we've got open casinos. You think you could stop the casino industry? Is it safer without the mob? No. No. In the infamous words of Debbie Reynolds, when the mob ran Las Vegas, nobody died who wasn't supposed to die. Yeah, no, it isn't safer because the mob is gone. That's the sad truth. That's the brutal, sad truth. Is that they kind of did keep a lot of shit in check. Yeah. You had to take a plane to Missoula the day after your first time doing acid. I got to meet my paternal family there and my crackhead aunt. Multinational corporations. Go ahead. Billionaires and multinational corporations. That's who. Yeah. That's who runs Las Vegas. Robert House, love it. Yeah, exactly, Cole. I mean, that's just the truth of the matter, is that's who runs this world right now, is oligarchs and multinational corporations. Or supranational corporations, or, you know, international corporations, however you wish to terminologize it. We live in a cyberpunk world and don't even realize it. See, that's, yes, I agree, Bushcraft, but I also, like, I want the aesthetic. Where the fuck? You know, Jesus Christ. All over this country, turd. I've iterated them before, but I don't feel like iterating them right now, but all over. New England, the South, the West, Southwest, that sort of stuff. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Goldhead. There he goes. It finally pops. Yeah, like, yeah, it's like, look, if I have to live through all of this ANCAP bullshit, like, I want at least the aesthetic of the cyberpunk world, because I dig the aesthetic. Can it be rainy all of the time and sort of like nighttime all of the time and just like neons being reflected off the ground and, you know, fucking like black and grays and then pops of color and yeah. Yeah, poor people. Of course, Bushcraft. That's just how that works. Jesus, suicides would go off the charts in that world. They're already off the charts. Farmer, I hate to break it to you. Good luck with her. Good luck. What's my favorite region of the U.S.? Oh, there's so many qualifiers to that, Estrella. Food, the South. Specifically North Carolina, specifically the Low Country, specifically the northwest portion of the Low Country in North Carolina. That is my my favorite for like food, like as a whole. But well, no, as a specific dish. I'm sorry. As a whole, for food, I have to say the Southwest because that gets me access to Latin America. Their food is amazing. If you've never had a street taco, I'm just telling you, it may be the best experience, period. Well, not Asheville itself, outside. So, for culture, for like where I feel most comfortable, Vermont, my home. Tons of anarchists up in the mountains in Vermont, tons of farmers markets, like 1,000 kind of farmers markets, so much produce, so much good, like good resource in food, a culture of like, hey, just don't fuck with people. And like, if you want to fuck with somebody, go over there to New Hampshire. Like, we're here to just kind of get along to, you know, go along to get along, leave us alone, like live your own life, mind your own business. No smokestacks, no billboards. It's an amazing place to live. It really is. It's just fucking cold as shit. As far as environment goes, best place in the country, Southern California, 100%, 10 times out of 10. If you want to know where the most comfortable place to live in this country is, it is Southern California. They are the winners. It is amazing there. That's excluding all of the other stuff that goes along with that. I'm not speaking on taxes, governance, people, culture, traffic. I speak on none of that. The most amazing, first winner. So there's a reason that they have the Ninja. We have fires here too. Like the entire Southwest has those fires. The reason California has so many houseless is because they have great weather, more social programs, more shelters, more flow of money, better connectedness, and more transport options, and a varied terrain that they can camp in utilizing BLM land. It's a natural phenomenon why they have more homeless or houseless. It's amazing there. I'm down in southern Arizona. The weather's pretty nice. It can be. Now, Yeah, Southern California, school because you can get cool because you can get any type of food you want. You can go to the beach or the desert or the mountains. It's an amazing stretch of land. It really is. Yes, Ninja, if you could get the healthcare and get people off the drug. Well, social programs. You guys already have enough. You have social programs, so you're headed that way. But you need to get the healthcare thing off the ground. You guys almost got California Medicaid. Medicare, Medicaid thing, like the California for All thing you guys were working on. Yes, Viva, I know, somewhere I used to live in Arizona used to do that as well. They would give bus tickets, one-way bus tickets. That is a thing. People do literally ship them there. But, I mean, it is a naturalistic phenomenon. People think, like, hey, why are there more houseless in California than there are in, say, Buffalo, New York? Have you ever tried to survive on the street in the dead of winter in Buffalo, New York? Yeah. Wonder why they're in SoCal. Well, you don't really need to compete with conventional societies. Competition is a byproduct. Like, societal competition and economic competition is a byproduct of, like, capitalistic and nation-state models. An anarchistic society wouldn't necessarily need to compete with them. Right Wing from Phoenix gave all the homeless bus tickets to come here. They do it whenever they need to keep the illusion sporting event. Yeah, exactly. Culture in New Orleans. Also food. Not exactly warm here in Omaha either. The culture in New Orleans. Always something that to do, and people rock here. We have more festivals and days in the year. Oh, Jesus Christ, Australia. That's fucked. See Nestor Makhno for that sort of thing. You organize militias. There have been very effectively, the Black Army was an anarchistically organized, hierarchically run anarchistic militia system that went toe-to-toe with the White Army of Soviet fame. And only through other international intervention from Western powers did that fail. Yeah. So anarchists have successfully done that. No. White Army. Red Army was Soviets. They went toe-to-toe with the anti-Soviets. Yeah. So, yeah, and Nestor's was the Black Army. That's why we know we can't trust you people. Most modern anarchists know they can't trust an ML. Y'all put everybody on the wall. New Mexico has a serious problem. Teams picking out homeless. Favorite region is anywhere around the Gulf of Mexico. That's solid. Marxist Leninist turd. I love the Kurds. I officially, personally, and politically partied endorsed the New York Health Act. Oh. Yeah. That's where Nestor Makhno was. It's Ukraine, with her. Anybody who had enough sense to realize that socialism was being perverted and betrayed were enemies of the party. That they were. Ask the naval personnel in 1920 St. Petersburg how they felt about Lenin. That almost deserves hang on. Let me that's almost a rim shot, sweet. I'll get a state enforced cat boyfriend. I don't want a cat boyfriend. Yo, I know. New York has, well, congratulations, Goalhead. I'm gay. So luckily I don't give a shit who, what the political affiliation of hot chicks is or are. Yeah. Luckily that isn't a factor. And I gotta tell you, Anarchist has some pretty cute boys. And they're willing to get dirty in the streets with you. So. Well, that's not entirely true. Where's my... There it is. Zomia is still going, and they're anarchistic, and we don't engage in that region. The Zapatista autonomous municipalities are still going. We don't engage there. The CIA may. Rojava, we didn't really engage with, though we did use proxies for that, so I will give that. Puerto Real is basically run by the anarcho-syndicalists at this point. They're determining health policies, taxes, economic issues, cultural and environmental preservations, as well as the organizing for all of the docks and stuff like that. So... do you enjoy gay community and activities in Las Vegas? No, Turd Farmer. I'm not involved in that stuff. I hang out with exclusively straight dudes. Wither, it's an area in the Vietnamese highlands and the Tibetan plateaus that stretch all the way to Afghanistan. It's basically got 100 million people in it. Here. Wither. Wither, I'm tagging you with a link. This is my alpha version of my cheat sheet. Still working. It's still being built out. But that's my cheat sheet. Go to the anarchism section. Go to the anarchist society section. It's organized alphabetically, so Zomia will be at the bottom. It'll give you a few lines on it, and you can research further from there. Can we talk about Spanish Army uniforms? Sure. Let me, so you want, are we talking, Civil War era? Are we talking Catalonia? Which group are we talking, Jenny? Because they've had some really interesting ones. The one with the cape? I mean, because they had that white and blue caped one that is just fucking fabulous. But they've had a few interesting ones over the years. So sure, Jennings, which one? What do you want to talk about? What are you, Wither, what are you looking for? Because I already tagged you with the link up above in chat. But if you need it again, I'll just post it again. But what are you looking for with the exclamation site? Hey, boss. Oh, Hugo Boss is fucking, look, you could say what you want about National Socialism and the Nazi Party, but those uniforms were fucking fly as shit. Fascists know aesthetics. There you go. Right below your immediate comment, Wither. Fascists know their aesthetics, and that shit was tight. So yeah. Fascism. Oh, I give you an explanation about Zomia. Go to the cheat sheet page. It's an alpha version, fashionism. Go to the anarchism section. Go to anarchist societies. It's organized alphabetically. Go to Zomia. It'll tell you a little bit about it. The ones where they wear the tight pants and the open shirts in the pastel colors. I mentioned it in place of hot girls. All right, let's... You mean these? Jenny? Oh. Young man intensifies. Young man. Literally, Zomia exists because nobody wants to fuck around in it. I mean, that's why, I mean, that's like, that's like saying, like, the reason the Shan exists is because nobody wants to claim it. That's just ignorant of politics of the region, right? Nobody fucks around in the Shan. Like, nobody fucks around in Zomia. They are fiercely independent. They will knock your plane out of the sky. Like, they won't fuck around. Yeah. It's like saying the Shan state exists only because nobody wants to fuck around with it. Like, are you, and nobody wants to take it. Like, are you kidding me? Nobody wants to dick around in there because they will lose their minds if you do. I mean, Zomia, they even push back on having a written language because they fear the hierarchical nature and the systems of power that can arise out of the written language. Like, they don't fuck around in that region. Like, it's an intense place. And yeah, it's difficult to get to, too. They're the real gimme freedom or gimme death people. Like, even China doesn't want to fuck around in there. Like, are you kidding me? An area that China's expansionism and imperialism doesn't reach into because they're like, yeah, you know what? They're a little too crazy for us to fuck around with. Come on. In Zomia, the trees speak Vietnamese. Can we have a leftist aesthetic that's palatable? Jose, I like all black, quite frankly. I love a good Johnny Cash look. So I'm okay with the black bloc look that anarchists fucking, Wither, you know, not your place. That's all. I'm okay with that aesthetic. Let's say tomorrow, which we don't get to do that, we had an anarchist America somehow without losing our wealth. Well, the wealth doesn't dematerialize. The wealth isn't in, like, paper. You know that, right? Like, the paper isn't actual wealth. The wealth is in the resources and the labor. What happens to that American military? That's America's industry. How do we mobilize against external threats? The same way that you mobilize now, only you do realize that the U.S. military uses hierarchical organizational structures and field tactics, right? Like, people on the front lines don't actually radio back for approval for a lot of things, right? There's a hierarchical decision-making layout for a good portion of the military. They have entire articles on hierarchical organizational structures. Some of the best hierarchical organizational structure how-to guides are written by the Department of Defense. So, yeah, they have a primary hierarchy that they operate under, but you just turn to somebody like Nestor Makhno and the Ukrainian Black Army, and you immediately learn how to anarchistically reorganize that. What happens to, how do we mobilize against external threats? The same way you would now. The land around and beneath your feet may not be a gold mine, but it's enough to lace your pockets if you can sell it. No, that's not untrue. Let's just put it that way. I mean, it's been done numerous times. The Kurds have done this, and they don't use that shit either. Like, Daesh, the Shinmins in Korea. I mean, it's not the first time this has been done. Rojava. There's Cat. You're acting like this is the first time somebody's had to anarchistically organize a military operation. It's been done numerous times. Well, why do you need a standing permanent army anyway? Isn't that half the problem? We have this military-industrial complex that is this constant, permanent fixture. I mean, we could reduce it by, like, 70%. And we'd still be outgunning everybody. You do realize some of these lasted longer than our country, right, Angle? You do realize that, like, we're fairly young too, right? America has barely been around. Like, we're a drop in the bucket compared to some places. I mean, quite frankly, the Qin dynasty makes us look like nothing. Far more organizational skill, far more resources at their disposal, with a longevity the likes of which we will never achieve. Like, and you're treating us as some sort of, like, permanent fixture. We've barely, we haven't even escaped. If you were talking about countries and nation states and cultural dynasties and that sort of thing, America hasn't even escaped the is the baby gonna drink the bleach under the counter and end itself stage of existence yet. We don't know how this plays out. Like, you speak about us like we're somehow this like indelible figure. I mean, are we? How? Can you back that up? What proof do you have? Because the British Empire collapsed and they had way more resources than we do. Their imperialist nature had claims the likes of which we can't even dream of claiming. China's been around for fucking 2,000 years. So our drop in the bucket as far as temporal history goes is nothing. Yeah, it's funny. My brother lives in a house that was built 500 years before the American experience began, says Viva. Like... Yeah, exactly. And that is the thing. Cool boy. It is the Mongolian nations and culture have been around for as long as China has. Yes, the British Empire claimed at one point most of the world. Like it is hilarious to hear people like attempt to compare this shit to. I mean, Kospaya was nothing compared to the size of America, but it outlasted us thus far. I mean, it was around for 375 years. With no laws, no judges, no police, no military. And it took the entire force of the Papal States to starve them out. And they were nothing. They were moderate. I mean, they were just a itty bitty little piece of land. The resiliency of this nation hasn't been proven. Rome had so much wealth, the richest Roman citizens' actual holdings are still impossible to calculate because we have no equivalent. Who's the African guy? Monza? I always forget his name. Somebody hook me up. He's the richest person probably in the history of the world with an incalculable wealth. We can't even. He tanked Rome's economy, right? Just by giving out gold on his way through. This dude traveled with like 50,000 people. Like that was his entourage. Mansa Musa. I mean, so as far as the wealth goes, we're not even the wealthiest. As far as trade empires goes, the Dutch East India Company would like a word. Baby with a gun. Oh my God, America's a baby with a gun. Yeah, gotta love a guy who throws around so much gold it implodes a continent. Like, you have literally no understanding of this. If you think America is like the gold standard. The Egyptian economy, the European economy. This Mansa Musa fucking, when he traveled around, like, this motherfucker collapsed economies. He just, here's like all of the gold. Oh no, I got tons more. Liechtenstein is, Liechtenstein is a corporate haven, quite frankly. Ooh, Denmark's flag has existed over 3 times as long as the United States. Our country is 3 times younger than a bunch of colors on a piece of cloth. Thank you, Premarital. Cassie, this is what's wrong with the U.S. educational system. Yeah, it's... People ask for examples, and you bury them in examples, and they still are His estimated net worth was $400 billion if Wiki is right. But is that adjusted? Is that, I mean, you know, Viva, or is that like literally like not even adjusted for an inflation? Because I've seen it. I mean, literally, I've seen it as like an incalculable amount of wealth. Just buying power of the time. There you go. Hey, Scary. Oh, let's see. Where in the USA would I live next? I'd probably go home. Turd. Like, I'd probably go back to Vermont. If Puerto Rico got its shit straightened out, I'd probably consider going to Puerto Rico. Arecibo's a little expensive. You know, San Juan's more my price range. Probably couldn't get a place on the beach, quite frankly. All the gringos have already bought up that property. But, you know, yeah, I'd figure something out. Maybe go up in the countryside. He was wealthy enough to buy 2 continents at the time. Christ. What do you say when right-wingers say major institutions like the media and corporation side with the left? Who responded? I'd like some of their crack, says Premarital. If they think corporations side with the left, they're not paying attention. Corporations are, by their very nature, conservative, but they play both sides of the aisle. And they do it with aesthetics. They do it with, like, virtue signaling. They don't actually give a shit. But as far as their policies go, trust me, living in Las Vegas taught me that lesson. These corporations peddle smut and, like, liberal social ideologies, right? Like, they peddle things that, like, oh, you know, come, get drunk, party, fucking live your life the way you want it. If you actually interact with these people, if you interact with these corporations, you understand they are conservative enterprises. They just sell that shit. So, you know, yeah, but they play both sides of the aisle. 100%. Yeah. The media, I mean, which part of the media? Like, that's talking about the media like it's this singular monolith. The media's greatest fucking trick is that, yeah, there's like 5 or 6 companies that own everything, but then they have all of these subdivisions, right? That get to do other stuff. My classic example, my favorite example, is that, like, Disney back in the 80s bought Touchstone Pictures so they could do rated R movies. Right? Like, Disney couldn't put on their brand all of the, like, violence and filth. So they just buy a fucking studio house that already does that and run it through there. No big deal. Oh, God. Yeah, exactly. Sweet. It's all branding. Trump 2024. Oh, bless your heart. Bless your heart. What's your name? James? I mean, do you have anything productive to say? You want to talk theory? Why? Why Trump 2024? What has Trump done to deserve or earn that vote, in your opinion? I mean, actually say something. Surviving and learning, turd. Yeah, farmer. It's most of my day, given the level of discomfort I'm in, is feeding myself because I cook Cyber Trump 2077. I cook from scratch everything. So 3 meals plus a day, vey. Anybody want to deal with that? I cook 3+ meals a day, so just that alone is like a production level, right? Maintaining like just the level of discomfort, the things that I have to do to work around that, and then educating myself. I do consider, what I do here in sort of as a lens of analysis, as a digester for a lot of these concepts, right? Like, I should be able to, like, okay, so I wasn't familiar with post-anarchism, so now I'm studying on post-anarchism, but as a result of studying post-anarchism, I have to study Foucault. So I've got a bunch of stuff coming on Foucault. So if I'm going to speak on these topics with a certain level of knowledge, I have to constantly be learning. I have to constantly be engaging in it. And so, yeah, I do take what I do here seriously. So, it is feed myself, exist with the level of pain and discomfort I do, and do this. That is the majority of my day, to be perfectly honest. Oh, yeah. Curio's a fucking G. I love Curio. Curio is my dive bar. I adore the... You know what? Fucking... There we go. Shout out to Curio. Yeah. It's my dive bar. Yeah, that's not what I meant to hit my keyboard. There we go. All right. Introduced some people to Curio just yesterday, in fact. Yeah, I adore Curio. Exactly. That's how I describe Curio's stream. I described him as a vaudevillian. The real fascists are the anti-fascists, if you think about it. Exactly, Curio. All right. Now I will engage. I suppose I will engage. James, just so you know, he's making fun of you. Just a heads up. You're embarrassing yourself, and I kind of want to be kind and help you out. He's mocking you. James, chat's gonna dogpile you a little bit here. Do you want to have a conversation? Would you actually like to engage in the dialectic? Would you like to speak with me? I can make that happen. You do realize if you have any like grandparents or grand uncles, or maybe great grandparents, depending on your age, James, if they fought in World War II, they were Antifa. Just a heads up. You're literally saying like fuck U.S. troops. Just a heads up. All right. Give me one sec. James, check your whispers. Whose is that? Oh, it's a 2020 limited time only. Ah. Check your whispers, James. Ace. I love you, Ace. You know I do. Yeah, that one's vanilla. Ace is ready to take notes. Yeah, it's the Discord invite is in your whispers, James. Oh, Bannon grifted a whole bunch of shit. Dude, Bannon freaks me out. He's smart. Yeah, Bannon freaks me out. He knows what he's doing. Let's just put it that way. Wither, give me 1 sec. Yeah, that's a thing I do, Wither. It's something I have to do. I'm sure you understand. Give me 1 sec. Wither, I sent you a friend request. That'll let you DM me. Bannon is an actual long con, and he's way better at it than I'd prefer. Exactly, Rabbit. You know what's up. That dude freaks me out. Straight up. Well, we haven't heard from James yet, so. Luckily, it's a temporary invite, good for, hey, Dan, good for 1 use and 30 minutes only. So it doesn't really matter if he spreads it around to some like Chud forum or something like that. Bannon's Gamergate to Fash pipeline was damn well planned. Yes, he was, in his own words, he was targeting intense young males. Yep. Let me check the list here. No, there is no way to remove the homoeroticism from that phrase. It is straight up. Yeah, intense young men like the soldiers we saw? Yeah, exactly. Yes, he left. I don't see him on the user list. Just not for racism stuff, for butt stuff. Because James isn't here anymore, Jenny. Yes. Oh, well. Oh, yeah, Dan, you didn't miss anything special. Don't worry about that. And in the end, they were a coward. So, I mean, there's nothing worse than, you know, a boring, you know, fucking standard Trump troll chud who won't even put up. Yeah, 100% standard. Sad. I don't do a Trump. I don't do impressions. Fact checking. Interesting. So the manufacturing thing is bullshit. It's bullshit. No growth in real output. It's not roaring back or even back. That's the Bureau of Economic Analysis, their own data. Also, the Purchasing Managers Index says the claims about manufacturing roaring back and cited the overall increase in the PMI is based on surveys of manufacturing firms by the Institute for Supply Management. But they also said that the rise and fall, it has risen and fallen with regularity over the decades. No one's arguing that manufacturing is not expanding, but when looked at since 2007, it has not expanded. Bottom line is we will know if the recovery in the U.S. manufacturing is real, not from a sample of purchasing managers say they intended to do, but from the measures of real added output. And the real added output is, quote, dismal. When you look at the manufacturing labor productivity stats for the last years, they're, abysmal. Quote, shockingly low, if not negative in some quarters. Job creation with negative productivity cannot be the goal. So, Stitchwig, there's your manufacturing job stuff. Hey, Dirtbag. 63% labor participation. That sounds like just a random bullshit thing that somebody threw out. Let's see. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So he tanked that number and then brought it up to below the level it should be. All right. Cool. Lowest gas prices in 12 years. Due to COVID. Rebuilt the military. Just regular, he rebuilt the military. Okay. So budget is the same. He let Putin put a bounty on our troops. Has not addressed multiple investigations. Let's see, pardoned actual war criminals that the military fucking threw through a tribunal and convicted. Caused more division within the military. Drove down the ability for the VA choice program. Talked shit about them all the time. Let's see. The numbers for military spending that he was talking about included future spending, not his own. He framed it as if he was going to be president in 2024, and his complete spending would be going up the entire time, even though he was still below levels. Let's see, what else we got for this dumb fuck? Oh, and by the way, why is building up the military a good thing? I'll give him cut insulin prices in a very specific way that doesn't affect a vast majority of the insulin users. The USMCA is nothing more than NAFTA rebranded. And on doesn't count as an actual argument, by the way. Lowest unemployment in 50 years is just fucking rubbish. He is not responsible in the least. It is mostly false. There is literally no evidence to show that the Trump administration's fiscal or regulatory policies have caused that dip. And it reached low levels under him due to his mishandling of the COVID phenomenon. It's been a continuation of a steady trend. It was actually higher in 2009 than 2019 for black people and Hispanic people. So lowest black unemployment, actually it was lower in 2009. Lowest Hispanic Latino unemployment, it was lower in 2009. Best economy in our lifetime, you're full of shit and you're insane. And let's see, the manufacturing jobs actually has lower productivity in manufacturing than higher productivity. The labor participation is full of shit. The lowest gas price in 12 years wasn't due to his interaction or intervention in the gas market or on petrochemical at all. There was no rebuilding the military that he did. Cut insulin prices, again, small amount, in specific ways that don't affect the majority of the insulin users. The USMCA is literally just NAFTA rebranded, and on is just bullshit. The U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics would be my source. Is that an acceptable source for the U.S. labor market? They won't come on air. They never do. Stitchwig, you want to have a fucking on-air conversation? Ugh, burping. Oh, I'm getting tagged up here. Hang on. Oh, are we talking about the $200 QAnon guy? Yeah, no, that dude never showed his face again. And the guy who was so sure yesterday who got like the challenge of a $2,000 bet fucking just ran for the hills too. Yeah, we'll never see fucking the $200 guy again, for sure. I need to reopen that tab. Hang on. Yeah, and I'm sure the trending has nothing to do with the $787 billion stimulus package for to save jobs and reverse economic downturn that Obama signed into policy like a month after he was sworn in. That literally tracks with the upticks. Had nothing to do with it either. And it's historically already low. Trump inherited a literally historic low on that number as well. Obama did more work. The Obama administration did more work on that number than anybody else. It was already literally trending down the entire time during the Obama administration. And then you see fucking boom, through the roof with Trump. As is tradition, Obama inherited a shit-tanked economy from the Bush administration, and then unemployment with her, and fucking he has to work it down, and his entire administration, it slides down, and then Trump slides into office here at this historic low, and then you see it slide a little bit further down, and then it spikes up, and it never recovers all the way. You either put up or you shut up. And if you don't put up, you get shut up. What are my thoughts on Destiny? I don't watch Destiny. Don't know. I don't really have any. The only time I've watched Destiny is when he was on JLP, and that's because JLP is amazing. Fucking, I don't watch Destiny. I don't watch Vosh. I don't watch Destiny. I don't watch any of these people. Sorry. When does the state of New York subpoena Trump, before or after March 4th? Don't kink shame. Wait, what would Rhyme say? I did better than him on the LSATs, is a thought I have on him. Wasn't even looking into that. Just one day it became a thing. I knew about the world to be true. Interesting. Beta. Hang on, I've got that one.
Beta.
There you go. I'm not king shaming away. I'm just exploring our sessions. Lovely. Fair enough. Yeah, like I said, I don't know. Like, I don't watch him, so I don't really have an opinion. That's my opinion on JLP. Viva. Yeah, super funny and sad at the same time. Like, dude, that dude's fucked up. Like, he's fucked in the head. It is, yeah. Yeah, Cat posted the video for me to react to one day. That's how I've seen JLP and Destiny, is that, like, the first video with them together. We watched half of it on stream. And it was like, oh my god. Yeah, I've got that one too.
Amazing.
Yeah. But yeah, I have no opinion on any of these people. Like I said, I don't watch them. You ever put on a fireplace video and been mesmerized by it? No, but I've been mesmerized by actual fireplaces. New York will give Trump 72 heads up. Someone Q adjacent asked me about the huge power outages in Berlin. Oh, Joe, we had somebody on last night that was the guy who refused the $2,000 bet. He was claiming there was worldwide power outages in Berlin, Pakistan, Dutch, and what was the other one? Pakistan, Berlin, Dutch, and something else. There was 4. Rome, thank you. Yeah, it was Berlin, Pakistan, Rome, and Dutch that were the 4 global power outages. Yes, Mitre. Yeah, he's the one we like ran with his tail between his legs over to you guys. Still never made the 2,000 bet with Cat. Yes, power outage in Dutch. Yeah, he was like, there's global power outages in Berlin, in Pakistan, in Dutch, and in Rome. We're like, oh, Jesus Christ. And then I banned him for so easily baited. Oh. Dutch is a lovely state. The ones in Berlin were partial only, not even the whole city. Time to go visit my favorite country, Dutch. Vatican City, not even Rome. But these fuckers just go Rugos. He was a special person. Let's just put it that way. He was a special person. Jesus. I only passed the whiskey. Wasn't the Pope arrested with Nancy Pelosi? Yeah, and clones or lookalikes put in their place. And don't worry, on March 4th, Donald Trump being escorted by the military will reclaim the presidency. That's why the military is still stationed in Washington, D.C., because Biden isn't technically president still. This is all shit this dude said, by the way. This is all crazy shit that dude fucking spouted off. Is he the fucking rapist? Yeah. Yeah, he's the sex abuse guy. I was like... They went to the other stream last night and copy pasted the same shit. Of course they did. Of course they did. I'm not surprised at all on that one. Premarital.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Jones here for Proudly Radical. Since I owe Kai a few favors from back in the old days. Shit, I probably shouldn't talk about that. Wait, why are you still recording? Fine. Just be sure to edit it out. Anyways, as I was saying,
same guy,
this
Curio.
is Alex Jones, and I just wanted to teach
same guy.
the proletariat a few things about anarchism. Anarchism isn't about chaos. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Anarchism is about the people. It's about solidarity and mutual aid. It's about removing unjust authority and hierarchies. We should all be anarchists. The world would be a better place. Now, I'm going to apologize again to all those parents whose lives I ruined because I'm such a douchebag. Jones, out. All right, Kai, this has got to make us even for that incident you helped me out with.
All right. No, everybody heard it. Facts. It goes on the mainstream. That would be funny if like I could isolate. Jesus Christ. Oh, I got whispers. Thank you, Wither. Cat, you're gay too. Just checking my whispers. 27. Jesus Christ. How the fuck are you holding it that? Forgive me while I... Too many people. 9 is still too many.
Openly rigged by somebody that's reporting their fucking paying contribution. Fucking is just...
All right. Oh, it's fucking. All right, that explains that. Somebody's got Destiny on a panel. Is chat acting funny or post-workout endorphins? A little of both, maybe? Facts? A little of both, maybe? I would never do that with her. Yeah, I would never do that. That's just bad form. Let's see. Nor is talking about... Oh, Jesus Christ. Panel. This is why a panel... Holy shit. Watching a panel. Actually a panel. Panel. That's... No, Devil. Like, literally, like, every fucking show is a panel. Like, I already started to have semantic satiation with the word panel. I'm like, panel. Twitch leftist took centralization overboard. Hey, Duffy. All their panels are missing the best part. Experts. And there's always too many on the panel. 9. That one's at least reasonable. 5 is a workable number. 9. 3 I can work with. 3 I can work with. Yeah. Fannel. We're just... Yeah, like... Or you could have 20 people on your panel. Yeah, fucking revolving door. 9 is ridiculous. Anything over 5 is too damn much for anything but a charity stream. Can we rate a stream where we watch paint on a wooden panel dry? There's flannel panel. There's probably actually a fucking stream for something like that. 20 people on the panel, all talk at the same time. Go. Yep, 100%, Super Dad, 100%. It is absolutely ridiculous. You know, let's have a panel where we paint panels and watch in silence paint dry. Curio, I'm going to do a panel tonight. Sounds peaceful. Babel panel. No one's allowed to speak the same language. All right. All right, Curio, that's a format. Bob Ross, happy little panel. Yeah, I just... Sounds like the UN. Hey, Shala. Oh, fuck you. Hang on, I just want to check something. I'm just... All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Really? Hang on. Jesus Christ. I'm a politics streamer. What are you streaming? Goats with fucking things on their horns. Fucking fighting. Oh, I don't understand. I don't understand which politics. I don't. Viva, I could actually join that. I speak 3-4 languages. I like wainscoting. Goat fighting is goat fighting is the new bullfighting. I'll be submitting my questions in a programming language to be displayed visually on the screen, that you'll have to parse the code yourself. Does that count? Fucking, what's Kai doing typing furiously? Fucking, just quickly crafting my question. Morse code debate. Oh, symbolic logic, Nefarious, is for that. I walked, as best as I can walk somebody through that sort of shit, I walked Lynx through that one night. Symbolic logic is used in that regard. So, yeah, you could craft entire philosophical statements. Where did the evil Dutch person touch you? Machine code only. Closest I can get, Rabbit, is assembly. That's the lowest I ever went, which for most programmers is pretty goddamn low, to be perfectly honest. Hexadecimal is real. Hex is a great code, a great numerical system. Yes, Camel, I see you. We see you. You're in chat. Unless you're having a existential crisis. In that case, I mean, we're real, you're real, we see you. Fair enough, Swede. Kat said something about symbolism being against anarchism. What was that about? You'd have to ask Kat. I don't know what that's apropos of. It could be, you know, per any of our like hot takes or something like that, or arguing just to argue sort of thing. But I mean, there, you know, if you're talking semiotics and that sort of thing rather than just symbolism, it could be anything. All right. Facts. Irish Swedes. You know of Alden's number. That's okay. So Alden's number is literally a paradox at this point, right? I mean, I do know about this not because of Vosh, but because of just online culture. Good night, Swede. Take care of yourself. Alden's number isn't real, but Alden's number is real, right? Like, it's a rhetorical device used by Vosh, right? Or other online debaters, but I think it's Vosh's thing, right? Yeah. But it's real. Like, that's the thing. It's fake, but it's real. It's paradoxical at this point. Because it isn't a specific number, but it is an actual rhetorical device. So do you know about Alden's number? Yes, Alden's number is a very real rhetorical device. At this point. But, you know, yeah. And one could be argued you could assign a quantity or a value to Alden's number. It's arbitrary, right? Like, you could claim that for anything at this point. Like, you could run it through the lens of subjectivism and really twist that argument and turn it on its head if you really wanted to have some fun with it. No, I haven't heard of that one. I'm going to look it up, though. A 3-movement composition. Oh, this is music stuff. It may or controversial creation. Yeah. Yeah, anytime you hit me with music stuff, I sort of immediately... Okay. Okay, I've heard of that before, rhymes. I didn't know that that's what it's called. But yeah, hey, Skeptic. Yeah, I've heard about the silence. Is he the OG version of that? Because I know there have been varying degrees and lengths of that sort of silent, like, experimental music theory and stuff like that. Is he the, like, OG of that, though? Because that's some music I could make. I can do silence. It's a shame somebody beat me to it. It's a shame somebody beat me to it. I think he's the OG. All right, cool. Yeah, all those experimental musicians and musicologists and shit like that. I have no music theory. I have no music appreciation training. I wish I had it. But music is just sort of wizardry in my brain. Hello to both new people who just walked in, I believe. I don't, oh, let me close that. Oh no, that's not new. Cracknod's been here before. You gonna make out with Trump? Fair enough. I like the poetry you spew forth. Well, I mean, in terms of semiotics, it's a linguistic placeholder as a concept which already existed, but within a particular context. All is number is a canard or a myth, but it's a particular myth. Cat. All right, so I forget. Wither, it was Wither who asked you that, Cat, and Wither, if you see Cat in chat, here's the fucking, I can compress that down even further, right? Symbolism is virtue signaling, and virtue signaling isn't actually activism, and it is harmful more often than it is good, if it is ever good. So yeah, what's Cat saying is that sort of aestheticization, the use of symbolism is nothing more than virtue signaling. It's not actual action. So there you go. Yeah. I think I read about this before. This sounds familiar. Skeptic. I haven't read the book, but I think I've read about this before. Yeah, because I think I came upon this because of Black Panther, reading on the Black Panther Party. Like, this is just one of those ancillary things that is attached to it that you learn about. Yeah, it's the John Vincent Mills thing. Yeah, it's retaliation for the death of 3 other black prisoners by a guard. Yeah, I've heard about it before. I've read about it. But no, I haven't read that particular book by George Jackson, Skeptic. Camel, duly noted, as best as one can. You may have to remind me once more, but thank you for providing that information, and duly noted. I understand. So, I will attempt to contextualize accordingly. This is Architect by Mirn. Wither. The prison letters are crazy to read. All right. Yeah. Premarital, that's fine. Nobody's saying don't do that. I mean, technically I'm saying don't do that because of local and municipal, state, and federal guidelines that otherwise would criminalize that. Follow rules and regulations and laws as they may apply wherever your locality is, you know, of course, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. I mean, you know, you got to cover your ass. What are you going to do? Campbell has some Marlboro Man energy. Propaganda is art and debate. Propaganda is art. That actually is Bill Martin, who wrote the Taoist activist poetry that I'm a fan of. He actually says that. He says, you know, I'm a writer. He said, hopefully, I'm a poet. And if I do my very best, maybe I won't be considered a propagandist. He found it to be a dirty word. Me, on the other hand, I like it. I love the idea of being a propagandist. I think that's the transcendent level. When you can take that sort of thing and alchemize it into something that can stir people to action. And I think maybe not all art is that. I wouldn't maybe go out on the limb that Cat's on, but I would definitely say that, you know, some of the highest art ever is propaganda. Yeah. I think that it is entirely possible to create art that moves people. But I think that there's a difference between the over-aestheticization, the obsession with, you know, just the image of, rather than the meat of it. I think the banana tape to the wall was fucking classic. You know what I think is even better than the banana tape to the wall? The guy who walked up and ate the banana. I think, like, taken as an entire piece, not just the wall tape to the banana, the fucking guy who walked up and bit the banana, that took that to an entirely different level. They replaced the banana, by the way. They just changed the banana, which I think speaks even more to the piece. Like, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. You know that, right? Like, it's bullshit. Yeah, it was transformative. Yeah, that entire sort of art experience, also, the guy who dropped his glasses accidentally ended up creating an exhibit, which was then made fun of by King of the Hill. There was a guy who did that. There was an artist who used to do guerrilla style art in art exhibits. Would just go in and put random shit in, and see if it became an exhibit. And I don't remember the incident, like which particular one it was, but the guy did get, they cordoned it off. Like that did happen. Like there was a guerrilla artist who used to go into like art exhibits and put like random shit in there, and one of the galleries cordoned it off, thinking they had left an exhibit like exposed. There's all sorts of examples of that. I adore it. Like, yeah. Let's see. Architectural sculptures are propaganda. Changing faces to make change takes a lot of money, though. Yeah, it does. Probably, Duffy. I mean, that one doesn't ring a bell, but it seems like that's right up the alley of that sort of thing. That you would, you know, if there's somebody sold a glass of water as an art piece, like the water evaporates out. Well, what do? Fill it back up. We have statues that people randomly dress up for the weather. Hey. What y'all got going on there? All right. Followed it. You have people that knit outfits for your statues there. Jesus Christ. I'd love to see some Weeping Angels get some love in the art world. People do that in New Orleans. Does anyone yeah, I do know Propaganda. Propaganda. Rabbit, this is sort of where it depends on the outcome of the aesthetic, right? If the aesthetic causes action, if the visual or artistic contribution to the movement actually causes action to occur because it inspires people, it draws people in, there's an argument to be made there that that's not like virtue signaling level of aestheticization, right? Like this is actually a form of propaganda and activism. So it sort of would have to be determined and graded on a rubric of what was the outcome of it. Just because you drew an anarchy symbol A on the wall doesn't mean shit. But if you drew an anarchy symbol on the wall and like it was like the front of a cop shop, and we do actually call them cop shops. If he was on the front of a police station, and you got like 3 new people who came in like questioning about that, like, oh, that was so fucking cool. Like, what are you about? Now there's an argument. Now there's something about that you can have that conversation around. Like, yeah, I mean, it wasn't a huge contribution. But it was something that brought feet in the door. It created curiosity in the mind. It sparked a conversation. So I think it has to be judged by the ends, not the means. And then you can say. I mean, I think the sort of tanky level of aestheticization of MLM stuff is probably a classic example of how it's not doing much. Somebody said something a while back. I have finally successfully read of all of Lenin's works except for his take on the United States. Well, what would you like to share about it, Skeptic? What is your takeaway? Give me a digestible piece. What is the thing that you want to share more than anything else, having read all of Lenin's works, sans his takes on the United States? I would love to hear what your takeaway from that is. Hey. Joel Liberty. Thank you for the fall. Around here, cops are never at the cop shop. Spray it on a Tim Hortons so they'll actually see it. Don't spray it on a Tim Hortons. Again. Skeptical skeptic tank. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Holy shit, they really are. BLM's up for a Nobel Peace Prize. That is... Barley, thanks for the heads up on that one. BLM is up for a Nobel Peace Prize. Shala, I don't know. I mean, symbolism is also some part of identity building. Forgive me. Sorry if I just made you yawn. And even in the war of ideas, I mean, our leftist groups fight for years against some right-wing groups and controlling the symbolic. What the wall says is something I can't see is really useless. Gadge, that is the problem with them. They're easily re-weaponized by your you know, whoever you may be in an ideological war with. 100%. I mean, nefarious. Lenin may have tried it, but Mao is the one who succeeded. Yeah, like... I mean, fuck him. But there's no denying the results. Lenin tried. Mao succeeded. He got the illiterate farmers. Yeah, he got the peasants. Lenin ended up getting the vanguards. Yeah, he did. He failed. Lenin's a dyed-in-the-wool, shrewd-lying authoritarian politician that let the hierarchy corrupt his intentions and subsequent movements. Easy. This is Cat. Oof. How many of those do you see? Where are you, Shala? And how many of those do you actually see? How common is that for you? Oh. Oof. All right. Skeptic with a chunk. Jesus Christ. Camel, you're not the only one. Don't worry. A lot of people have trouble theorizing their way into it. Strasbourg, France. And yeah, it's very common. Oof. Jesus. Very idealistic in his writing. Can be a bit scatterbrained at times, but he was definitely committed to the revolution, as he saw it. He literally said, quote, anybody who impedes or slows down the revolution is the enemy. Oof. Looking to make allies, was he? He also was a bit too critical about left communists believing they were holding back the revolution, although Lenin had little to no faith in organic proletariat revolution. Thinking they needed professional revolutionaries, vanguardism, to do the job because they were in his eyes incapable. For them, because they were incapable, in his eyes incapable. Yeah, I mean, that's... That's the problem. is that entire segment of political theory is rife with hierarchical authoritarian underpinnings. As much as they speak about vanguardism, vanguards are the political elite, where they're basically in a political movement. Trotsky was especially guilty of this. Not even guilty, like he embraced it. Vanguardism is where you have a political elite, educated political class that leads your revolution. Because the filthy masses can't be trusted to actually conduct the revolution properly, you need to actually have professional revolutionaries who guide and, foment where necessary. It is super elitist, inherently hierarchical, immediately leads to classism. Yes, exactly. Vanguardism is just replacing bourgeois elite with their own elite. See America as well. This is the failing, and this is where, I told Kat last night, like we were talking about it at one point, this is where MLMs, but the last M wasn't around at that time. MLs and anarchists have never gotten along. We've never gotten along. All the way back to Bakunin and Marx actually arguing at the First International, having a falling out, Bakunin leaving, the anarchists being kicked out, and not being invited back to the Second International, right? Like, it has been this way from the very beginning. The criticism that Bakunin himself was leveling at Marx was, this is inherently hierarchical. It will devolve into authoritarianism within a few steps, and there's nothing you can do to prevent it. And he was right. And yeah, as Kat put out, he's like, that's the pettiest shit I've ever heard. It was super petty. Like, they kicked the anarchists out. They're like, you're not invited back to the second party. Because Bakunin had an accurate criticism of all of it. Yeah. It's been that way since the very beginning of this shit. I watch videos about Star Trek novels. Beaver. They should have well educated the masses. That's what the anarchist take is always, Camel. The anarchist take is education. It is 100% always that take. It's about the empowerment of the individual to the benefit and boon of the social group or the community. If you lift up the individuals, if you empower the individuals, then the entire... Hey, Rosa! Did your account get unbanned? Welcome back, Rosa. Everybody, Rosa is in chat. Somebody shout out Rosa, please. You safe and sound, Rosa? Anarchism is always about the education of the individual, because that's how anarchists view it. It's the empowerment of the system. We're going over leftists infighting greatest hits. Hello, J Web. How long have you been? Been away. I wanted to grow more, J-Web, but I'm working on that one. We were going over the fundamental criticisms and differences between MLs and anarchists, dating back to Marx and Bakunin fighting at the First International. Rosa, couple months. I was debating you in your Discord and on stream. Good times. All right. Well, welcome back. Skeptic. It was the Little Red Book, which if you haven't read the Little Red Book, read it. It's a masterpiece of propaganda. Cool. All right, see you in a bit, Camel. You were suspended a week, couple days early. Nice. Well, at least you got it back. All right, let me scroll back down over here. Well, lol Claire, welcome, by the way. Oh, welcome back, Rosa. What were you suspended for? What did they actually tell you what you got tagged for? Do you know? Like the specific thing that got you actually tagged? Claire, lots of education, decent amount of theory discussion, decent amount of discussion about what actual praxis looks like, especially from myself. I'm an anarchist first and foremost, but we have a wide tent community. We have open discussion, debate across a multitude of, especially leftist spectrum politics, but we have people who are centrist. We have neolibs, God help us. We have right-wingers. We have, Trump chuds. We have everybody, it's a fairly large tent, but understand this is a primarily leftist, post-leftist area and space. It is not a safe space. You may encounter things that, criticize, critique, or upend your presuppositions or assumptions about the world. Your positions and opinions as well will be challenged openly. And I myself am first and foremost utilize anarchism as a lens of analysis for just about everything in this world as I approach it. I've been an anarchist for many, many, many years now. I'm a bit older than you may think I am. And Claire, if you want the actual statement of praxis for the channel, it's in the description down below, or you could type !praxis, Praxis, and that'll put it in chat, and that'll give you the actual channel praxis. Let me go back. They said threatening language. I was yelling at an NYPD. Oh, Rosa. I was yelling at NYPD hella because they were being racist and fascist, and I mean, what else is new? I'm working on not getting triggered into screaming at them. That's a good thing, Rosa. That's a good thing. Yeah, I my days of screaming are over. One, because of my throat and the small fiber neuropathy. It would ruin my throat if I screamed. I'd have to be on voice rest for a month if I was screaming these days. But two, I also find that I've developed a style of sort of pseudo-Socratic methodology and sort of a soft method that definitely serves me well for sweeping the leg when nobody's looking. So, you're quite welcome, Claire. And you said something else. Not a safe space. That's almost refreshing. It is, intentionally not that. We try and, hold lines of civility. We try and, maintain, don't be racist. Don't be a fucking transphobe. Don't be homophobe. Don't be an asshole, right? Don't be an asshole. But we give a lot more rope than most people would actually give in an effort to encourage engagement within the dialectic, to utilize rhetorical device, that sort of thing. How about the Boogie Boys trying to educate us free thinkers with them? I think the free thinker thing's loaded, but fuck the Boogaloo Boys. And again, I'm going to do this every time this comes up. Jimmy Dore, stop trying to be a political commentator, dude. You suck at it. For real. Go back to being a hacky stoner comic. You're mediocre at that, but at least you're not actively harming political discourse in this country when you were doing that. So please, stop, Jimmy. Jesus. Yeah, I agree with that, Skeptic. Anybody who doesn't believe that the proletariat and peasants can organically organize for their own class interests, then they're not in favor of the proletariat. You literally put out a public statement, I'm going to hold my tongue and then break stuff down eloquently later on in my home stream. Smarter, not harder type of thing. Good on you, Rosa. You live, you learn, you grow. I like the way you approach that part of your channel. Oh, thank you, Rosa. Yeah, yeah, I woke up one day and people were like, did you know Jimmy Dore's a political commentator? I'm like, you mean the old hacky stoner comic? I keep saying, like, it's sincerely, this is like if somebody walked up and said, hey, did you hear Doug Benson has a show on Fox News now or something? It's like, hey, did you hear Doug Benson is a fucking, like, political analyst? What? How did that even happen? I don't get it. But he's even hackier at being a political commentator than he is at being a shitty stoner comic. Because, quite frankly, I mean, the fact that he let that Boogaloo Boy just bend him over and take him to town like he did was pathetic. 5 minutes worth of research would have prevented that entire thing. It's pathetic. Did you hear Jack Black is a paleontologist? There are some really famous, like, smart people. Mia Bialik of Blossom and fucking was the other show that's shitty. Big Bang Theory fame. She's a PhD neuroscientist. Like, she's credentialed. Yeah. Like, there are some really interesting famous people that have, like, hardcore education. Yes, Winnie Cooper. I forget her name. Yeah, she's a world, like, she's got theorems named after her. Like, her mathematician credentials are in order. Yeah, it's impressive. I forget what Winnie's actual name is. Danica McKellar. There we go. Brian May is another one. Astrophysics, engineering. I forget which one his is in, but they use a bunch of his, like, audio engineering, I think, but they use a bunch of his stuff in, like, radio telescopes and stuff. He's highly credentialed as well. Tom Morello of Rage Against the Machine fame is a Harvard-educated political scientist. Yep. I mean, there are some famous people that are like he graduated magna cum laude as a political scientist from Harvard, and he's, yeah. This Kanye comedian. Oh, Kanye. He said he would put his faith in the Boogaloo Boys. God help us. If Doug didn't get so damn high, his stand-up would be a lot better, but that's sort of his shtick. Question is, if they're going to be honest with the education they were taught and provided, there's some shit commentators who take advantage of their educational background and blatantly lie about the facts. For example, Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris. Fair skeptic. Main guy from Offspring is PhD or working on it. I don't know what his one is. Yes, half the authors of the census are raging degree geeks. Degree geeks. There is that story that Conan O'Brien tells about, like, there is a moment in the classic Simpsons writers' room where they had so many degrees. Like, so many degrees. It is ridiculous, yeah. Hey, my intro, Morello. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, Morello's on TYT regularly. Fair enough. Yo, I know. Kanye is nuts. Not to be, like, ableist and use terminology, but I mean, he keeps repeating this cycle of, you know, he feels that he's less creative when he's on his meds. He goes off meds to create an album, but then he starts promoting that album while he's still off meds. He goes out and does a bunch of crazy shit as a result of it, and we all sort of sit back and be like, Kanye, sit down and shut the fuck up, please, and get back on your meds. As for his music, he's not my style. Yes, Conan O'Brien is a Harvard graduate as well. As we're, like, half of the Simpson writers, like Yale, Harvard. Yeah. Yeah, if he was poor, people would be more worried about his mental health. He's got a bunch of sycophants that circle around him that are siphoning off from that cycle. That's it. He's just being taken advantage of. Yeah, you saw Kanye open for the Rolling Stones. Oh, that's something. Yeah, not my style of concert. Yeah, camel. It is technically ableist language. But, I mean, what are you going to do? He threw on a MAGA cap and started supporting Donald Trump because of this latest rap. At a certain point, you just got to be like, dude, that's fucking nuts. All right, like, and, Camel, if anybody ever hits you with that shit, you just say, do not attempt to castigate my working class vernacular. Shout out to me, Trey. That's how you counter that. Does he? Shaquille has a master's degree. What, MBA or something else? Wasn't aware. Yeah, dude needs sincere help and a better team around him. He does. That's the fact of the matter. He is actively being taken advantage of. Yeah, I know I see this. What? Big word. Castigate? I agree, Nefarious. I have already acknowledged your existence. I'm a random stranger online. Like, what part of that did you have problems with? Castigate means to punish or unfairly punish. So do not attempt to punish my working class vernacular, language, or manner of speaking. Okay. Thank you for the follow, Havoc. But yeah. Basically, it's really fancy speak for when neo-libs get all up in your face about some shit that they don't want you to say. Some, like PC policing sort of shit. That's what you hit them with, is do not attempt to castigate my working class vernacular. You just hit them with the classism. But that's speaking in a manner in which they'll, academia speak. Kanye was on Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan asked him, fair enough. Fair enough, Fox. No, and I agree. Fox. I was on Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan asked him, what would you do if China invaded Taiwan? And Kanye said, well, I radio silent for 4 minutes. Like, literally 4 minutes, Skeptic? Like, for real, literally 4 minutes? Like, you just kind of shut him down? Because that is kind of funny. Oh, Jesus. All right, that is kind of amusing. Yeah, if you have that clip, I kind of want to see it. I may not watch it on air, but I kind of want to see that clip. just shutting Kanye down. I still remember, because that clip made the rounds of fucking him at, like, Glastonbury or something like that. You are about to witness the greatest rock star in the world. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude. Hello, Havoc. Great vibes to you as well. I don't watch Rogan. I mean, once upon a time I would watch him from time to time. But podcast Rogan and like news radio and like turn of 2000 comedy, like comedian Rogan, it's all a different person. And that's the Rogan I knew. Podcast Rogan is kind of a douchebag. I mean, let's call it what it is, right? He's an easily manipulable, swayable, will change with whatever way the wind blows kind of douchebag. Yeah. He has a doctorate, education doctorate in human resources development. Nice. Putting that NBA money to work for him. Fucking rock on, Shaq. I respect it. 100%. I love when people like milk a bunch of money out of Hollywood or something and they fuck off and get like a huge education out of it. And that's what Mia Bialik did from Blossom. She took all that Blossom money and then just literally just fucked off for a bunch of years. And like I said, got a PhD in neuroscience and is highly credentialed. And then, yeah, then there's Danica McKellar of fucking Wonder Years fame, who, I mean, is a world-renowned mathematician. When you see a massive celebrity, you realize they're like a rat scientist at the bleeding edge. Exactly. No, you don't need a college education or a master's or a PhD to define success. Not at all. 100% not. But you have to admit, if you're in an area of academia, it helps. It's access to resources and networks that come with that, that provide a leg up. By no means. Autodidactically provided education is... I mean, most of the greats were autodidacts. So, all right, see you in a bit, Camel. Yeah, so, I mean, as far as political stuff goes, I mean, I want to go back to school for political science, quite frankly, but I'm lifelong, I mean, yeah, there's some college in there as well for IT, but I'm, you know, lifelong autodidactically trained in IT, and I did just fine for myself. But IT is one of those fields that is very easy to do that, or very traditional to do that in. Political science, not so much, but when you're an anarchist, it's literally the norm. Most anarchists are self-trained and, you know, learned on their own about theory and praxis, right? Like, there's not many schools that teach anything worth talking about anarchism as far as political science courses go. Still would love to see you become a Hayek simp. Oh, Jesus Christ. So, you know, yeah, no hate on, would be cool if you could major in leftism, though. I mean, I've already said, if I do go back to school, one, it's up to the channel to fund it, right? Like, that's the thing. If I start earning, like, that kind of money, that kind of money, I would just go community college here in Las Vegas. Like, did the USSR teach anarchism? No. Or at least how to identify an anarchist and shoot them? Maybe. You know, I would go back, you know, for a poli-sci degree, but I would do it on my own terms. I would do it as an anarchist. I would do it as a leftist. I would, you know, enter those courses with challenging every one of those neoliberal, hyper-capitalist precepts that would be laid out upon the class. Like, you know, no, it doesn't have to be that way. They would hate me. They would hate me. But I'm not there to be liked. I'm there to grow and maybe add a, you know, magic piece of paper on the wall. Yeah, exactly, Rosa. That self-teaching is highly transferable too, in the sense that if you're able to teach yourself, you can work around a bad professor and such in certain cases. I mean, the majority of things, there wasn't like high school STEM programs when I was in school, right? Like, I couldn't advance my IT knowledge in high school, and that's when I was hitting my stride, right? I was doing custom programming at the age of 14. That's just, you got to teach yourself. That's just the way it goes. And this is pre-YouTube, right? Like, you literally have to teach yourself. So, yeah. I mean, I'm comfortable with that method of learning, but you know, there's benefits to a classic education. There's no denying that. But to say that that's how we measure or metric success is neither here nor there. But saying I have 2 of those magic parchments, I wish they did more for me. Tell me about it, Super Dad. Or celebrate Kropotkin, make a huge funeral for him, and freeing anarchists from jail to attend it, then back to prison instantly. USSR had best logics. Oh, I've already, Doom, I've gone through, because Lynx is a poli-sci major as well. And we actually went through, hey, thank you for following Mills. Hey, take care of yourself, Barley. We actually went through the course load here, and picked out a bunch that would be really interesting, because we have like climatological and climate change based electives in the poli-sci course here. We have, you know, stuff that would be, you know, that are sort of marginalized community focused. There's, you know, there's some really interesting courseworks, even at the community college level here in Las Vegas for the political science degree. And yeah, I had a poli-sci graduate major fucking go through it with me one night, and we talked about it. And, you know, hey, that could be really useful given the things that we're looking at the future, you know, climate change, that sort of stuff, displaced peoples, you know, yeah. So it's not all just like they ram this one down your throat. There are, you know, courses being rammed down your throat, don't get me wrong, but there's some really good ones actually. Please explain what anarchism means to you. You can use the anarchism command, !anarchism, but I will give it to you anyway. Anarchism is a wide river with many streams and tributaries contributing to it. It is fundamentally, though, at its core, in my opinion, and many others, about a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into what's called heterarchical organizational structures, or horizontal. And it's also about a dismantling and replacement of unjust power and authority mechanisms throughout society wherever they may fail that challenge. All right. But to quote my girl Emma Goldman, sorry Emma, woman, she probably would kick the shit out of me for even saying girl. God bless her. Anarchism is not a monolith. There is no singular perfection, perfect utopia of anarchism, because it is a network of ideas. It isn't a single dogmatic philosophy, and we much prefer it that way. So there you go. Feel free to ask questions. I'm not question averse. The channel isn't question averse. It is a place of education and growth. We run a very big tent. You don't have to agree with us or me to get along just fine here. And welcome. You like that statement, Rosa? Lynx helped craft that one. I mean, I'm sorry, Lynx. They literally say, like, you know, Kai wrote it, but, you know, they copy edited it. But that's Lynx's work. Lynx took that from like this, got it into that, tightened it up. A good copy editor is, to a writer, they are everything. I love a good copy editor. Yeah, because we don't run a safe space here. It's not what we do. But people need to be aware of that. And you know, when I wrote it, it was a little more pointed. Let's just put it that way. Lynx went in there and fucking sanded those sharp edges off. I was like, just get rid of that, smooth that out. Because, you know, not interested in running a safe space. I wanted to take more environmental engineering courses when I was getting my master's. There was exactly one I was able to take. Oh man, super dad. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of interesting courses that even at the, like, you know, community college level poli-sci here that we were like, you know, going through with Lynx was like, that's actually really interesting to take, especially as an elective. Yeah. And of course, there was a bunch of stuff that you know is going to be loaded with bullshit U.S. imperialist, neoliberal, hyper-capitalist nonsense. 100% across the board. There was, you know, like class after class after class after that. You know, you're like, oh, for fuck's sake. You have to take like 2 U.S. history courses from 1818 to the modern era, split into two different credit loads. It's a bunch of crap. But you know, I'll have fun with that. I would have fun with that. Like, excuse me, what about the genocide of, excuse me, what about the time that the Pennsylvania State Police, in coordination with the Philadelphia Police, dropped a bomb on the MOVE headquarters? Excuse me, what about the time we passed the most restrictive gun legislation in this country because a bunch of black people decided to arm themselves to protect themselves against the Los Angeles Police Department because they were killing them in mass? Excuse me, what about, you know, I would have fun with that. Like, he's just poking at that fucking professor all the time. Like, this book is full of bullshit. You know it is, right? Oh, you don't? Cool. All right, well, let me highlight it. We'll go through this and peel it apart together then. Yeah, that would be amusing to me. He basically Lisa Simpson. Anarchist Lisa Simpson. Lisa Simpson in a fucking, like, in a hoodie with a fucking anarchism beanie on or some shit. Yeah. Hey, why should I suffer through ignorance? Imagine sitting there with a bunch of fucking 18-year-olds too, doing that. That would be fun. That's where fucking, you know, you get the walking out of class like, hey, excuse me. Like, hey, dude, that was yeah. Getting your hands on those impressionable minds early on. That would be funny as fuck. Turning a class like that. Praxis, motherfuckers. All right. Do you think there needs to be a curated leftist timeline to combat the dominant history? I mean... I hesitate. My only hesitation is with the word curated, but I agree. Hercules. Yeah. Howard Zinn did a decent job of it. I mean, it needs revising. There were some problems, and it needs modernization. It needs updating for sure. But Howard Zinn gave that the old college try. All right. I'm not ignoring you, Havoc. I'm just I jump around. This class will now be anarchist as I have decreed. All right. Engineering course requirements were so heavily loaded with math and science courses, engineers are allowed a reduced number of elective classes with more advanced requirements. Oh, God. All right. J. Miles, I will get to that. I'm sorry about that, Camel. Let me see if Nope. The sourcing options. You can turn me on audio only, Camel. That is an option. All right, Havoc. Sorry, but I jump around chat. I'm unfamiliar with it. I've heard it, but I didn't ask about it, so I'm glad you're willing to answer my basic questions. So at its most basic, what would an anarchist society look like? Direct democracy, with delegate systems utilizing either approval voting at the very least or consensus decision making. If you're not familiar, consensusdecisionmaking.org or cs.kaisthings, KAIS things.com. There's a section under anarchism on that sheet called consensus decision making that you can read up on. There's a whole explanation of how it works. So direct democracy through either approval voting or consensus decision making optimally, utilizing a delegate system that are not representatives in the traditional governmental sense. They don't have the vote. They are impaneled to collect information and report back to the community, the group, the workers, whatever organizational level you're talking about, say the municipal level. If they make any decisions or act contrary, there is instant recall and instant overturn votes available in these sorts of systems to undo them. And then the scope and scale issue is dealt with federation. So you can delegate. You can use delegate systems all the way up from municipal to, say, county to state to a quote-unquote federal level, which would be sort of a countrywide level, though countries in an anarchistic system wouldn't really exist due to border issues, but that's kind of
advanced. We don't need to go there. And so what you're looking at is, rather than a representative government that legislates from the top down. Thank you for the follow, Robert. Rabir. Robert VX. What you're looking at, Havoc, is a system in which actually legislation flows from the bottom up. And when it hits that top level, it re-references down below. So you need local municipalities, states, and counties and that sort of thing to re-ratify any legislation or any sort of regulation or things that are passed at that level. This is sort of a basic, if you utilize worker co-ops to do this, this would generally be referenced as anarcho-syndicalism, with a heavy influence towards the anarchistic, a heavy lean towards the anarchistic model. I hope you followed all of that. But what it really has to do with is the empowerment of the individual to the benefit of the social group. A lot of mutual aid, lot of solidarity. Feel free to ask any questions. All right, Miles, you pumped a fucking paragraph in the chat. Let's say somebody in the future developed an algorithm that's able to sort through DNA to find the most optimal genes for people that could find the best solutions for world peace or climate problems. That person decided to take volunteer sperm to genetically create a society of people that were engineered to tackle these problems with the biggest head start, at least genetically. Do you find this to be okay, or do you have any problems with it? Oh, there's so many problems in that, but I'm okay with it. See, this is the thing. I'm also a transhumanist, right? Not the weird eugenics kind. And this is the problem, J. Miles, with your hypothetical. Easily used as a form of eugenics. Easily used. Even the volunteerist form of it. Creating a super race as a outside set, or a sort of like this, I almost want to use epigenetic, but this outgroup set of like super beings to solve problems, while there is still a subset of genetics that has, is not adapted to this. This has got eugenics written all over it. And, but as a transhumanist, I love the idea, right? Like, I love the idea of modifying ourselves. I love the idea. I mean, I argue we're all transhumanists and always have been. There isn't a single one of you that isn't a transhumanist. It's that simple. Do you use a piece of paper and a pencil? Congratulations, you're a transhumanist. Your memory isn't that good. You had to augment your memory utilizing external technologies. 100%. We're all transhumanists and always have been. It's just a matter of degrees. But yeah, that's got problems written all over it. I wish we could do it, but I mean, you're going to end up with like some Elysium exterminism shit going on there. Yeah. Take care, Camel. Take care. You didn't, Beaver, I didn't shy away from all the criticisms of the justice system through paralegal training. Good on you. What do you think about the secret groups like Bilderberg, Illuminati, Skull and Bones? We don't do speculative thinking on this channel, Rob. I'm just going to call you Rob. We don't do speculative thinking on this channel. Do I think that there's coordinated activity behind the scenes? Of course I do. That's just the fact of life. Businesses do this all the time. It's what a fucking golf course is for. That's conspiratorial organization that happens behind the scenes all the time. But as far as like Bilderberg, Illuminati, Skull and Bones shit, we don't get into that. Other channels you may catch me talk about that sort of stuff, or downtime, like, over on Curios and stuff like that. I could be baited into talking about it, but on my own channel, we don't. That's counterproductive, and often ends up in nothing more than anti-Semitism, to be perfectly honest. A lot of that conspiratorial area just is a pipeline to anti-Semitism and racism. Oh, I understand, J. Miles. I mean, I understand, but yeah. Wouldn't they want to also pick up some eggs in addition to the sperm? No, Duffy, we're making the master gay race. Transhumanism sees change necessary to adapt to environmental conditions. Adaptation is not elitism. No, it's not nefarious. It just could easily end up there. And without controls and mechanisms to rein in that hierarchical, vanguardistic tendencies that humans have with some sort of epigenetic system, such as anarchism, you can easily, like, it's a hop, skip, and a jump to it. So. How would competing groups under such an umbrella resolve conflict, such as industries or ethnic groups? Havoc, one, you have to understand that those that operate under anarchistic principles tend to have far less competition as on the outset. Competition is this weird psychological phenomenon that, while it is a naturalistic phenomenon, it is also augmented, fomented, and pushed to its near extreme under neoliberal hyper-capitalistic models and under the nation-state model. This has been studied by a plethora of people to the extent that it's not even worth starting to quote who and all has talked about it. So, understanding that, approaching that under these sorts of models of operation, there is less rates of direct competition, shall we say. But how would it be resolved when there is conflict and competition, right? So, generally speaking, what you have is you have sort of an indigenous style of experts, elders, or community recognized, respected people that are drawn at random. It's the same way that jury trials basically happen under an anarchistic system. A truly representative and random drawing of those that are respected and whose opinions are valued by that society, by that community, by that group, are drawn upon to weigh in on these things. And depending on the level of conflict, if it is like assault, battery, rape, violence, death sort of situation where like the outcome of it is dire straits, the binding nature of the decision is on a sliding scale, basically. For things just like, you know, we're having a land dispute or something like that, local councils are just fine for that sort of thing. But, you know, when it comes to, you know, somebody has been assaulting somebody else, then yes, society, anarchists follow what's generally referred to as the NAP. NAP has a couple of problems, but for the most part, we follow it. It's the non-aggression principle. Look, I won't fuck with you if you don't fuck with me, but if you fuck with me, I'm free to fuck with you. This is the condensed version of it. Basically, it means society and the individual has a fundamental and inalienable naturalistic right to self-defense. And so even in an anarchistic system, there would be segregatory measures placed upon an individual if necessary, i.e. prison. But prison under an anarchistic system isn't prison. It's a rehabilitative justice style system. It's about educating and furthering that person's potential and giving them the opportunities and the tools necessary to re-enter society. And those that actually engage in rehabilitative justice systems, such as I forget the university, the college's name off the top of my head that operates in New York, they see a 97% success rate with their prison programs. So the ones that undergo that rehabilitative justice program actually have a 3% recidivism rate. Also, under an anarchistic style of operation of system, there would be a more equal and equitable spread of resources and access to things, the tools and preconditions necessary for an individual to thrive in society. And so the number one corollary to crime is, of course, poverty. And so once you resolve the poverty and access to and lack of access to opportunity and resources, you will alleviate the vast majority of your crime. Also, under an anarchistic style of system, things like black markets wouldn't exist. We wouldn't do that. So all of your drug stuff goes out the window immediately. We wouldn't be tying anybody up with that sort of nonsense because, again, you own your body. If you own anything, that is personal property, and you are free to do with it as you please. It is no business of anybody else's. Havoc. I think, hopefully, I mean, I know when I do these sorts of rundowns, I can move pretty quickly, so feel free to ask me anything else. But there you go. It is weird when I do that stuff, by the way, guys. I sort of enter a different place. it's a weird, it's sort of a meditative state, right? Like I'm not really there for a lot of it. It is an active flow. Like it is, if for those of you that are or were the zone. For those of you that are or were athletes, it is very much the flow. It is entering the zone. It's very peaceful to be there for me. Quick question. By the political standards of the 18th century, would Immanuel Kant be considered a leftist? Yes. By the 18th century, yes. Considering he'd be a classical liberal, right-wing libertarian by today's standards. Yes, that line kind of moved over him. Yeah. Anti-Semitism is the, quote, socialism of idiots and fools. How you describe the process of management for anarchist government very much mirrors the Plan, Do, Check, Act process used in systems engineering. Super Dad, it's almost like we're both technicians, right? Like this is one of the ways that I came to anarchism, was understanding how distributed network topologies work, right? Like there are people in technical fields that understand how this shit works. And do I enjoy it? Yeah, I enjoy it greatly. Yeah, that's what I find is like network engineers get this shit. I don't have to explain how anarchism works or could work to a network engineer. All I have to do is say decentralized network topologies, and it just done. No explanation needed. They get it. Because we already have that. Yes, exactly, Fox. Economically, anarchists are inherently cooperative, as everybody's looking for beneficial outcomes. Non-beneficial behavior is counterproductive to the system. Facts, FYI, I'm shilling for you over it. I don't know who that is. He's still learning and wanted to know more about anarchism, etc. Sorry for the interruption. No worries. Facts. Sonsol. Look him up. This motherfucker right here. Tell him to send me half of his chat. Facts. Give me half of his chat. That's what I want. That's what communism is, right? You give me half your chat. Oh, nice to see oh, Mixed Vivian. Don't talk shit. Oh, well, it's not really talking shit. I get it. All right, cool. I try not to look at other people's shit, though, when it's going. How similar is the anarchistic rehabilitative system to the system in Norway? We definitely would be borrowing from it, RV. We definitely would be borrowing from it. Yeah. Like, for a starting point, yeah, you complete whole cloth copy it. It's a good system. It's a good system. Oh, yeah, hyper-focus for ADHDers. You're welcome, Havoc. And so you know, tribal and clan societies, indigenous people are the OG anarchists. They are considered proto-anarchists. There you go. Welcome. Shoot. Ask away. The more free you feel, the easier it is to enter that state of mind. That is true. Why all the media support Biden? Where's he got all that power from? Wow. So you're saying that the guy who sat there and called the media traitors and how they should be hung and how they were enemies of the state didn't get the same amount of support as the guy who didn't say that? Interesting. That's I wonder, could there be some sort of, yeah, sure, it's nothing. Anyway. Yeah, ask away. Spew forth the knowledge you seek. Welcome back, Skepta. You missed absolute perfection and espousing of theory, the likes of which I will never be able to do again. And it's like missing a sunrise and a double rainbow while peace and harmony was achieved on Earth. No, here, just fuck with you, man. Aloha and malalo. Hey, Square. We're just having a little bit of we've just had a string of few people who had questions, and so I've just been hammering out the answers. We're waiting on a question right now. Maybe, I don't know if it's gonna come or not, but we are waiting on one. How you doing, Square? Havoc. I have a cheat sheet, but it's in its alpha stage. It's still being developed. I don't have at present, the legal and criminal justice section isn't, it's still in the working order. But I mean, if you want to follow it in the future, cs.kaisthings.com, cs.kaisthings.com, it'll always be there. That's just a hard subdomain link to the page. Basic definition, some examples of anarchistic societies, stuff like that. Some talking points that I have to hit on a regular basis are in there. Consensus decision making is in there as well. Yeah. But the rehabilitative justice stuff that RV's talking about, the Nordic model of imprisonment, isn't in there. It will be one day, but it's still in the early alpha stages of development. Actually, Brown-Eyed, we now have as close to confirmation as we can get. We have somebody who works in this industry in community who has access to high level contacts within this. There are no pension funds or aggregate group funds or retirement funds tied up in at least Melvin. So we can say that Melvin at least isn't taking down anybody's retirement pension at this time. We've got external confirmation now from somebody who is, like I said, in community. As far as Melvin goes, we have no confirmation on the other hedge funds, to be perfectly honest. But as far as Melvin goes, we got back from somebody who works at a pretty high level in this industry. And he confirmed for us today. He got back to us on that one. But literally, it was his supposition. He said it's entirely possible that was the pensions normally would be tied up in these hedge funds. But in this instance, in this one particular hedge fund, we can say with a certain level of certainty that we can keep our hands clean. So there you go. Yeah. Irish got back to us earlier in the stream and gave us confirmation. He talked to one of his contacts over there. And yeah. Yes, they do, Brown-Eyed. They do. All the time. You still think it's right to buy and sell in the stock market? Well, I mean, don't look to dismantle capitalism that way. Let's just put it that way. And who you invest with, you better investigate. You better do your due diligence if you're talking about ethical investing. For sure. And so, most of those green funds are fucking scams. Quick question. Would you consider market socialists to be in the category of revisionist Bukarianites? Okay, so that's not a thing, Skeptic. Wait, I mean, is that the active form? Are we using that? Is somebody actually using that? Yeah, no. I'm like... Okay, by that I mean extreme right-leaning socialists like, oh, Bukharin, if you know who that is. All right. I would have trouble resolving that, Skeptic. That's a pretty weird question, actually. Would I consider them to be market socialists as revision Bukharians? No? But, I mean, there's going to be caveats on that. Hang on, let me just look something really quickly. I mean, yeah. I mean, you can make that argument, Skeptic. You can make that argument. I mean, he moved to the right. Oops, why am I doing that for? He moved to the right, became the lead of the right party. He fucking led the new economic policy. I mean, there's an argument to be made there. Yeah, Skeptic. I really think you could make that argument, man. What Brown-Eyed? Which question? Do pension funds risk money on hedge funds? Yeah, all the time. If that's the question you're talking about, yeah. Yeah, they do it all the time. Hedge funds used to be about hedging your bets, right? Hedge funds used to be actually fairly stable, and they were removed from the volatility of the market by, you know, a number of mechanisms, but not the hedge funds of right now. Alpha, are you an enlightened centrist? Are you a Taoist? Are you a Buddhist? Or are you some other category? Not fucking with you, Alpha. But there is a version of sort of post-left anarchism and post-anarchism that draws heavily from sort of a egoistic, almost Taoist. Well, Taoism isn't a religion, so, I mean, there you go. Methodology or modality. Did you do a lot of psychedelic drugs? Because some people get to that conclusion that way too. Only higher dimension. A lot of psychedelic drugs. Okay. Skeptic broke high. We got him. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, that's a fair, like, you could make that argument, Skeptic. I really do think you could. Meditation, then? Which is the same end effect. Just takes a fuck a lot longer to do. There you go. Same effect, just a different temporal stretch. I'll figure it out eventually. There's only a handful of fucking ways people get to that position. I'm not negating your position, by the way. That is ultimately the argument, but that argument is an advanced argument, and you know it. you can't have that conversation with somebody who's looking to crack your skull in with a baseball bat, right? Like that's the truth of the matter. The truth of the matter is that you have all the power you could ever need, that nobody can fucking take it away from you, and that we all need to only change our mind. It is a matter of willpower. But also you're going up against people who haven't changed their minds, and they are more than willing to use force against you. So yeah, that's a high level conversation, and I'm totally willing to have it, Alpha. And I don't disagree with you at a fundamental level. But as far as praxis goes, it is an untenable position to use, or at least proceed from. But I agree. You know, that is the post-anarchistic, sterner egoist position. And so there are political scientists and philosophers and even activists who already agree with you. They're already on your side. But it's as far as organizing goes, it's completely useless as a position. It's 100% useless. We're not there yet. We're not ready for it. Do you agree we are one? As in the Tao, yeah. There is but one happening. That separation and segregation and division is nothing more than an illusion of the mind. That since the very beginning, there has been but one happening that big banged itself into existence, to use a scientific combined with a mystical terminology. Yes, there is but one happening that big banged itself into existence, and ever since then, it has been but one happening. Yeah, I agree. But it's useless as far as political activism goes. It's useless as far as getting healthcare for all goes. It's an untenable position to launch a political campaign from. It's an untenable position to organize from. But I agree. So welcome, Alpha. Am I doing that hot tub? No, the hot tub stream is like long in the future. That's not happening anytime soon. Dirtling, maybe one day we'll remove it. But for now, maybe, you know what? Maybe I will consider augmenting it, Dirtling. You're the first person to ever mention it. I see the overlap because market socialists like Bukharin believed in markets in order to bolster socialism, but in reality, they were bringing themselves back into capitalism by using the same mechanisms that markets generally have. Bukharin did the same thing. As he left, he looked back and said, maybe we need some bits of capitalist traces in order to bolster the socioeconomic structure. It's a fair argument, Skeptic. Like I said, you definitely could argue that position. But, you know, yeah, Alpha, if you are talking about that Q nonsense, that sort of we are one Q bullshit, fuck off. Just wanted to get that out there. Havoc, the argument there that you're making, though, that you'd have to warn the client about the risk levels, usually that happens with an early sign-on at the beginning of it. Some of these people actually sign waivers for management, right? Like these people are actually, it's called AUM, assets under management. They're managing your assets. Per individual trades or investments in stocks or shorts, generally they don't need individual client OKs on. And that level. Plus, in regard to you would have to warn the client about the risks. Dude, this was a low risk investment. Like this was a low risk short. This is a set of circumstances that normally would not have occurred. Yeah. But yeah, people actually do sign contracts to put their assets under management like this. and they don't have to consult them on individual trades or stuff like that. There are, management situations in which you do, but vast majority of this sort of thing, you sign on for the hedge fund. You sign on for a particular product or package with the hedge fund, and then they manage your assets that you invest in it. But that is invested in a whole subset of things. I also want to make peace and negotiate with Russian landlords. If I went back in a time machine in the 1920s Russia, I'd immediately rip off a socialist badge and throw it straight into the garbage. Fair. And I'd sew an anarchist one on him just so they'd probably fucking kill him, actually. Should I put my retirement into stonks? No, you should put it into Bitcoin. Oh, Hercules, landlords, lol. Do you want to know anything you want to know about landlords? Just go read Adam Smith. Yeah, I've been informed multiple times now that it's pronounced a different way. I'm still going to insist on calling it doggy coin. They can go fuck themselves. And it's down today. They didn't even manage to keep it going up. It went up, it was 6-7 cents yesterday, and now it's down to 4 today. Yeah, Adam Smith had some shitty takes, but the man knew it was up with landlords. Not just landlords, the entire rentier class, Ancom, and hey there, Ancom. The entire rentier class. He would hate intellectual property. He would hate the ownership of algorithms and software. He would hate digital rights management. He hated the rentier class. And borders, by the way. Saw no use for national borders. Yeah. Adam Smith had some really based takes, actually. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know Wither, but I'm still going to pronounce it doggy coin. They can go fuck themselves. Yep. He also hated bankers and stock investors. He hated most of our economy. Oh, so Ancom, you're not in favor of speculative trading of water commodities? We've entered a truly fucked area, by the way. Control, Wither. That's what they're about. They're about control. Yeah, that's what the borders are about. They're about control. Yes, it was Rabbit. That was exactly where it checked out. Rabbit and I are having an in-conversation now about a stream that I guested on yesterday. Yesterday. And yeah, that's exactly what happened, Rabbit. Fucking as soon as he said it was fine for me to move in and buy up everybody's water and then protect it with force. I don't have I can't talk to this dude. That dude was insane. That's just... Fuck that. Oh, yeah, the guy was a self-described ANCAP. I swear to God, I hate fucking ANCAPs. I hate them just for using the term anarcho. That's it. I want my word back. Stop pissing on my word. not so much a debate. You know I don't do debate, Skeptic. But, Doomer, not even libertarian. You have to say neo-libertarian or American libertarian. Yes, neo-feudalists. We're calling them NFs now. Yeah. Yeah, like libertarian used to be synonymous with, on an international scale of, you know, anarchism. Yeah. But yeah, we're just calling ANCAPs NFs. Fuck them. They're neo-feudalists. Yeah. Oh, I know, Ancom. Trust me, I know. Trust me, I know. I was told I wasn't allowed to have that conversation. It was SJW stream. I immediately jumped on it as soon as the guy said he was an ANCAP. I'm like, oh, fuck you, no you're not. There's no such thing as ANCAP. It doesn't exist. And we immediately started getting into it. Yeah, I think it's great, Rosa. Like, let's just call them what they are. They're neo-feudalists. Which term do you need? Who asked? Somebody asked. Somebody said new term. Brown-eyed. New word, please explain. Here. Let me show you if I can't. I made a flag for them. I made them a new flag yesterday. Da 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 da. I'm hating it. Oh yeah. I was on SJ's no. I was on SJW's stream. And he had both this idiot and myself on, and he was gonna let him explain the GameStop stuff with zero insight, zero inside knowledge, no understanding of the stock market. His own admission when he came on the air, I don't understand stocks or the exchange or anything. I'm just coming at this. Yes, Skeptic, SJW 9000. I'm just coming at this from the social side of it. So you know nothing about this, but you were going to speak with authority on it. Cool. So I went on to prevent that from happening. I guess, Skeptic. I don't know their relationship. I can't speak on it. NF, I now have a new project to work on. Nice, RV. Yeah, they're just neo-feudalists. McGuns, McMansions, McFeudalism. What made you choose left groups? Because I'm an anarchist. Anarchism is inherently a leftist ideology. There is such a thing as post-left anarchism. But due to the social exchange, the mutual aid, the egalitarian principles that inhabit and are inherited into the anarchistic space of operation, philosophically, modality, methodologically, it makes it a leftist ideology. And the space in which I inhabit and operate is a leftist space. And so, there you go. NF is a rapper, I guess. Could I do a recap of what, Havoc? Of the exchange on SJW's stream? No, Wither, there isn't. There's an argument to be made, anarcho-individualism could be a right-wing thing. You could argue that. And I would accept that argument. But generally they're placed on the left side of the spectrum. But yeah, there is a sort of like full bore anarcho-individualist, hardcore Stirnerist sort of philosophy that you could argue is a right-wing anarchism. I would at least accept that argument. But if you're going to tack capitalism onto it, you're out. I will just read you. I'm sorry for those of you that have heard this a couple of times. I will just read you. Here you go. Havoc. This is from somebody who has high-level knowledge. Let's just put it that way. GME is a very unique situation. It has a share float of 46.89 million, and with around 65 million shares, which were under short contract, a surprising amount of naked shorts. The demand for short positions exceeded the total float, meaning that synthetic longs from large institutions were being leveraged in short contracts. That's why there's 140% short float ratio. Looking at my terminal, if you know what a Bloomberg terminal is, you know what's going on here. Looking at my terminal, due to the lack of stock borrow supply, existing shorts were paying a 32% stock borrow fee, and new shorts were paying an over 80% fee. With its low market cap and low volume, it really didn't take a lot of purchase powers to buy a lot of cheap call options early on and put enough pressure on the market so that the shorts started getting margin calls and had to liquidate at market price once the market did closes. The price went to the moon purely because there's a massive liquidity problem created by these synthetic longs being shorted. This is where it gets interesting. Citron Research and Melvin Capital both took large shorts for really obvious reasons. It's a business bleeding cash flow for years with a huge negative EBITDA/EV, which is just this really fancy word for valuation with a whole bunch of considerations in. Multiple and constant negative revenue decline. After all, who the fuck still buys hard copies of video games in stores? Who would be stupid enough to buy this stock? They thought it would be easy, relatively unrisky picking. The great irony of all of this, and now this is where you need to start really paying attention. The great irony of all of this, and what most on Reddit don't get, is that the big winners here are the largest shareholders of GameStop, the mega cap managed funds like BlackRock, Vanguard, and Fidelity, which we crunched the numbers on, and you're looking at like 5 Californias worth of GDP. They could buy about maybe 8 to 10 Germanys with their assets. All right, this is real money. All right. These are multi-trillion-dollar players. Vanguard alone has $5.7 trillion worth of assets under management. Citron Research and Melvin are mid-tier niche players with a few billion in management. It's the Vanguards and BlackRocks that loaned the stocks to these smaller hedge funds too short. It was them who picked up the margin fees. It will be them who now receive the massively inflated GME stock that they probably got when it was in single digits, and they'll now sell for $300+ to the latest hyped up retail shrimp, reading Wall Street bets and Twitter, and on a crusade to stick it to Wall Street. In fact, while Redditors may have started the pump, it was largely big movers making this play out. For those that have access to a level 2 ARCA order flow data set from a New York Stock Exchange, you can see that it was large orders, way above what any average Redditor would ever be able to afford. That drove the short squeeze. For all the talk of deep fucking value and his $5,000 early bet turning into millions, and a few other Redditors who are going to be making 6 figures, this is a drop in the bucket. When it comes to the transfer of wealth happening, it's nothing. The billions in market capitalization that will be liquidated soon will be captured not by Redditors, but by BlackRock, Vanguard, and Fidelity. Okay? Yeah, Shala. Like I said, I'd at least accept an argument that, anarcho-individualism is placed on the right side of the spectrum. It's at least a good faith argument I could accept, right? It's not like anarcho-capitalism, which is a bad faith inorganic term that's created to provide political cover for somebody who's too much of a chicken shit to actually inhabit the political space that they do. Yeah. But hey. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ancom. I mean, that was written by somebody who literally, is in industry, right? Like, to have access to a Bloomberg terminal. Let's just put it that way. Like, they don't want to be named. Just put it that way. Shit's for real. Sassy. Exactly, Ancom. Exactly. No, you can't, Wither. You literally can't do it. This is back to the conversation of Las Vegas, remember? How do you beat a casino? Don't gamble. Don't walk into the casino. That's how you beat a casino. Because you can't walk in there and win. Not long term. You may win sometimes, and occasionally a winner happens because it's chance. And you better believe they're going to use that winner and they're going to hold them up, they're going to put them in your face, and they're going to use that to lure you back in. And you better believe that they're going to bleed you dry. I live in a city that is billions and billions of dollars built on this principle. Yep, Havoc. Now you understand why we're hostile towards the whole stonks thing around these parts, is because the level of education on this channel. I'm not stroking my own ego. It's because we have a whole bunch of people. We've got accredited financial experts. We've got people who have worked in industry. We've got economists in the community. And so we literally have like an inbuilt understanding. Like, we have people we can talk to near immediately and be like, hey, what's going on here? And we can catch ourselves up to speed pretty quickly. And so, yeah, around these parts, the whole stonks thing, we're kind of annoyed. It's bleeding off a lot of energy and motivation and willpower and angst. It's being used as a pressure release valve. People are going to think they got one up. Hey, Squid, new people come in. They need catching up from time to time. Squid. But we're having great anarchistic, theory-based conversations, praxis, organizational structures, for new people, like the 101s. Like, there's a bunch of good stuff, actually, that happened in this stream. So, but hey there, Squid. Adia. Cassidy, that's not we still have casinos here that do it the old school way. I'm sure a couple of them have converted, but I know off the top of my head there's a few of the casinos here that you can walk in and do the $20 club card sign up, do a single pull, and walk out with the change. We're still operating a couple. Yeah. The stations all do it. Sorry for those of you that don't work inside casino industries or work alongside them, like Cassie and I can just sort of, but yeah, the stations all do it. Which, we all know the locals do. That's where they go. And for those of you who may be familiar with an album by The Killers called Sam's Town, it's named after a local casino. They're from here. Exactly, yeah. Indigenous Casino in NorCal could do exactly that. But that was about a decade ago. Fair enough. 2 weeks from now, the biggest player is going to be cashing out on their short positions they took after a surge hit its peak, making ridiculous amounts of money, which is essentially taken from those retail investors. 100%. Wait, I didn't catch that. Will you explain it 10 more times? No. Yeah, I've been out of it for this stream for a while. Just do the whole stream again. Well, lucky for you, technology exists. It is, but that's the thing, Havoc. Like, it's one thing to have somebody who works in industry. It's another thing to, like, you know, okay, third-party sources, that sort of thing. Like, you know, hey, I can search on Google and find some of this. Congratulations. But I've also got somebody with dual degrees in finance and economics with 18 years in the industry who works as a risk management specialist for these bougie fuckers, right? Like, there is a difference. And you should recognize it, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, you know, talking to somebody who has access to a Bloomberg terminal to pull up level 2 ARCA data flows for the New York Stock Exchange, rather than, you know, the sort of ticker feed on Yahoo stocks. These are two different levels of access to information and understandings of that information. So, aren't some of them Mormon? Kool-Aid. So sick of it. So sick of it. So sick of it. Yeah, aren't some of them Mormon? Yeah, oh no, we have a huge population of Mormons here. The mob brought them in the old days because they didn't drink, they didn't gamble, they didn't smoke. So they felt they could be trusted with the money. We have a huge Mormon population here. There's a lot of LA working casinos. I mean, not a lot. Also, yeah, I have my VODs on. Also, I archive all of my episodes to YouTube. And so if you go to kaisthings.com and go to the stream page or the stream section at the top, all of the VODs are in a single descending order list. So, yeah. By tomorrow, this one will have been processed and be put on the page as well. Squid, get on air. Squid, just jump into my voice chat. If you have time, just jump into voice chat. Let's talk about it. Peach, I still don't know what a stock is. A stock is a partial portion of ownership in a publicly traded company. Although it can be privately traded as well, but that's nuance that we don't need to get into. Basically, it's a percentage of a company. That's it. Interesting, because casinos outside of Vegas stopped doing that long ago. Yeah, I mean, as recent as 2 years ago, Cassidy. I can attest to it. I had a buddy who was broke that used to use that to get, like, basic pocket money. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Squid. Oh, that sucks. What's the secret to marketing Las Vegas? There must be a way to go against their method. What do you mean, Jose? Ask your question in a different way. Yeah, Squid, just hold on to the question if you can, and, you know, remember it, and let's talk about it. Let's brainstorm. Doomer, take care of yourself. Watch after yourself. Watch after those you love. You know, do what you can. It's Kaiser. It's stream title bait. It doesn't. It's literally just there to poke at people. Yeah. So who are you and what do you go about? I love how people ask these sorts of questions. It never gets old. Hi, my name's Kai. What am I about? Hello, Bunny. I'm an anarchist. Yep, there you go. I'm an anarchist, first and foremost. I do community outreach, teach people the fundamentals and philosophical underpinnings and principles contained within anarchism and leftist ideologies as well. I should stretch, but I'm under my blankets. Havoc, you're welcome. Spread it to the wind. That's not even my channel. Just spread the education. Anything you've learned, anything that you take away from here, just keep it on moving. The next time you hear somebody say anarchy means chaos, feel free to smack them down, intellectually speaking, with some knowledge on my behalf. So why anarchist? Were you like born this way? No, I was born gay. Although I do like to say that He-Man turned me gay. Rabbit. I'm an anarchist because I believe in the principles, but not only just because I believe in the principles. Oh, I like that. Hi, my name is Kai, and I'll be your teacher for Anarchism 101. This is a mutual aid course and will cost you nothing except patience. A number of factors actually led up to me being an anarchist proper, as I, would say one way or the other. The fact that my mother had me listening to somebody like Woody and Arlo Guthrie in the car at like single digits, 3, 2, 3, 4, that sort of thing. Fucking Alice's Restaurant going in the back of my head. That shit didn't click till many, many years later. Also, the punk scene introduces me to the aesthetics of the principle, but I'm a lifelong IT professional. Age 4, I was put in front of a mainframe terminal by my mother. By 14, I was doing custom programming. By 25, I was running an independent IT consultancy here in Las Vegas. Now, this may seem disconnected, but actually, IT guys actually understand anarchism very efficiently because of system dynamics and network topologies are our bread and butter. And so understanding the He-Man What's Going On video is priceless. Understanding things like distributed network topologies lends itself to understanding how distributed systems and hierarchical systems contained within anarchism work. Hey, Polly. I was raised into anarchy. And so you sort of fold all of this stuff in, and so I was headed on that trajectory to start with. It seems that I was headed that way, one way or the other. Oh my God, you're making up stuff now. No. My career is fairly well known, and my technical prowess around my community is fairly well demonstrated. Yeah, this is just something that happened. I've lived a very weird life, Bunny. Before my disability really kicked in, I was... Yeah. 100%. The fact that, it's interesting. Do you have any technical underpinnings or a political science education? I'm not picking on you. I'm just querying. In fact, I'm not a novelist. I'm an essayist. I write essays. And I do write essays on these things. Anarcho-syndicalism 101, 10 poles of oppression, 3 10 poles of oppression for America, you know, anti-capitalist things. You got to agree, to agree. Jesus Christ, it's been one of those kind of streams. I've been going for a while. And I'm an ISSM. I know that it's Society for Sexual Medicine, but Information Security Manager, right? So, not anything really with a political focus. Yeah. Okay. So, are you familiar with the? You're familiar with distributed network topologies? I'm sure you're You're familiar with something like, say, I2P. Poly, yeah, I somebody mentioned them earlier. Yeah, okay, then you understand how a distribution of workload can occur and how you don't need a hierarchical organizational structure to accomplish necessarily that workload, that you can spread it out amongst the nodal systems of the network. There's one entrance node for I2P, which, I mean, definitely an argument for, you know, some point of something. But yeah, it's a distributed peer-to-peer. Hey, Rosa! Paying for the gift they got from Ozmommy. Kaiser Bunny. Congratulations, Kaiser. And thank you, Rosa. Ooh. Las Vegas, so you know, Jose, it's LAS. Just, I don't know if you're doing that intentionally. I'm just telling you, one way or the other. I don't know if you even give a shit. Just passing it on. Jagged Jim, who has been lurking. Thank you, Peach. Congratulations. As a marketing that entices me to gamble or either stay away and to keep on buying, see how the psychological. How does Vegas do this? FOMO, fear of missing out, combined with a false promise that you too can be a winner. When you walk into a casino, usually in the key of C, by the way, all of the machines, all of the sounds are tuned to the same key, right? So they're all in harmony, and you can hear them across the entirety of the casino. So there's always Bunny, you don't understand how a hierarchical distributed network with a shared workload. Tor is not the same. Tor is onion routing. I2P is a self-contained network. It's a layer on top, but it's a self-contained network. It's not meant to do exit nodes. It's not a transport methodology. And you don't understand, or you're not seeing how thank you, RV, how a distributed network topology with a shared workload could lend itself to a political analysis of how a mutual aid network, which has no hierarchical organizational structure, could be correlated in somebody's mind, and how that might lend as a lens of analysis for both. Well, it does. I can't help you if you. All right. So RV, thank you for the biddies. Gadge, congratulations, Wither. Gadge gifting you a sub, and thank you, Gadge. And biddies from Cassidy. Thank you, Cassidy. And there's the hype train. Squid. Squid. Oh, Squid, a hype train. Oh, that's a hype train. Thank you, Squid. Squid sharing 2,000 biddies. Hype. 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 Thank you, Catty Girl. Looks like level 2. A Peach. Thank you for the biddies, Peach. Oh, you guys are gonna go full hype train on this shit, aren't you? Rosa, hype train. Cool boy. Thank you for the 420 biddies. And Momo, yours is coming up next. Thank you for the 300 biddies. And Rosa, thank you for the 100 biddies. And Gadge following that up with a gifted sub to the leader 01. The leader fucking lurking out there somewhere. And thank you, Gadge. And Peach donating more biddies. Adia is going to get a bit cheer in there as well with 500 bits. Peach in there with 100 bits. Thank you, Peach. Thank you, Adia. RV gifting a tier 1 sub to Catty Girl. Thank you, Catty Girl, for the compliment. Thank you, RV, for the gifted sub. And congratulations, Catty Girl. And so we'll just wait for this stuff to churn through. The leader. I got lucky tonight. There you go. Oh, you know what we can do? Where's Momo? There's Momo. All right. I'm not calling you out, Momo. I'm just trying to pull you up on my fucking list here. Where's Moobot? Giveaway. Who wants a Steam key? Let's give away a few Steam keys. All right. Can I? Let's see. Anyone can participate. How many can I change the amount that can I just do? Oh, geez, it's still going. RV, thank you for the biddies. Peach, thank you for the biddies. Super Dad, thank you for the biddies. And there's Momo with 300 more biddies. All right, if you want to type hashtag giveaway in chat, it'll enter you for a drawing. And if you want a Steam key, we'll give away a couple few Steam keys here. Hashtag giveaway. Peach premonitions. Peach GB. Or Great Britain. I don't know. Got a sub, congratulations, and thank you, Peach, again. Sassy also got some biddies in there. Let's do... Oh, Cool Boy gifting with the 5 gift bomb. Cool Boy. 5 tier 1s. Kismet, Mr. Peter Woods, Bubby, Psycho Bunny Fufu, love the name, and Hercules, congratulations, and thank you to Cool Boy. RV gifted a tier 1 sub to Brown Eyed Girl, thank you, RV, and Gadge cheered 300 biddies. Level 5 cheer hype train achieved. Let's give away some of these good games. Again, hashtag giveaway if you want Squid doing 5 gift bomb as well. Get Squid protecting their territory. Fucking Squid coming in. Nobody gifts more subs than me. Gadge, thank you for the gift bombs. Who got them? The other Scott, Swervin007, Art of Gaming TV. Hey, Art of Gaming. Ms. Kriz. Hey, Ms. Kriz. And Timinator55 all got gift bombs. Congratulations. And again, thank you, Squid. Damn right I am. I am the deity of gifts. All right, so... Tell you what, let's do 3 Steam keys here. We'll do one after another after another. We'll do 3 quick drawings here. No guarantee you'll like the game. But we got some games here. And thank you for all of you who contributed to that and gave. You're either if you're wondering what the money goes to, you're either funding my book habit, you enabler fucks, or you're helping pay for me going back to college to get a poli-sci degree. But that's paid for. We're gonna do the voiceovers. We're gonna get Ben Shapiro. In addition to Alex Jones, we're gonna get Ben Shapiro, Donald Trump, and Jordan Peterson impressions, and we're gonna get them to say something, pro-anarchism, pro-leftism, that sort of stuff. Congratulations, Peach. Don't worry. If I draw you, Momo, we'll just do it again. I could just redraw. Duly noted, Momo. No worries. Thank you, cool boy. I was watching the VOD for the last episode when you started talking about egoists. I thought it would have something to do with a person's ego. So, yeah, I'm an egoist. Then Kat describes spooky Discord.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Jones here for Proudly Radical. Since I owe Kai a few favors from back in the old days. Shit, I probably shouldn't talk about that. Wait, why are you still recording? Fine. Just be sure to edit it out. Anyways, as I was saying, this is Alex Jones, and I just wanted to teach the proletariat a few things about anarchism. Anarchism isn't about chaos. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Anarchism is about the people. It's about solidarity and mutual aid. It's about removing unjust authority and hierarchies. We should all be anarchists. The world would be a better place. Now, I'm going to apologize again to all those parents whose lives I ruined because I'm such a douchebag. Jones, out. All right, Kai, this has got to make us even for that incident you helped me out with.
All right. We're going to draw this first one. Is that a deep fake audio? No, it's actually an impressionist. Guy by the name of Mike Imburgia. GB. All right. We're going to draw the first one. Rosa is the first winner. All right, let me get my window up here. Hang on. Rosa, the key will be in your whispers. See if I can just do this off of one. GB, you are the second winner. Saw you there. GB, you are the second winner. Check your whispers for a key. And let's do one more here, because why not? Momo, you are a winner. Sassy, you are another winner. Sassy got, in my opinion, the best game out of the batch. Sassy, say something so I don't have to scroll up and find you. Oh, you know what? I'll just find you in the list. No worries, Sassy. Don't worry, shit. Sassy, check your whisper for a key. So let's see, what did we give away? We gave away 911 Operator with all DLC, Paradigm, and Just Cause 3 Triple XL Edition. It's obviously the real Alex Jones. Am not. Take it back. Brown-eyed. That was rigged. Yeah. Oh, the first time we ran one, Brown-eyed, it was stop the steal. No, keep counting. No, stop counting. No, count the vote. Don't count the vote. Yeah, we got all of that the first time we ran one of them. Kai when he gets his emotes. 2020 partnered. Oh man, I so want it. Okay, close to the vote. Yeah, exactly. Dude, I so want partner just so we can have like 30, 50 community emotes. That's it. It's all fucking, that's really the reason, folks. Damn, here I thought the Steam keys would be 99-cent Hentai games. And everybody thank Momo. Momo is the donor of those keys. Momo fucking hooking it up. Momo apparently. I'm gonna come back to you for those keys, Momo. Momo is the donor of the key list. The keeper of the key list. Yes. So everybody thank Momo. You know what? Hang on, let me cross these. I keep forgetting to give them out, Momo. Fuck it, it's Friday. If anybody wants to enter, hashtag giveaway. If you want to do more, I'll do another drawing here. We can burn some more of these, because I've still got, you know, of the original batch that Momo sent me. So if you're not in the drawing, if you want to be in the drawing, if you know somebody who uses Steam and you don't use Steam and you just want to give them a free key to be like, hey, here, I have this, feel free. Hashtag giveaway will get you in there. And I'll do another drawing here in a couple of minutes and we'll get that done. We'll give a few more of them out. No, same ring lighting, Angie. Same setup. Haven't changed a thing. Haven't changed any color settings, any of the LUTs. No lighting. So. Let's see. Gadge and Brown Eye Girl. Congratulations, you got a couple of keys. Oh, well, Brown Eyed Girl, check your whispers in a second because you just want a Steam key. And Gadge, where the fuck are you? You're down in T, right? Yeah, Gadge. Check your whispers, Gadge. You and Brown Eyed Girl both have keys waiting for you. There you go. Well, I hope I caught them either way. I sent them a whisper, and it will be waiting for them either way. All right, let's archive that one. We have 3 more keys to give away, and one game that I actually still have on my desktop that I still play. The next game up for a giveaway is a game I really actually enjoy, like properly. Kismet missed it by that much. We just archived the giveaway. We just gave away 5 Steam keys. Different games. All different games. Red Thought. The last 2 give it away were Hard Reset Redux, Dungeons 3. Above that was Just Cause 3, the XXL edition, Paradigm, 911 operator with all the DLC. Next one up, Sniper Elite 4, which I adore. So, other than the NYPD and your suspension from Twitch, Rosa, how was your New York trip? I'm glad, Red Thoughts. Cash. I can close those now. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I know what I'm gonna do. Hang on, give me 1 sec here. Double digits. I just want to check on somebody. Alright, I'll find something else then. We'll look into it. Alright. Anyway, you have a GTX 760 currently. Yeah, it's better than nothing, I suppose. It's truly amazing, truly one of the greatest experiences of my life. Seeing the Stonewall Inn and marching with their crew was once in a lifetime. Glad you could experience it, Rosa. The fuck? There we go. I just thought that's why. I started Dishonored 2 the other day, finally. Yeah, I occasionally go back and do, like, no-kill ghost runs of Dishonored, and, you know, I gotta tell you, I actually prefer Dishonored to Dishonored 2. I know there's some quality of life changes in Dishonored 2 that, you know, are nice, but I actually do prefer Dishonored 1. We need to get a new graphics card. We'll probably play what I've skipped out on. That's fair. I don't know who that is. Skeptic. I've already done a viewing party of the Trotsky. I've done a viewing party of the Trotsky on my Discord server. Skeptic. Yeah. Beat him to it. I don't know who that is though. First. Yeah, it's true, Red. You might need the GPU for that. I don't know. I mean, this may predate you, Skeptic. I don't know. I mean, I've got... Shit happens sort of spontaneously, too, sometimes. Keep an eye on our voice chat. The voice channels, if you see them populated, if you see, like, a bunch of people in the voice channel all of a sudden on my server, something's going on. And feel free to jump in. And if we're on the on-air and I'm not on air, clearly something is going on. Feel free to, like, knock on my DMs and be like, hey, can I come in? Like, you know? If we're not having a private conversation, by all means. Hey, Sue. Speaking of knocking on the door, Sue, you're welcome. We got nothing going on. We've just done a bunch of theory. We just did a bunch of giveaways. Love to hear what you're doing with your birthday gift. Now that I can actually talk to you about it. So, you enjoying your gift?
Oh, what up? Yeah. It's truly fucking awesome. Hello, everyone. Hello. Lost Sue here. What's going on? How y'all doing?
Well, I'm glad.
It is some of the most awesomest things in my entire fucking life. No one in my entire life has ever gotten me something like that. I've either had to steal
Or steal.
for anything like that in any way, shape, or form. Y'all gonna fucking make me cry.
Momo fucking just kicking it out of the park with that shit. Yeah, Momo contacted me and just asked me like, well, should we preload it with stuff? Like, should I wipe it clean? Like, just looking for some advice. So I can take no credit other than just providing some advice. Like, hey, we should actually preload it with this, and this. Like, hook him up with some stuff. Like, you know, so no worries. Like, as soon as it arrives, it's good to go. So I've done that kind of gift before for a member of my community, and like that's, you know, yeah, you wipe it clean, start from scratch, put everything on it that the person could need and hope for, and fucking get them off to the races. So there's no fucking bullshit they have to deal with. So I'm glad it came in safe. I'm glad there were no taxes assessed, because that was a discussion behind the scenes. Fucking shipping to Canada's a motherfucker.
It is.
But I'm glad it arrived. You got it all set up?
No, I forgot to get a hold of my internet provider to get it hooked up, because I forgot the password and such to my internet for it. But I am going to get it done.
Fair enough.
Without it.
Good night, Rosa. I was your first.
Good night, Rosa.
I was your first stream to tune in. Now that you're back, oh, thank you, Rosa. Thank you, and take care of yourself. Try not to get yourself banned again, you naughty person. Yes. Yes. Use the Kai methodology, as we discussed. Don't scream at them. Don't scream at them. It's not worth your energy, quite frankly.
Although I'm still working on getting an actual different setup for a computer.
Yep, like desk and stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, if I hate to do it, but this is where I'm going to shill for myself. If anybody,
Sue's gonna shill for himself for once.
Yeah, I'm always shilling for everyone else.
There we go. Sue's name in chat. So go ahead, shill. Everybody donate. Everybody go follow Sue's stream. Donate to Sue, to Sue's computer fund or whatever he is calling it these days.
Yeah, there's a little dono link that you can do right at there alongside with my Twitter. There's a little donation thing there that you can click, and it'll take you to GoFundMe page where you can donate. I thought Sue only shipped for other people. Shields for other people. Yeah, I know, right? I know, Squid. But I'm still working on it. I'm still trying to get up enough to make sure I get a proper computer desk and all the other things that I need. And maybe, hopefully, I'll be lucky enough to be able to get myself a computer tower that's relatively decent, and then I can have 2 different things to stream with and so forth. So,
Have you seen have you seen that? That's good. Like, everybody go help Sue out. Go follow Sue if you're not already following Sue, though. If I had to check, we probably share. I check that sort of stuff from time to time. What percentage of somebody's viewership is actually on my channel, that sort of thing. It's double digits.
Actually, you actually have my GoFundMe link in your Discord.
There you go. It's in there somewhere. It's buried these days. Feel free to repost it though. See Ox. Have you seen the point rewards? I did some shit behind the scenes. There's 2 different ones. There's one Alex Jones shilling for anarchism, that kicks off an audio cue, and then there's another one that changes camera angles in the room.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I've been fiddling.
And these are all with channel points?
There we go.
Channel points?
Squid, yeah. If you're watching the stream, you can see the setup from the side. There's the love seat. TV's over there. But yeah, that's Simp Cam. Yeah. We made some changes. Gotta evolve, right? You gotta evolve. It feels like a breaking of the fourth wall somehow. It is, because you get to see the setup. you get to see, you know, it'd be nicer to see those legs. No, we don't need to see that. But yeah, you get to see it from the side, so you can see the monitors, the mic, the arm, the camera, the board, all that sort of stuff. Let you actually see what the shit looks like in front of me. The side cam is the one you can usually only see if you subscribe to his OnlyFans. No, I ain't links up in this bitch. How many monitors do I have? I have 3. I could use a 4th. Yeah, there is the side one where is like information display, article listing, research. There's the front one where I run OBS or do any Twitch panel modifications on. And then there's one up here. If you're watching my hand, like up here, the top one that's mounted, that is Discord, music play, and comm systems in general. But generally Discord lives up there. But that is where the control panel for what's called Leorin board, which is the system that plugs into the back end of OBS to allow for camera switches and stuff like that. And Pretzel Rocks goes up there when I'm running. So yeah. Here, I will actually, rather than point redemption. All right, okay, so back there, this is my media room, basically. This is sort of, I've got this sort of back where I used to trip, too. That's the TV. So there's sort of a love seat there that I can watch TV, just relax, and if I fall asleep on the couch, you know, I've got a little blanket there. And so here, you can see the side monitor. It's vertical instead. Here's the Stream Deck. Well, you can see. Put that where I need it. Here's the primary monitor. You can see me on OBS pointing at the primary monitor. Here's a Canon. It's an SL2. Yellowtech Mika ARM. Shure SM7B. K800 Logitech keyboard. It's my favorite keyboard. An old Logitech MX Master. I don't like the new Master mice. And here's the other one, the other monitor mounted up here. You can see Pretzel Rocks and Discord going on in there. I mean, you guys see my chair on a regular basis, but that's what my chair looks like.
Where did I put it?
So. And there is the Rode Procaster board that is my mixing board and all that sort of stuff. So you guys in chat are over here. Then my main is here. Alerts are over here. Audio mix here. And any scenes necessary are going on there. And any channel changes I need to make happen down there. No, very quiet keyboard. Tapping keys right now. Very quiet. And staring at OBS seems terrible. No. Okay, so I work on a feedback loop, basically. I like to be able to see myself. I like to be able to see chat at the same time. And I actually hear myself in my ears. Because I am mixed into the board, right? Like all those different channels you see on my board over there. Like this, these are all different channels that I'm working off of. I actually have me in the loop. So I hear me in my own head, so I get the same sort of resonance feedback that somebody hears when they're speaking. So, you know, yeah, I like to know my levels. I like to know everybody else's levels and that sort of thing. So I'm, you know, Estrella, a theater kid's dream. You get me. You get me. This is, yeah, it's a production studio. I used to go for the click keyboards, but it came to appreciate the silent type. 100%. There. If your neighbors can't hear your keyboard through the wall, it's not loud enough. My neighbor is 30 feet that way, in a different house entirely. So if he could hear my keyboard, holy shit.
So for those of you, whatever, I just linked my GoFundMe in the chat.
Spam link
Feel
block.
free to help a brother out. Sorry.
I said spam link block. Dude, I don't get
Feel
these.
free to help them, but
I don't get these
Feel
channels
free
that
to
don't
help
let
them.
links. Yeah, everybody go like if you can. Like there's the link. Go help Sue out. Like I don't get these people that ban links in their chat. Like what? I've encountered a few of them recently.
Oh yeah, I've encountered that too, and then I think it's because they find that they get people that send them links that are either
Yeah,
will allow
malicious.
someone
Yeah.
entering into your shit, or malicious, or their stuff that would be automatically TOS,
That's
and they're hoping that you.
if I have a moment of doubt, I just ask the community to check it for me, really quickly. Angie, is the DSLR for artistic shots or video? Originally, the Canon was for video. I mean, I'm that kind of person. Canon is for video. I have a Nikon for stills. I prefer Nikon lenses and the Nikon sensor for my still photography. The Canon was for video. I don't do much videography, actually, to be perfectly honest. So I repurposed it, and I use hey, thank you for follow. One Blue Guy, ASF, Young Andrew, I missed a bunch of them, and now Amelia, thank you. I use a Elgato 4K 60 FPS capture card with an HDMI out on the Canon to do that.
I just want to say, while I have a moment, for any and all who donated or going to be donating, I don't want to, what's the word I'm looking for? Dox you in any way, shape, or form by your actual real names or anything. So I truly greatly appreciate all the help, and y'all are just beautiful people.
Well, yeah, one of the streamers had their IP leaked because of a malicious IP. I actually have fucking doxed. I would never do that, but it was to protect myself. I have had people who make violent threats against me before. I have what's called the Crazies file, a Crazies folder on my in my email and message application. I don't talk about it much, but you better believe me hanging my ass out like this, saying I'm an anarchist, I give, I'm an anarchist in Las Vegas, Nevada. Like, I get that sort of stuff. I do. But these dumb fucks are usually stupid enough to go to my website to pull contact information to email me. My website, hosted on my own server.
Yeah.
Good. I'm sure I can't pull any identifiable information and forward it to necessary police organizations if I have to as a result of that. All right? You come at me, I'm going to have your details that way. So I've had to do that a few times. That, it's like, hey, Jim, maybe you back the fuck off. When you straight call them their name, they usually back the fuck off.
Yeah, once you pop out their real name, they're all like, hey, wait a minute, now you know who I am. Fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a thing that we have to contend with. And, it's not a thing I talk about that often, but it is something that I do contend with. So, and they're all called Jim. Yeah. It's been a while since I had to deal with that. But I have dealt with it. I've like I said, I've got a folder. It's a thing. And yeah, there are links that allow for that level of exposure. But I don't click anybody's rando link, right? You send me a YouTube link, you send me a primary domain link, MSN.com, Google.com, that sort of thing. You send me a primary domain link, I may check it out. But you send me fucking freedompatriot.wordpress.com. I'm not touching your fucking link. I don't like that word, skeptic. Hacking for most people in IT is a very contentious word. I utilize an old school definition of it, where just a system administrator who understands the ins and outs of all of the technologies on their network to the extent that, if necessary, yes, they could exploit them. But I mean, yeah. Truth teller, eaglefuck.net. Exactly, Adia. Thank you, Wither. Don't worry, Radical. I'll be your dummy clicking on the link.
You know, we all need that what is the word I'm looking for? It's that fool thing.
A greater fool?
Yes, that's it. We all need that greater fool, right?
I am not a scam. Trust me. .peace.gov.usa.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly, Mnemonic. Hacking conjures up some cringe elite hacker vibes. If you hear somebody describe themselves as a hacker, they're not a hacker, right? This is one of those things. Like, if you're literally
An actual hacker isn't interested in revealing themselves as a hacker.
Yeah. Badenglish.name.ru put cat. Yeah, it's just one of those things that you don't. If you're self-identifying as that, no, you're not that. So.
Real ones wish to remain anonymous in what they're doing, and they're not interested in doing small-time claims of hacking someone when it's more important to them to actually hack like government computers and systems and things that they can actually get a claim for.
Thank you for the follow, Grow. And yeah, Gadge, Hacker makes me think of the classic and not well loved enough movie Hackers starring Angelina Jolie. Interestingly enough, amongst IT security professionals, it is beloved. It's so bad of a representation of hacking, of actual pen testing and security penetration techniques, that they adore it. I've never known somebody in that realm who doesn't absolutely love that movie. Fucking quote it line for line. Like, fucking hack the planet, man. Like, it's just, you know, I'm hacking the Gibson. They all love that movie. Like, that's the thing. Like, you know, it's such a fictionalized representation of hacking that they all adore it. And so, yeah.
So usually 9 times out of 10, what I found was they have hackers who are friends or somewhat of a friend, and they've managed to get a few little different things from them, and that's all they use. It's just that. And
we used to call those script kiddies once upon a time. They get a script or two from, you know, online website or something like that, and that's how they do their damage. Although I've always wanted to shout, it's in that place where I put that thing that time while being arrested. That would be epic, Mnemonic. Like, it's better than that one scene where the two people typing on the same keyboard to hack faster. That's NCIS, right? Gadge, that's fucking, what's her name? Abby? Like, is that...
Yeah,
that's
Abby. Yeah,
that's NCIS. Like, the fucking dorky fucking dude, and that's her, and, like...
Yeah. The goth chick, you know, that's sitting back there going fucking mad on the computer still. Yeah.
If only we type faster together on the keyboard, it will work faster. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you for the follow, Zesty, by the way. What was that, Momo? Please let all hacker movies aspire to that. Okay, but I say that about where I left things daily. Super Dad has to deal with it. Yeah, Abby, I think. Anybody know the hacker ethic and the spirit of the information age from Pekka Himmelman? Not off the top of my head, but hang on. No, but I do keep the Hacker's Manifesto close to me at all times. It has been with me Oh, Jesus Christ. A while.
Okay. That's in Minecraft.
The Hackers Manifesto has nothing to do with hacking, actually.
Okay.
Well, not proper. Do we interface with Visual Basic to track their IP? Gotta have shitty graphics or random green text over black screen. Which dorky dude? The guy that kind of looks like Colin Hacks? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Fucking, it was NCIS. I don't fucking pay attention to that. I just started reading. Can't recommend it or else. Just asking. Yeah, I don't know it. The Hacker Manifesto was written by the Mentor in 1986, right? So a while ago. Let's just put it that way. It's been with me basically my whole life. I'll attempt to read it without getting fucking emotional, just because it touches a very special place in my heart. Another one got caught today. It's all over the papers. Teenager.
Uh-oh.
What? Teenager arrested in computer crime scandal. Hacker arrested after bank tampering back in the good old days, right? Damn kids, they're all alike. But did you in your three-piece psychology and 1950s techno brain ever take a look at behind the eyes of a hacker? Did you ever wonder what made him tick? What forces shaped him? What may have molded him? I'm a hacker. Enter my world. Mine is a world that begins with school. I'm smarter than most of the other kids. This crap they teach us bores me. Damn underachiever. They're all alike. I'm in junior high or high school. I've listened to teachers explain for the 15th time how to reduce a fraction. I understand it. No, Ms. Smith, I didn't show my work. I did it in my head. Damn kid probably copied it. They're all alike. I made a discovery today. I found a computer. Wait a second. This is cool. It does what I want it to. If it makes a mistake, I'm serious. I can't read this without crying. I really can't do it. Read it yourselves. I'll post the link in chat. It's literally a summation of my life.
Yeah, all
Anyway.
the hackers that I know of that are actual hackers are like, they would rather boast about getting lifetime bans from universities for hacking or other things that are much bigger acclaim to improve their hacking. How do I put it?
Gray hat.
Yeah, gray hat or a black hat, right? They would rather do that. White hats, yeah.
Yeah, no, Tuna, I'm gray hat. I walked on both sides of that line. Early days, definitely not white, definitely not gray. Later days, I made a living using some of those tools and techniques and skills at my disposal. So, gray.
Which apparently, according to the law, makes him more agreeable to their palate than a black hat.
Yeah. I mean, poor Aaron fucking ended up killing himself because how bad the FBI fucked him. I mean, Nick got locked up for years without even a pretrial hearing.
Yeah.
There have been some very egregious examples of how they have treated my people.
Yep.
Yes, Skeptic. Once upon a time, though, that was a way to make your bones. Once upon a time, there wasn't an entire, set of agencies that would kick down your door with fucking, MP5s and, shove them in your face. There was an era where it could get you a job offer.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Still to this day, depending on what university and where the university is, if you get caught hacking in those universities, there are some still that will literally offer you a scholarship and a job in their tech department to ensure that no one else can do what you do.
Tuna, Gary McKinnon. Gary McKinnon is his name. Yes, that beaver. That's to. I mean, it's the UFO claims. That's Gary McKinnon. expert Russian hacker. I am nothing compared to a Russian hacker. I am literally nothing compared. I'm a fucking ant compared to a Russian hacker. They breed those dudes. Straight up. They start training them very young.
Yeah.
Like, they have entire school systems that are designed to train large amounts of people for that and then figure out who are the best at it and then funnel them into the appropriate governmental programs. Like, that they use actual state resources to create their intelligence, their information intelligence specialists. It is for real in Russia. Like, if you really, like, if you came up in that sort of shit, you could only dream of having that level of state support behind your craft. America isn't super aggro with our information warfare. Don't get me wrong, we do aggressive maneuvers, but not in the way and shape and form that Russia does. Russia straight up understands it as an asymmetrical form of warfare and a force multiplier, and they use it as such. Thank you for the follow, Non-Creative Kitten.
Oh, by the way, Kai, did you see yet? I don't know if you did. The other night, I was on a panel and happened to be with Luna Oi.
Which one is that?
Luna Oi, you know, the famous leftist communist streamer from Vietnam.
Okay. I don't know them.
Oh, jeez. Well, there goes that whole entire.
Well, tell me anyway. I mean, this is my first introduction to them. So if they are sort of like infamous on a certain level, my first introduction was, you know, Sue telling me that he was on a panel with them, and
I got invited onto a panel with her partner, Silver Spook, and another one named Nora, and then there was two other ones, and it was basically almost she's EJ's girlfriend.
okay.
You know who EJ is, right?
Nope.
Okay. It was basically an indigenous panel.
Okay, I know that name. Thank you, Skeptic. I know Non-Compete. All right.
Yeah,
I know that
Non-Compete.
name.
Yeah. Non-Compete's girlfriend. Yeah, also a YouTuber. Yes. It
Yeah.
was actually really cool. Luna Oil and her partner, American Johnson, Non-Compete, are Marx-Leninists and anarchists, respectively. Yeah. They're on YouTube mostly, I think. Yeah.
I think Twitch banned me. Well, Caddy, I mean, I see you.
Yeah, Caddy, we see you.
So let me know. No, I'm glad you had a pleasant experience.
Oh, you gotta watch it. It's in my thing. It's in my videos. In my Discord. You gotta watch it. There's some stuff you might take a particular interest in.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can hear that in your voice. What's gonna upset Kai?
Now, this in no way, shape, or form represents all indigenous people, but we had someone that was quite violent in their rhetoric. I'll just say it that way.
Do I know this person, or are they just some rando?
I don't know who they are.
Okay, cool.
I've never met them before. They've literally even changed their voice around, so it was more like an anonymous kind of thing. And they just took the town.
Let's see. Tagging me. Lena Oi is a Ho Chi Minh School Marxist-Leninist, oh Jesus, who regularly posts videos about the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. I mean, you could be worse. You could be worse. I was interacting with a tanky on Reddit Live and posting about it on my shared content earlier in the day. Fucking dude was nuts. Oh, they're so fucking crazy. Fucking Holodomer, I know you don't spin in these circles sometimes, but do you know the term Holodomer, Sue?
Yeah.
It's the famine caused by fucking Stalinist Russia that killed a shit ton of people. The Holodomor was Nazi propaganda. and Nazi oh no, that was the Robin Hood thing. The fucking Nazi Germany was socialist. Oh, it's been an interesting day.
No, Cat. He didn't. I don't recall him saying anything of that.
Well,
Lenin. I don't know about the rejecting the writings of Leninists, but probably skeptic would know better than I do.
I mean, there is a document by Ho Chi Minh called "The Path Which Led Me to Leninism." Now, whether he departed from Leninism is another matter, I suppose. I mean, fucking Russia's like, hey, Marxism, great, and, fast forward, Stalinism. So, where you start and where you end are two different things. Hopefully. Mm-hmm. Hopefully, if you're fucking staying on the same place entirely, not making any progress, just don't backslide or murder a shit ton of people in the process.
Cat coming out with the fucking links.
Oh god, does he have stupid little... He has the little...
root of the vast majority that the police hardly concern themselves with our needs. So how do we ensure safety and by our voluntary civil defense force, aka the military? A robust and well-organized...
Where, you got a timestamp for that, Cat?
Workers and their family and friends and other visitors would be able to work with them to try and help them reach a breakthrough.
Oh my god. Okay, so this is not... Okay, so he's talking about, like, supposedly... He's not using the proper terminology, by the way. Where's the timestamp? 9:08. So this is him...
10 minutes on the dot.
All right, cool.
Try and help them reach
a point of breakthrough. I'm sorry, but this he's like using Lego scenes as like an example. This is not an encouraging scene. If you're talking about like prisons and rehabilitation, this kind of looks like a scene of torture. This makes me uncomfortable. like I would not, like, if I were working on this in post, I'd be like, I don't think I'm gonna use this scene. Just saying. Everything else aside, like, I would immediately look at that and be like, this just feels off.
All I can say is,
I'm sure they're perfectly lovely. Yeah. It's just,
they were great people. We had lots of fun. Like I said, except for the fact that we had one person that was like hardcore violence.
All right.
But other than that, it went great.
Seeing this dude, he's pretty vocal about apologia for... Oh, Jesus Christ.
Or deception, and to ensure that the patient successfully merges back into wider society. Reactionaries encounter preempt relapse or deception, and to ensure that the patient can reform with the hopes of eventually re-entering society. In situations where re-entry does seem possible, care must be taken to monitor and assist these reformed individuals to preempt relapse or deception, and to ensure that the patient successfully merges back into wider society. Reactionaries and counter-revolutionaries would be treated in a very similar manner. How we deal with former capitalists, fascists, and other such oppressors will be one of the great tests of anarchist society. Great care must be taken to treat them compassionately and humanely, giving them every opportunity to join our society as active and productive comrades, starting by treating them like any other comrade with special circumstances.
Okay, first off, like, I understand, like, okay, he's got the fucking black and red shit going on behind. Like, I understand what but...
Where do you want me to post the one from the other night?
Yeah, just drop it in shared content. When anarchists start using comrade, I'm going to treat you not as an anarchist. Let's just put it that way. Like, I'm going to hold you with different gloves. That's not our word. It's not our word. And it usually shows an other influence. So, just saying. just one of those things I always keep an eye on.
So that was our conversation piece that you can check out whenever you want.
Anti-colonial action. I don't know the dude. I just know the name Non-Compete. I have no experience watching his videos. He may be perfectly fine. He may be toxic as fuck.
Yeah.
I don't know him.
I'm just saying that we had one guy who was kind of a little bit more violent in his radicalist ideas.
Literally on the panel, right?
Yeah.
All right, mute you.
Otherwise, it was I loved it. It was great, awesome. Everything was totally cool.
Was which
just a little bit.
Which one? You can
It's not Silver Spook. It's not me. It's what the hell did he put his?
No Good Chuck.
No
Kaya?
Good Chuck was actually pretty decent. World. Yeah, Kaya was the one that was like really.
You the one with the upside down American flag on flames? Imagine that. I am shocked. No, really, I am.
No, you're not. Quit being cheesy.
Yeah, like that's just fucking par for the course right there. Gadge, if you're on the Discord server, it's in shared content. It's the latest post in shared content. If you're not on the Discord server, I don't know why you're not on the Discord server. So that's your own damn fault.
Yeah, otherwise Skeptic, yes. Otherwise Skeptic, it was pretty chill and productive. But yeah, you know who I'm talking about, Skeptic. I don't have anything against them. I just don't. It just kind of, when you literally I have to sit back and start coming up with excuses to help maintain the TOS situation that comes out of someone that is spitting violent rhetoric.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, you gotta fucking. It's like Jesus Christ. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Just shut the fuck up, dude. Okay. Well, that you have access to it, Gadge. It's the latest post on shared content. But that shit can flood, so get the fucking link before you lose it.
Cat. Who is the one that presents themselves as an authority on theory when he just isn't?
Non-compete is what he's saying. I think it's still a criticism of non-compete.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I so far when I was on the panel with non-compete, they were pretty decent with me.
I just don't talk. I don't watch these people. This is the thing. There's this entire realm of online political discourse that I do not interact with. And it just, people use these as references, and it's like, I don't know who they are.
Okay, Kat.
It's a pretty long video, but it does seem to be like a pretty, oh Jesus Christ,
oh my God.
It's documented. Let's just put it that way. So
okay.
somebody's doing a breakdown. So,
okay, well, I have it now on the list of things that I've looked at. So I will look at that later when I actually have more free time to do it, because that's
I'm just telling you now, Kat, I won't be looking at it, but I generally take your opinion on stuff. So, fucking, as far as I'm concerned, I just, if I have to interact with, a little in the back of my head, just categorize. But no, yeah, that's fucking all right. Well, I'm glad you had a good stream. I'm glad that you found it productive and you got a platform to espouse that ideology and get it out there.
Yeah, just check it out, Kai. Take a look at it later whenever you get the time. I would appreciate it.
Hey Tam.
And if you have any critiques for me on any out of it, let me know. We're all still learning.
Hey, in Independent Left News, I'd imagine that's what that "ind" means. Thank you for the follow, and hello, Killer Lordy. Yeah, Killer Lordy. Welcome. Hello. It's been kind of a. I think we were into the point where I can say it's been kind of a long stream. Not as long as the other night. Tuesday was a fucking 7-hour stream, 7.5.
You're not leaving me yet, bro.
Well, I've been shopping around for somebody I actually want to hit, but there's nobody in the political category who's in single digits. So,
Really? Are we like looking at like leaving now?
not this moment, but I've been shopping for the last like hour and a half, quite frankly. Just looking around, seeing who's who, what's what. Oh, fuck me. I swear to God. For those of you who know me, you know what I just saw. Let me count them up. 15 on 1. 15 on 1 this time around. Jesus Christ.
What's going on?
There's one stream in particular that drives me absolutely batshit insane. And I'm sort of like at this point obsessed with looking just to see like how annoyed I can get.
Oh, is that the one that I used to go to all the time?
Maybe. The one that I can pay to kick you off of?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. They drive me batshit inside. Truly do. Yeah, 15 people on the panel right now talking over each other.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes, yeah.
It's an absolute clusterfuck. It's been a while since Curio's been raided. Oh, but he's doing fine. I know.
Yeah, Curio could use some support,
I know.
I'm sure he misses you, bro.
Jake to Baked. Who the fuck is Jake to Baked?
He's only at 20.
They didn't even come up. Jake to Baked isn't live and doesn't have anything streamed ever, Cat. Jake to Baked TV. There we go. I'm like, who the fuck is this person? Jesus Christ.
Very hard, Rudgel. Very hard. It's not easy.
He's literally got the fucking, the pipe and the fucking butane torch in his hand. Fucking as I tune in. Fucking Jesus. Jake to Baked is living up to his name. Let's just put it that. Dude is a regular in Curio's chat. Oh, interesting. I will take that into account. Hey, brown-eyed girl. Welcome back. He's only an hour in, so he should be around for a little while. I'll keep an eye on him. If he's a Curio regular, that'd be good. Like spread it around a little bit, that sort of thing. And I don't want to bring too many. Like if I ever got like Surfs or God help us Hassan numbers, I couldn't do what I do. I could do it with Surf's numbers, maybe. I couldn't do it with Hassan numbers. But if I ever got those numbers, I would probably entirely stop raiding Curio. I wouldn't want that many people to know where my dive bar is, right? That's like putting your local bar, like making it internationally famous. Nobody wants that. Like that's my local, right? Like that's my watering hole. I don't want people to, like, I don't want 1,000 people in there. Fuck off.
Brown-eyed girl, what are you doing that your computer keeps getting frozen?
So we did a bunch of good education. We had a bunch of people who came in with open minds, and no one knew, like they didn't know the basics of anarchism, or they'd heard about anarchism. They didn't know what it was about, and they fucking like took it on board and were thankful. This is actually a good educational stream.
Leave Curio for the small fish. Oh boy.
Oh,
but it's Curio.
Oh, Estrella, I feel sorry for them. Estrella watched a streamer with thousands of viewers raid somebody with one viewer and no mods.
Oh god.
Yeah, that's untenable.
I mean, it's great in the factor that, they get an instant jump and boost and hopefully get enough to like make, affiliate and stuff. But damn.
What'd you say, Beaver? How does 15 on a panel work? Beaver wondering the same thing. It doesn't. Oh, Brown-eyed is on an iPad. And with some, I don't know, sudden link, shitty IP or something. 15 on a panel doesn't work. And you know what doesn't work even more than that? 20 on a panel. Yeah. It doesn't work. 15 on a panel doesn't work. Either somebody says something, if you maintain control of the panel, right? If you actually, my iPad doesn't, but I have an iPad Pro, so don't let my, higher end iPad fucking fool you. If you have 15 on a panel, or God help you 20, if you actually maintain control of it, right? It's not a just absolute clusterfuck, which often it is. One person goes, right? Then you'll let another, and maybe another, and then 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 another. And maybe the original person who has been holding on to a follow-up to something the second or third person said this entire time gets to speak, and it completely derails the flow of the conversation. There is no predictable flow to the conversation. There is no natural nuance to it. It becomes this either fucked up shouting match over one another, or it becomes 3 separate conversations. It's an untenable panel format. It just is. 5 at most is manageable.
I think that was the time, Skeptic, when he got raided by QAnons. Bleepbop Ben got raided by QAnons the other day.
I heard that. I heard that one of the leftist streamers got hit with a bad faith raid. I didn't know it was Ben, but I did hear that it was Amorous. So 200 on a panel is okay? Yes, 200 is totally okay. Interesting. You have the newest iPads, worse than my old one. That's weird, Brown Eyed. Mine works just fine. That sucks. Take it to the fucking store. Tell them to give you a new one.
You still, how long? If it's still within the what do they call it? 4 months protection, whatever fucking lease thing. You still can take it in and say, hey, this shit's not working. What's wrong with it?
I mean, Apple will give us a year. If you got Apple Care, you got 2. Dirtbag seems to be the one that catches the most shit, in my opinion, says Kai. Yeah, I've gotten one bad faith raid, and our community hit him back so hard with reports, both on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch, that he started like whining and near crying on his own stream about how we were so mean.
Yeah. I think I was here for that, wasn't I?
That motherfucker got elbow checked. Like, it was, you don't bad faith raid people. It's a bullshit move. Just fuck off with that shit. Ben doesn't like banning people, but people were spamming racist shit and saying slurs in chat. He gave him a chance to stop, but he eventually had to ban him. Oh, I would just, if you bad faith raid me and you come in dropping N-bombs, anybody who came in with you is collateral damage. We just ban hammer coming down, right? Like, that's not, you don't fuck around with that shit. Like, you are all guilty by association. Sorry, this is how this works. You think this is a perfect world? Fuck off. Yeah, you just don't tolerate that shit. Any new face, you just ban. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It might be Wi-Fi, Brown Eyed Girl, maybe, depending upon the Wi-Fi of it. But I still would go and take it back into where you got it from, or into one of the actual technical departments for it, from the place for it, and
Am I rating right now? Not this moment, Tam, but we will rate out. I think we're probably going to rate out to Jake. Man, he looks fucking stoned. If he notices the raid, I'll be surprised. Who is Jake to Bake TV, who apparently is a regular on Curio's show. Or a regular on his channel, I should say. Kai's ML confirmed. Bob Chips, caught you the other night on SJW stream. Oh, hello, Bob Chips. Welcome. Most of the theory and educational stuff has been done for the night. But if you have any questions, and no worries. No worries, Brown-Eyed. If you have any questions or you have any stuff you want to actually ask, if you want to know why the fuck I was about to jump down that dude's throat for calling himself an ANCAP, by the way, we call them NFs now. So if you just want to adopt the terminology, we're spreading it to the wind. Anybody who
What is NF?
Neo-feudalist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They just want to be the lord of the manor with their little serfs working the fucking land for them. That's all they're after. So let's just call them what they are. They're neo-feudalists. So yeah, we're just calling ANCAPs NFs. Fuck them.
Okay. Yeah, Brown Girl, sorry, I was just trying to help you out. That's all.
Bye, Amorous.
See ya, Amorous.
I was wondering how long how long before we would have our first tag team debate on Twitch. It's a milestone. Mark it in the calendar. Carve it into the into the rock wall for the annals of history. All right. All right. I will read that. Fucking NFers. That's it. Like we're just going with NF. Like at these fucking NFers. They're problematic. Let's just put it that way. And Amorous, if you were leaving, goodbye. Yeah, as you said earlier, NFKRZ is not going to like this. I don't know who that is. Is that the rapper somebody said? No fuckers. It's a Russian YouTuber. Oh, interesting. Brown-Eyed, it's neo-feudalist. That's what it means. Anytime anybody self-describes or identifies themselves as an anarcho-capitalist, it's not a thing. It's not a thing. So we're gonna rebrand them immediately as the thing they actually are. They want to be a feudal lord. They would like to be in the manor up on the hill with their little serfs and peasants working the land for them. So it's neo-feudalist. Yeah, it's what they're after. If I own all of the stuff, people just work for me. And oh, sure, it's willingly. They could go over to the other feudal lord across the way if they don't want to work for me. It's not coercive by any length or means, right? Fuck these people.
So we still need to set up a little thing for the bot.
Oh, anytime anybody says ANCAP, it just let's see. I will.
That might be an actually kind of funny and good thing, right?
Yeah, we'll do an FTFY. You're old like me. Do you know an FTFY? Fix that for you. You put that like with somebody. You just like you put it below as a comment when somebody says something. You just put FTFY. Fixed that for you, and then you change something they said. All right. So
I'm presently working on trying to get it so that instead of my little icon that I have there, I can actually like have like an actual buffalo sitting there talking in like 2D or 3D.
Nice.
Because, you know, like there's ones that have like a bear or, you know, other things like that. I want to get it so I have like a buffalo sitting there talking while I'm talking.
All right, this should be live. If somebody wants to say ANCAP, there should be a trigger for it. Fucking motherfuckers. There's a cooldown on it, guys. RV got to it. No. Actually, Ancom Psycom got to it first.
I thought I did.
No. Ancom Psycom got to it first. Are these... What are the cooldowns? Are they seconds? Or are they minutes? There we go. Thank you, Psycom. Brown Eyed, that's Sue. That is Lost Sue of Lost Sue's channel and of Lost Sue fame. Did I say Lost Sue enough times to convey that maybe the person on stream is Lost Sue? And I will shout out Lost Sue in chat so you can have a link to Lost Sue's channel and listen to Lost Sue speak about Lost Sue's experience as an indigenous individual who went through the 60s scoop and has reclaimed their culture and utilizes it as a lens of analysis and critique for contemporary issues. Lost Sue. There. I was like, I went too long without saying Lost Sue.
Can we promote my name more? People in chat, can we do it? Could we do it?
Oh, fucking A.
I want to see like the whole entire chat light up with just Lost Sue.
Well, work on it, folks. Make that happen. What is he playing? Oh, he's playing COD. Ugh, so boring. Hang on, let me...
Whim. Your fire station. You're far away from it, though. You might as well go to the recon for a minute.
Ugh, COD. Everybody plays COD. There are so many people playing COD. Where's Sue? Is he lost? Lost soup, says Momo.
I love you all. You guys are awesome. Straight up.
Oh, I have the blue. It's soup. It has been lost. Please help us find it. All right. Oh, wrong tab entirely. Fucking. Oh, can't stop the kittens is always live. Let me check. Can't stop the kitten. Oh, the kitties are asleep. The kitties are asleep.
I'm good, brown-eyed girl. Thank you. I'm doing very well, thanks. And I truly appreciate and thank you for asking.
Yes, RV. Fucking Twitch names don't use an at. That's that Twitter heresy. I lost my soup. May I please, sir? May I have some more? Yeah. So let's see. Hang on. Even my spelling is crashing. Oh, found it. The lost soup. The lost soup. Hey, Fertus. I have awoken. I hate it so far. Oh, love it, Fertus. Love it. Did you get to class on time, Fertus?
Give me a minute. I gotta use the washroom.
He'll be back, Brown Eye. Bob. I know I'm saying your name a bunch of times, but Bob. I mean, fuck it. Like, I don't think you're gonna, Mark, I don't think you're gonna find many people in support of the Keystone Pipeline here. Yes, and no one was in the building because the students are doing distance learning anyway. I could have stayed home. Fuck.
Did you say Bob? Yeah, Bob just found me from SJW stream the other day, yesterday, I suppose. But yeah, came in like during the like wind down territory of the stream, like not heavy. So I just sort of feel bad for Bob. Like, you know, if there's any questions you want to ask Bob or there's anything you want to know, feel free to ask. Yeah, Mark, I doubt many people are going to debate it. I mean, not to mention the indigenous rights that had to be trampled to implement that pipeline. I mean, Mark, I'm feeling it. Why not? You want to come on air? Like, I take it, Mark, that you are in favor of said pipeline? Brown-eyed me? You talking to me or Sue? Because Sue's not going to tell you his real name. My name's Kai. You can come on air and discuss it, Mark, if you want. I've got an indigenous person who will be back shortly on the air with me right now. I'm sure that could be an interesting conversation. I don't understand what you mean, but I feel like this was just deterrent. I don't gather where you're going with that. But I can tell you, from my position, the oil company, the pipeline, and okay. I'll just put it in chat for you though. Kai, Kai, brown girl. Yeah, explain yourself a little further for us, Mark, please. Chat, try not to eat him alive. But yeah, what are some of the pros of this?
Hi.
Hey, Sue.
I'm back. Okay.
I
have a few questions. Apparently, I have asked.
Yeah, I mean, one of them you're not going to answer. That's okay.
Sue, tell us something. Your colonial overlords are no longer just looking at people of color to come after, they're looking at everyone to come after. So unite the world and we go #land back.
So
Secondly, do you remember when the pipeline attempt to go through Wet'suwet'en territory? Yes, I do, and they're still fighting that right now. Just a quick one.
Yeah. Let me just fact check something really quickly here. Give me one sec.
If you're looking at it,
that's what I wanted.
Thousands of temporary jobs that are only maybe 6 months.
Yeah, that's what I was just verifying, was the length of the employment that would be implemented. You're literally looking at a handful of permanent jobs and maybe 11,000 temporary jobs at a maximum length of 6 to 8 months per iteration of contract.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's really nothing impressive. It's really nothing that would be something that you would go, oh my God, jobs. No. It's just fucking chump change jobs. They're not even. It's not even worth blinking your eye at. It's no great bonus to the world or to the or society.
Nice to see somebody drop thorium, Psycom. Always fun to see somebody drop a thorium reference. At what cost, though, Mark? Every pipeline leaks. There's not a single pipeline that's ever had 100% uptime with no incident. Right? Like, this isn't a thing. It's a myth, right? Every pipeline will leak. So, at what cost? Are we willing to sacrifice more of our already polluted aquifers and already polluted surface water tables in this regard?
Lands.
You know, are we willing to violate more pseudo treaties and agreements with indigenous peoples and violate their rights? Are they equal human beings? Do they have rights? Do they get a say in this matter? Because they've universally spoken out on this one. They don't want it. The proportion of birds killed by wind turbines is literally negligible when compared to the amount of birds killed by skyscrapers per year. Thorium. It's a compound. It's a mineral, I believe. Hang on. Like I said, we're towards the end, and chemistry was a long time ago. Yeah, it's an element. Sorry, it's a metallic radioactive element. Here we go. Hey, Alpha. Nice to see you still hanging in there, my man.
I am more tending towards leaning not getting into nuclear energy so much.
Thorium's a whole other ballgame, plus nuclear safety since post-70s is an entirely different ballgame. It's a whole other conversation to be had. And the fact of the matter is there's the story. It's a whole fucking conversation. But the fact of the matter is we have to be able to have that conversation in and around radioactive material. And I'll even volunteer the state I live in, since we have one of the most secure radioactive storage facilities ever constructed by humankind, here, completely unused. We'll take your Canadian wastes. Like, it's fine. Like, we've got a facility here that would secure it for a very, very, very long time. Like, past the point of when we would even have to be having this conversation about even renewables. Either we burn out as a species entirely, or we figure something else out.
And solar panels, Mark, if we actually put in money into the framework of innovation to improve upon them, we can move away from them having several toxic elements.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. In Adia, the amount of radiation that comes off of a coal-fired plant is several orders of magnitude higher than, I mean, like several orders of magnitude higher than will be released from a nuclear plant in its lifetime. In fact, inside a nuclear facility, there is less radiation than there is outside due to the shielding that is in those buildings. You will actually receive less background radiation in totality when you're inside a nuclear facility. So if you're worried about radiation, actually the safest place to be is inside a nuclear power plant. It's insane, but it's true.
Yeah, Mark, I get that. But these things can be improved. And yeah, I'll have to forgive me. I'm just leery when it comes to nuclear conversations. Just, you know,
I was gonna say that's not true anymore. The energy trajectories for that solar is now the cheapest form of energy. It's the cheapest. It's the cheapest form of electricity on the open market at present. For a lifetime cost, yeah. When you factor in like recovery scenarios, the sustainability development index, the net zero emissions, and the overall cost, yeah, it took renewables have been taking the positions for quite some time, actually. Let me pull a.
I'm just saying, like, you know, I'm only one voice, and I would hope that everyone would, you know, at least keep and bear in mind the footprint that they're leaving on the planet for the next, at least at bare minimum, 7 generations going forward, and what we're going to have to be looking at.
7th generation.
You know,
that
saying, right?
It's actually a brand out of Vermont here that utilizes that philosophy. Wonder where they borrowed it from.
I wonder.
Anyway, the International Energy
Created indigenous people.
Actually, I think there's a actual indigenous influence in the company. Like it's like they're a part of it. The International Energy Agency's World Energy Outlook for 2020. It's a 464-page outlook published by the IEA. Confirmed that electricity is now the cheapest electricity in history is now solar. So, I mean, that pipeline argument goes right out the window. Some of my favorite soap too, says Beaver. I use them for laundry detergent, actually. 7th generation laundry detergent is what I use. Yeah. Alpha Boy. Well, I can't help you with that. I mean, I'm sorry, my man. You're on your own with that shit. If you believe climate change and global warming, which I agree global warming was the worst fucking branding issue ever, and it gave so much room to idiot chuds the world over. But if you believe anthropogenic climate change is a government conspiracy or a hoax from the government, as you put it, you're on your own, bro. Like, go hang out with the QAnoners, I guess. But, I mean, anybody who's been Go ahead.
Sorry, go
no,
ahead.
go for it.
All I can say when it comes to that is take a look outside your window.
That's basically what I was going to say.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Just fucking use your own powers of observation. The last 15 years have been the hottest 15 years on record. Fucking anybody over a certain age is like, hey, you remember when there used to be insects? Like, some of us remember you used to be able to drive down the highway and like your windshield would be covered in insects. Now you could drive around the highways and freeways and interstates of the US and you're like, what happened to all the insects, by the way? I wonder. Could it be ecological collapse? I mean, it just use your own powers of observation. I mean, or, you know, look up the IPCC report on anthropogenically driven climate change and read it. And listen.
Yeah, got a good.
Go for it. I was just gonna say, and listen to people who have spent their entire lives and have like collectively thousands of years of academic experience in this field. But hey, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with what Walking Gadget is saying. There's been more storms and fires over the last few years. Brown Eyed Girl, indigenous people do not benefit from oil and gas production.
But they
don't benefit from that at all.
But they do benefit from casinos.
But we do benefit from casinos. Yeah.
Yeah. They're fucking winning back the white man's money one nickel at a time. Love it. I do love it. I think it's hilarious that's how y'all are getting rich. Like fucking come on in. Yeah, fucking gamble here. No, sure, it's fine. No. Sure, you can be a winner too. Come on in. Buy yourself some cheap tobacco, some fireworks, and leave your life savings at the table. Fucking schmucks.
We're all good with that.
Yeah, I'm good with it too. I'm good with any, like, look, I don't want you to go to ours, but hey, it stimulates my local economy. So if you want to go to the casinos here and drop your life savings, you're a schmuck, and I'd tell you not to, but I'm not going to stop you. But if you want to go up the road a bit to the Paiute Indian Travel Plaza, I think is its actual official name. I'm serious. Like, I think it's the Paiute Indian Travel Plaza. It's got a casino, fireworks, like it's right outside of town, up the 15 northbound. Drop on in, it's on the res, and leave your life savings there. It's cool, just consider it reparations. Fucking schmucks walk into a casino thinking you could be a winner.
What are we talking about, RV? What is this? Alternative facts don't care about your feelings?
Oh, no. He's literally referencing, like, you know, Kellyanne Conway, Trump administration. Like, you know, who cares about the IPC or observable fact? Like, nobody cares about that. Alternative facts don't care about your feelings. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's fucking around.
I was about to go, what are we talking about now?
Solar panels require hefty maintenance. They require dusting and the occasional rewiring when made properly and not cheaply in China. Are relatively short-lived. You can get a average 15, but up on the high-end 20-year life cycle out of a currently made solar panel. And in a substantial percentage of locations cannot fully provide the energy needs. So you need other stopgap energy methodology, such as maybe nuclear, or maybe wind, or maybe geothermal, or maybe hydroelectric. Hey, I wonder if there's an example of a highly sunny area that utilizes a large amount of geothermal and hydroelectric energy. Oh, that's right. I live in one. Oh.
Nevada.
Interesting. Hoover Dam, we're the 4th largest user of geothermal in the country, and we've got massive solar farms. It's not providing 100% of our energy, but it's damn well providing more than any of the rest of y'all are doing. And then we use natural gas as the stopgap here, but I would like to have a conversation about something like a thorium-driven nuclear facility. I'd be open to that, to wean ourselves off natural gas. Anyway, what were you saying, Sue?
I have a question for Brown Eyed Girl. Okay. Brown Eyed Girl. You say, sorry, I do not ever gamble at Indian casinos.
Do you gamble at the other casinos is my question.
Do you gamble at the other casinos?
Like, you got to weed that out.
And then secondly, what's that?
Oh, no, just continue. I was just like, you gotta peel that apart. Like, is it the gambling or is it the Indian casino thing?
Is it the gambling? Is it the you can't make it out to the casino on the res, so you go to the one in town, or is it a deeper issue than that?
Estrella, yes, I have. I have seen the linguistic and semiotic experts that were compiled to create the warning systems. Frackle, hey there, Frackle, and thank you for the resub, and congratulations on the 4-month resub. Let's see.
Beautiful feathers. Love the feathers.
That's the 2-month. I don't know what the 4-month looks like, but say something in chat, Frackle, and I'll get to see what the 4-month color is. Because I know blue is 5. Oh, you've got a founder's badge, Frackle. We don't even get to see the A next to your name. TVA is good. Tennessee Valley Authority. They get a little authoritarian sometimes, Sassy, but the TVA is an interesting conglomerate. I think people are a bit confused. Solar energy.
Las Vegas for like 3 times out of the year.
Oh, well, whatever.
So you're supporting the 1% rather than supporting the indigenous people. Okay.
Yeah, like forget the 1%. We're talking 0.1%. These are multi-billion-dollar multinational corporations.
Yeah.
These are the moderately big boys. The big boys are trillion-dollar entities.
Thank you, Franco.
Let's see. Gadge. Also, if we have batteries, we wouldn't even need very many panels or wind and solar or farms to fully power entire cities for like weeks. And you don't even need power storage mechanisms, right? Like you need to like wean yourself off these sort of terms like batteries, because batteries can be toxic, but batteries can be not toxic. There's such a thing as a saltwater battery as well. There's such a thing as gravity assisted fucking kinetic batteries. There's molten salt.
Lithium is kind of has a toxicity to it.
Well, I mean, that's why I'm saying, like, there's alternative forms of batteries. That's why you got to weed your way off the terminology of battery and start talking about power power energy storage mechanisms, because there's like molten salt storage mechanisms that use thermal capacitance to store like industrial levels of power. So you literally use the power during the day to melt salt. And then you use that heat to power a turbine, to create steam and power a turbine the same way that you would nuclear, right? It's essentially a battery. It's just a different type of battery. And so people associate batteries with certain specific types of technology, so it's sort of a branding issue. People need to get away or wean themselves off that maybe.
Well, Bump Master Bump. They were saying goodnight. They're going to sleep.
Oh, good night.
And Sassy, I miss dancing too. Ever since this damn COVID, I literally miss dancing. It sucks.
You save your money for Las Vegas. Well,
I mean, cool boy, you could sit back and like look into wind farms, especially if you're like in the plains areas.
Yeah, Washington solar wouldn't work, but wind farms would work the fuck out of. Like, you might break your fucking your wind farms in that part of the world. Also, geothermal is always an option, as long as you're in one of the lower lying areas. And Washington has a, I mean, yeah, they've got mountains, but they've also got the seacoast there, so they've got some flats. This is 10 years old. This isn't even accurate anymore. Here's one from October of last year.
Yeah, exactly, Australia. Exactly. Capitalist breeds innovation. Yeah. How many types of energy do we rely on? Oh, only one? And they own most of the world, and so much for innovation.
Yeah, we have a document for that. It's actually on the cheat sheet. Where's capitalism? Capitalism actually drives down innovation, provided to us by our resident economist and financial expert, Irish Swede. We have a study that was a multifaceted study that was done, showing that, quote, we present evidence from various industries, products, and firms showing that research effort is rising substantially while research productivity is declining sharply. Economic growth arises from people creating ideas. As a matter of accounting, we can decompose the long-run growth ratio into the product of two terms: the effective number of researchers and their research productivity. We then present a wide range of empirical evidence showing that in many contexts and at various levels of disaggregation, research effort is rising substantially, while actually research productivity is declining sharply. They do this in a number of industries, including agricultural, high technology. They also look at healthcare. They also look at the manufacturing industry as a whole. And if you want that, you can go to cs.kaisthings.com, go to the capitalism section, and it will be on the tab called Capitalism Drives Down Innovation. And you can read the entire study for yourself. Yeah. By the way, so I'm building a cheat sheet.
Okay.
It's still in its alpha version, but it will eventually be one of those sort of mega documents. But it's designed to be totally encapsulated. So you can literally save the web page, and everything that you need will come off of the web page into a single HTML file on your desktop.
Nice.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm building a cheat sheet for this sort of stuff. Like, I've got a list of like 11 fairly successful anarchistic societies where people are like, well, what's it? Here's a fucking list. Here's, taxes. Here's societies. Here's consensus decision making. Here's, Malthusian incrementalism. Here's the difference between libertarians. Here's capitalism sucks. Here's fucking Medicare would boost wages. Here's Medicare would cost less. Here's why there's more houseless people in California. Somebody hit us with that one earlier tonight. It's like, oh, I have that one too. Anti-capitalist Bible passages, hypocritical Christian shit. Like, just building the list. Fucking.
Nice.
Capitalism drives innovation into the dirt. Was my article any help to the Medicare page? Maybe. It might actually be the basis of one of them. If you're... Let me check if it's in there.
Watch it, catch it. Zoom, FaceTime, etc. Dance parties are okay. Not the same, but still fun. Yeah.
Wait, what? Hang on.
I am a 480 plus pound monster that's ugly as fuck.
I'll be back.
So since I'm taking over Kai's stream for now, how's everyone doing? Welcome to the Lost Sioux Hour podcast. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is Rebel Radio at its purest and most finest. On today's show, oh no, I am Momo. I am a monster. Yeah. I am one ugly motherfucker. I got a face only a mother could love. Sue stream now. Yeah, it's Sue stream now. I have taken over. We have rebelled. And we have performed a successful rebellion. You know, I just sit back and go, I look forward to when we can actually get over this shit. Finally kick that white guy out of here.
All right. What'd I miss?
Oh, hey, Kat.
What's up, nerds?
Hey,
I was gonna come in here to occupy the empty space while Kai was gone, but fuck it.
It didn't take me that long to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
I don't have the old man prostate.
oh, Lord Frutis, I think, is waiting as well there. Kai.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
we have a moratorium on French.
I know, Adio, we finally got rid of the white guy, and bam, he comes back. Fuck.
Oh, I'm not white.
Amazing.
Gondolom, muchacho tachi.
Yep, not white.
That. Hold on, Laura.
I'm
I'm a brown-eyed girl. I'm not in the United States. I'm up in Canada.
and
Oh, nice, Franco. Sweet. I appreciate that. On behalf of my indigenous people all across Turtle Island, we truly appreciate that, Franco.
oh, let's see. I wanna actually. What kind of wanna? No, I'll leave it. All right. So what's up, Frenchie?
Waking up. Bitter about everything.
It may be trivial to. It's not trivial to the people on that land. I just want to point that out.
Let's do it this way. We have an oil leak, and it kills that whole entire area, becomes like a dead zone. Then there's the further push of that into where it kills off livestock and other animals that we use for hunting to feed our families and other sources of farming. Then it also ruins farmer land. Would we like to continue on?
Damn, I'm not European. I'm Irish. Are you Tam? Are you Republic of Ireland? Are you Northern Ireland? Which one we dealing with here? Out of you, trivial. Yeah. Trivial to whom?
It's always trivial when it's not in your backyard.
Yeah, hold on. Let me dump like 20,000 barrels worth of oil in your backyard. Fucking, is it trivial yet?
Daniel.
Not to mention the fucking water table. Like it's always like a lot of people were saying, hey, Keystone is not a big deal for the American natives because it's not even going through their territory, or just a bit something. But when it leaks, the water table doesn't care about borders.
No. You're not familiar with American water. Our American capitalist water adheres to border laws, goddammit, right? When we draw an imaginary line on the ground, it fucking stays put because we've got freedom water. All right?
Brought to you by Nestle.
Our country is fucking retarded. I'm sorry. I had to say it. Fucking sorry that the ableist language, but it's the truth. Somebody needs to say it from time to time. Somebody needs to remind Americans how fucking stupid this country can be.
I can relate.
Like... Yeah, we know.
Just call you fish. Like...
See, here's the problem though, Brown Eyed Girl, when it comes to like wells and stuff like that, aqueducts and things like that. For like crude oil, it's less bad because the crude oil just so comes up to the top, and it is relatively easier to clean. But what they're looking at is putting sand oil, which that motherfucker will go right into it all. And it is extremely impossible to clean. Yes, sassy.
It's sad that's a knowledge that one has to acquire.
I love when people like lose their fucking minds with that stuff. If imagine if we got to air our conversation from last night.
Wait. I am only going to say this once, Daniel. If you keep using that B word and referring to Momo as that, I am seriously going to request that you be removed out of this fucking channel.
Say the word, boys.
Fracking. Oh yeah, fuck fracking. We covered fracking the other night. Like there was somebody in here advocating for fracking too. Like we're like, do we need to play the video? And we played the video. Like here's flammable water. Like really? This is your brain. This is your brain on capitalism. Like it just. As safely as possible. Interesting.
Come on there.
Oh.
You only need one leak for the environment to be ruined. Like just
it's not.
They're
not a he, Daniel.
Whatever.
Please don't use gender.
Let's see. Let's look at Canada's track record. Oil pipeline incidents. 62, 65, 65, 69, 86, 95. That was a good stretch there. They had 96, 97, 97, 99, 2000, 2001, 2001, 2002, 2002, 2003, 2005, 2007, 2007, 2007. Ooh, 2007 was a good year for pipeline maintenance. 2009, 2009, 2009, 2009, 2009. Ooh, we really must have been maintaining those pipelines well. 2010, 2011, 2011, 2012, 2012, 2012, 2012, 2013, 2013, 2014.
listener that says that they called you a retard. They said you were boring and keep trying.
2000.
Nowhere say that. Nowhere.
2013, 2013, 2014, 2014, 2014, 2015, 2015, 2015, 2015. Ooh, 2015. They were really keeping an eye on those pipelines. 2016, 2017, 2018, 2018, 2018, and 2020. It's interesting. People keep lists of this. This is Canada, Mark. The Trans-Canadian Pipeline.
Mm-hmm.
Or Trans-Canada. Sorry, I should call them. The U.S. has its own list. But you forget the Keystone Pipeline isn't just the U.S. Wait, hang on. Did you know that the world is not just the U.S.? I mean, we should start...
Maybe we should ask that first.
You know, Americans, we're an interesting bunch. Keystone Pipeline should deliver beer, not oil. Now, that's something people could get behind. I mean, I'm not a beer drinker, but I mean, if you were like, hey, we built this pipeline and we're going to use it to ship oil, but we're going to actually use it to ship a Canadian beer into the U.S., I'd be like, yeah, that sounds like a decent idea. Do that instead. Yeah. Maple syrup pipeline. Vermont produces better maple syrup than Canada anyway. We don't need it.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
Oh, you guys come... Hey, the Pirater. Thank you for the host. Thank you for the raid. Hello, Piraters people. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Y'all commoditized your the majority of your syrup manufacturing, and you actually create a homogenized Canadian maple syrup that you export, and it is like not artisanal maple syrup, unlike the American maple syrups. See, it's because of big industry that y'all fucked your reputation when it comes to maple syrup. Now, small farm producers in Canada, I firmly admit, produce some great products, but the primary exported maple syrup from Canada is actually a collective, and it's homogenized maple syrup, which removes all the terroir from the maple syrup. It makes it an inferior product, and that's just the sad truth of the matter. So reform that maple syrup industry, Canada, and I'll get back on your side. But until then, you're producing mass-produced bullshit.
Hey, don't look at me, man. I wasn't the one that allowed them to do that.
I know, right?
And Daniel, I'm only going to say this once. Keep your bullshit motherfucking pipelines off of my reservations, motherfucker.
There you go. I think Daniel's memeing, actually, about the pipeline, but I don't know. It's Mark.
I would hope he is.
Hang on. Watch what? Wait. Oh, whatever.
What?
I don't know. Maybe that was the maple syrup comment. I don't know.
Okay, Daniel. All right.
Invest in Keystone Light.
I mean, it's not a bad investment.
All I know is American beers, especially those that use the word light in them. Thank you to follow Cerritos. Are usually referenced as dog shit, like piss water. Like, that's what I hear from beer drinkers. I've only ever liked one beer in my entire, like, back when I was a drinker, and that was an Irish Red. Yeah. I found it it paired well with pizza, like in that classical sense. I always wanted to drink like pizza and beer, and it took me forever to find a beer that actually worked for my palate. And yeah, it was an Irish Red that worked. Beaver, yes. Beaver knew the brand.
Hey, Double Boy, I am going to tell you, you haven't tried Manitoba Winnipeg club beer yet, and until you do, hold that thought.
You guys are mad at Daniel, but maybe you guys just don't like people you disagree with. I run a channel that's literally like becoming infamous in leftist circles for providing a big tent for disagreements and those that don't agree with my political alignments and opinions, so we can have open discussion. And I don't give a shit whether somebody agrees with me or not, quite frankly. I'll argue with them. I'll fucking, I'll talk to them. I'll have a conversation. I'll dissect their positions and points, but I really don't care if you agree with me or not. Some of my favorite people disagree with me a lot, but some of my favorite people also agree with me a lot. Doesn't really matter. Get Ben Shapiro on. You got his number? Right now. Love it. You got his phone number? Can we text him?
That would be so down.
100%. I mean, I'd probably have to go take some sublingual B12 or something to sort of, get the energy back up. But I 100% would talk to Ben Shapiro.
Should I just ban these chuckle fucks?
Yeah, leave them for the moment, but, keep an eye. Liberals like me. Fun. I'm an anarchist, not a liberal. So can you tell me the difference between those two? Pop quiz, class. Same thing. Good job. That's what I would expect from someone who's a disciple of Ben Shapiro, quite frankly. That's what I'd expect. That level of political education. Or miseducation? Diseducation? Whatever.
That's what you get when you listen to the opinions of a fascist.
I feel like it's more like white nat, though.
Somebody's just been emboldened.
Hey, John. How are you? Yeah, right?
Oh, damn.
Oh, RV just doing it.
Okay.
RV just modding. RV's out there in the field. Just, he's in the trenches.
RV can do that. I can keep playing Friday Night Funkin'.
Biden is a Malarco Bidenist.
Old school AJ. Prager you take, huh?
So, okay, so Mark, let's say I concede all of those points, even though I have contention with most of those points. Let's just say I concede all of those points that you've just iterated out, right? Neo-libertarians are not often minarchists. Let's say we talk about should we be weaning off? Should we be using less? Should we be building more of the alternatives of the renewables? Or should we just say, well, they can't cover it. We might as well just keep pumping oil and gas and burning that shit because these other things cannot complete 100% of our needs. So why bother?
Can I intercede for a second?
Yeah, go for it.
How dare you?
Hey, brown-eyed girl, if you're a proud chud, why do you have an A beside your name? Look at that. That looks like an anarchist. Damn.
If people have described Trump as an anarchist, those people have no political education whatsoever. Let's just put it that way. In what way was Trump antithetical to a hierarchical organizational structure? He was literally the president of the United States. He was at the top of the hierarchical organizational structure. What part of a philosophical challenging of unjust power and authority mechanisms did he apply as a lens of analysis for his period of term as president? Please explain to me, in what way was Trump an anarchist? Because that's hilarious.
Yeah. Plus, he wielded the power of the state in a manner that says, I'm the boss. I don't care what the rules say, they don't apply to me. So if that sounds anarchistic to you, you don't know what this means.
Old school AJ. If Trump is an anarchist, Kim Jong-un is democratically elected.
Good one, AJ. Good one. Good one. I like that.
No, he's French, not German.
It's a couple of steps off there, cuz.
That's why, but they're neighbors, right? Like that's why they're historically allies.
Yeah, no. There has never been European infighting. They've never really had any conflicts between one another.
We don't have animosity right now. We're cozying up. It's okay.
We get an influx of weirdos.
I don't know, maybe a little bit.
Well, then you get indoctrinated into the anarchist
and
colony.
As for was Trump a good president? That's like saying, hey, I mean, he was a nice serial killer. He's still a war criminal by the very nature of being president. He still committed crimes against humanity by the very nature of being president. Never mind all of the stuff like ordering federal police officers to go out and illegally arrest people. Never mind the racist shit. Never mind the fucking constant grifting. I mean, the guy sucked. He sucked. Oh, nice. Well, welcome, Gathorum. Welcome. Thank you for the follow.
People seem to have trouble pinning my accent, and I'm here for it.
What does that actually mean for you? Allez les Bleus.
Go Blues! It's the national football team, and by football I mean soccer.
I know.
Yeah, we know. It's an international channel. Like we just call around these parts, we just call football.
It makes things simpler.
Yeah, fucking American football is useless. Who cares?
AK hen egg.
Yeah, like egg ball.
Nice.
Isn't being an anarchist and a communist an oxymoron? How can you have anarchy if everyone has to belong to the same political party?
Well, that would be like the single party thing would be your Marxist, Leninist, Maoist.
No, Marxist, Leninist, malarkey. I like it.
I dig it.
ML Bidenism. I dig it. I'm down.
Biden told the anarchists to just look over the river, Jack.
To quote the Black Republicans, we're not a monolith.
Oh my god.
Anarchism is a modifier when applied to other systems, right? If you apply anarchism, what happens is your organizational structure changes. Utilizing sort of direct democracy techniques, ground-up organizing, individual sovereignty, that sort of thing, are recognized within it. So, can you be an ANCOM? Yes. Am I an ANCOM? End stage, maybe-ish. Now, no. I am primarily an anarchist for the purposes of utilizing it as a... Anarchism is what killed Colombia, China, and Russia, etc., says Levier.
I mean, sure. I mean, I guess just
cool.
by way of a bunch of anarchists getting slaughtered by the state, we killed those countries.
100%. So you will leave ANCAPs alone. Oh, that Stream Elements queued it. You mean neo-feudalists? No. ANCAPs aren't anarchists. Anarchism is about a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures. Capitalism is inherently hierarchical. Anarchism is about eliminating coercive and forceful elements in society. Capitalism is inherently coercive and inherently exploitative. There is no such thing as an anarcho-capitalist. It is an inorganic, bad faith argument to provide somebody with linguistic cover for holding a shitty political opinion that they don't want to actually own up to. They're neo-feudalists.
And Brown Eyed Girl, to be honest, ever since first contact over here and settlers started to formulate a government, it has been under a dictatorship.
And that's an opinion. It's the correct one. I'm sorry. Like most political scientists even agree on this matter. I mean, you can go talk to Noam Chomsky. He'll back me up on this. Like, these are antithetical terms. They mean the opposite thing. You can't combine them. What you're talking about is neo-feudalism. At most, neo-American libertarianism, but in a classical sense, libertarianism doesn't apply. What they are feudalists. Oh, with a monarchistic tinge to them, because they've still got that Burkean philosophy.
I'm gonna just have a second of blowing up steam. If you utter the words, it's just an opinion, or it's your opinion, I would like you to kindly go fuck yourself. Everything is an opinion. It's a matter of how well you defend it, how well you argue it, how well it's documented. If you cannot provide sound arguments for your opinion, it is word dog shit, and just go fuck yourself.
The French teacher doesn't have his coffee in him yet.
Oh yeah, no, I do. I'm 100% better, and I'm like I'm just having
Hey, John.
Basically a rehash of a fight I got with my ex about bleach of all things.
So you're anarchist that want to tell everyone how to live? We're not all anarchists. The community is wide. There's a bunch of us here that I want to tell everybody how to live. No, I want to tell you that there's an alternative out there that you probably haven't encountered because you've been living in a bubble that was created artificially around you. And I want to provide you educational materials and insight into somebody who's organized in these manners and as somebody who understands both the theory and the praxis behind it. And provide you with that alternative option. Anarchists don't believe in using force. Your life is yours to live how you so choose. If you own your body, if you don't own your body, then you own nothing in this world. And if your mind isn't an extension of your body, then I don't know what is. I would never tell you how to live your life. I could tell you options to live your life by. And if you choose to adopt them, then you feel free to. Unlike the regime and the system that we currently find ourselves in, which dictate the manner in which you will be living your life from before your birth into the grave.
All I can say is I want to tell you how to live your life. I want to own you. I want to own every single aspect of your life. I want complete control. Never mind the orange Cheeto guy. You need to follow me as your ultimate supreme ruler, king, God.
There you
go. That's king.
Nice. I don't know.
Wait, okay, that doesn't actually mean anything. Those are words that put together. I'm going to read this out loud. Strap the fuck in. All right?
All right.
Trump was an anarchist by subjugating an anarchic organization under the noses of the commission of the ruling class while simultaneously undermining the inherent flaws of neoliberal capitalism. Is this correct?
I'm having an aneurysm.
I mean, it's just like, what flaws did he expose?
He was an anarchist by subjugating an anarchic organization. Which anarchic organization did he subjugate? And how do anarchists maintain an ideological consistency by subjugating things?
Also, where's the fucking what commission is this? What, like, is this public information? Are we like?
This is insanity.
No, this is deep state bullshit.
Right, well, that's what I'm trying to get him to say. It's just like, fuck, don't ruin the grift. Don't ruin the grift.
Actually, we have historical and contemporary examples to the opposite of that, Mark. Uncontrolled crime and manipulation are not knock-on effects of the lack within an anarchistic system. I mean, literally, I've got them on my website. I've got multiple examples, small and big, ranging from small anarcho-communitarian societies that lasted for 375 years without any laws, any police, any military, any judges, any of that sort of thing. They were doing just fine. All the way up to currently existing, including a stretch of land with over 100 million people in it. That are anarchistically hierarchically organized, that do not utilize formal laws or structures such as, and they're maintaining just fine to the point where China doesn't even want to fuck with them.
Okay, so Newton asks, what are your thoughts on private property? Kai.
Private property shouldn't exist. It should be abolished. Do you mean personal property? Because most people who use private property are talking about personal property. If you understand the distinction between personal and private property, and you're actually asking that question, yeah, abolish private property.
Levier wants to know what qualifies you as someone who educates. Do you have a degree or something?
Do you need a degree to teach someone something? What is the qualification? I've been an anarchist. Ooh, who's got the fucking sirens?
What the fuck's going on?
It's Sue.
It's Sue.
Sorry.
They're coming for you, Sue.
I was wondering.
No.
I was wondering which one of these two they were was getting up to trouble.
The RCMP is on the job.
RCMP's coming. I've been an anarchist for about 2/3 of my life. I've been studying it for about 1/3 of my life. So I've been engaged in the community for about 1/3 of my life at this point in time. With a certain level of expertise, I can talk about most of these topics. As far as anarchistic studies go at an academic level, there aren't many colleges that actually provide that. University of Texas at Austin has a historian who specializes in anarchism, and if you happen to be in residence, if you happen to be going to college where Noam Chomsky is in residence at that time, you can get a good solid course on anarchism in. But as far as a political science course that actually teaches the principles of anarchism, no, you have to be autodidactic to understand these topics. You have to be in the community. So you get in the community and you study. You fucking study your ass off. You don't have to be a total theory head, but you got to be open to learning. And then you got to be open to doing. That's how. There aren't many schools that are willing to teach you this, even on a global scale. It's not good practice for authoritarian hierarchical structures to teach you the tools to undermine authoritarian hierarchical structures. It's just sort of.
Who would have thought?
Sort
So
of a
weird.
thing, yeah.
Be a culture. What? How does The Wolf of Wall Street disprove anarchism? Also, yeah, it's a movie, but like, what's the, you know?
And
Like,
that doesn't.
I think you'll find that most villains are what's the word again? Utilitarian, while most of the good guys are
You could.
ontological. No,
You,
deontological.
yes.
Yes.
Deontological or ontological? Which one were you going for?
Deontological.
Okay.
The ontology is cringe.
Coulter, this is fascism. You couldn't define fascism if you tried.
And I'm gonna pipe in here and state, I have 20 plus years of
I'm just kidding.
knowing and understanding and learning my indigenous culture and way of life. That makes me full-on acceptable elder and expertise on the subject.
And indigenous cultures are OG anarchists. We would call them proto-anarchists.
All right, Kai, flip a coin.
What are we going for? Heads or tails?
I'm going tails. Feeling lucky.
Flip a coin.
It's
Heads.
head.
It was heads. Both on both sides of the fucking ocean. Holy shit.
Ain't that about a bitch? They
Oh, you have-
survived today.
And having sex? Oh my God! Congratulations.
You were muted for 10 whole minutes. Well, congratulations. You survived it.
But it's like this uber French way of pronouncing this dude's name, like Louvière.
Oh, so you mean when you started calling Fertus a pussy and started fucking talking shit about one of the people on the line, you mean one of the mods timed you out? I can't imagine why.
These dudes are having like a mental breakdown in chat.
It is funny, though.
It doesn't take a whole lot to be respectful, people. If you can't be respectful, then this isn't the place for you.
You don't even have to be fully respectful. Just maintain a certain level of civility, for fuck's sake. You're like brand new on the channel.
I tell people to eat shit for saying opinions. Well, it's your opinion, so.
Anarchism isn't no rules. It isn't lack of organization. It isn't lack of societal responsibility or societal consequences for one's actions. That's not what anarchism is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Tink Tink. I'm gonna borrow Ace's term. I'm gonna start calling these motherfuckers Tink Tink. That's not what anarchism is.
Where's that from? Or is that just her thing?
It's probably from somewhere, but you know, it's Ace's things.
I missed that. Why was I called pussy exactly?
Because you're French.
No, it's off of the course, no problem.
Yes, and
help us with the revolution, and you know, it just goes.
Anarchism is derived from anarchy, which is derived from anarchos, and without archos means ruler. It is Greek. There you go.
Mini rant. It's still fucking stupid. We should move away from it.
It's from a comedy special. Momo's calling Daniel is approximately 16. I'll put the video in shared content. Thank you, Gadge.
Voice chat. These guys are getting boring. They're just like ranting. And like.
Yeah, let's open it up. Fuck it. Let's do it, guy.
All right.
Danielle is apparently 8.
Cool. All right. Let me check some of these. All right, so we got that. Hey, there.
Can you play Prawn Srars from YouTube? I'll do it.
Oh, it's Cat Williams.
All right, let's see. Prawn Srars. Let's see what the fuck this pulls up. Nothing.
We can.
Prawn Srars. Actually, I'm pretty sure Twitch would allow it, now that I think about it, as long as there's no copyrighted music in there.
No. Mark, it's about unjust authority. You have to clear the philosophical challenge first. There's organized militias, the Black Army, the Machno.
God, they want the Discord links.
Oh, I'm not giving most of these people that. I have to generate, like, temporary invites.
I know, I'm just saying.
And quite frankly, I don't trust any of these motherfuckers with an invite. These are the kind of people that jump on air just to scream the N-word like 16 times in a row.
We can ban them right away.
Yeah, but still, it's.
Estrella, like, I don't trust any of these chuds to go on air. Not a single one has shown a shred of evidence that they would even be able to engage in the dialectical exercise at this point. You hate poor people, that's why you won't let me on. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
What?
We're all funded by Soros here.
Aww. Dude, you have no idea where the hell you're sitting in right now. None. You picked the wrong spot, bro.
Bruh.
Prime K's is down the road a bit. You're more than welcome to go there. And I'm sure you will get on that in a heartbeat.
true. Oh, well, they're closing shop at this point, I think.
Oh, are they closing down?
That's probably where they're all.
Well,
I was just saying that's probably where they're all coming from, quite frankly. Sorry, Prime. Sorry, not sorry.
Was an anarchist. Hey, they keep posting this. Is this just a new copy pasta?
Apparently.
I'm with it. You know what? You know what? You know what?
Or are you gonna?
Yeah, I did it.
Oh, you know
Fuck
what?
your boy.
You know what we should trigger?
What's up?
The lips.
Yes, but
Somebody who's got like 8,000 or somebody who's got channel points. Throw AJ on the air really quickly.
oh yeah.
How do I do that?
It's in it's under channel point redemptions.
Yeah, you know where you tell Kai to like stretch and all that shit.
Sidecam, Alex Jones, highlight my message, choose an email.
Alex Jones. Oh, it's out of stock.
Ain't that about a bitch?
Somebody fucking took it.
All right, hang on.
Oh, Devil Boy. Oh, let me talk to you. Why would we want to talk to you then?
Oh, Devil. Oh, I was gonna say Devil Boy is fine. Like Devil Boy's been around. He does the drawings and stuff. Let me get to my manager here. Community. What are they doing that?
We're not talking about you.
They put that under channel rewards now, right? Like, yeah.
What's going on?
I'm just doing a quick mod here and modification here. Edit that. All right, somebody refresh. It should be available.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Jones here.
There we go.
Proudly
Ace
radical.
fucking.
Since I owe Kai a few favors from back in the old days. Shit, I probably shouldn't talk about that. Wait, why are you still recording? Fine. Just be sure to edit it out. Anyways, as I was saying, well, this is Alex Jones, and I just wanted to teach the proletariat a few things about anarchism. Anarchism isn't about chaos. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Anarchism is about the people. It's about solidarity and mutual aid. It's about removing unjust authority and hierarchies. We should all be anarchists. The world would be a better place. Now, I'm going to apologize again to all those parents whose lives I ruined because I'm such a douchebag. Jones, out. All right, Kai, this has got to make us even for that incident you helped me out with.
I'm convinced it doesn't get old. I'm sorry. It's fucking brilliant.
Yeah, no, it's cool.
It's brilliant.
I'm sorry about bumping the mic with my titty, by the way.
That's fine. Fucking.
Just-
That's
sitting up,
$30 a month over on Catzoline fans.
Okay. More titty.
Hey.
Here.
Champagne
For the
Socialist.
fans.
What's up?
Bear. I have myself in the titty.
Big Tech is free to censor Alex Jones, unless you'd have like to have a conversation about private property and how you'd like to restrict private property rights. Because last time I checked, Big Tech actually is a series of privately owned, independently run networks, right? Like this is their private property. So are they free to do with it as they want? Or should we be placing public regulations and restricting the ability of people to do what they want with their private property? I don't know, say in the form of denying, I don't know, what's a good example? I don't know. Maybe if I was a baker, say, and I didn't want to bake a cake for somebody.
I think I know the reference you just referenced.
Yeah. So, yeah, the free market has decided they don't want Alex Jones. That's all.
And if you don't like the free market, then I guess you really have an issue with capitalism.
That's just the invisible hand of the market.
Twitter has decided that it was bad for business to have certain elements on their platform, and therefore remove them. It's
Yep. That's how it works.
It's up to them.
He was bad for business. He was finally bad for business. Once he got bad for business, well, market decisions. He gotta go.
The same way Spotify decided that the IDW episodes of Joe Rogan were bad for business as well.
Wait, Joe Rogan's not on Spotify anymore?
Yeah, no, there he is, but not the episodes where he discussed with Jordan Peterson or Ben Shapiro or, you know, those kind of guys.
That's fucking funny, dog. Oh, dude. Super Sauce, how much money you want to bet on that?
You do have a problem.
This is my plan. Every fucking time, if they will not put money on it, then I refuse to believe they believe it. Super Sauce, come on. I'll 200, 150, 20, 2,000, 1,000. Let's fucking come on. Let's do this. 2022. Okay, come on. Put 2,000 on it. Let's do this. I do have a gambling problem, Momo.
Come on. How much do you believe it? Test the metal of your beliefs. Oh, and by the way, thank you all you fucking new individuals for driving those metrics. Love it. Thanks for doing work on that in that regard.
People are really gonna start trying to get me. You're gonna try to get me into some fucking rehab.
Yeah, Q sent me 197. Yeah, Champagne's still waiting on their $1,000 from Q sent me, not 197.
Oh, yeah, dude. I have a picture in shared content where I just asked him like, hey, dude, you better have my money. Nothing. Super Sauce, come on. 2,000 bucks. 2,000 bucks. Come on, easy, dog.
Independent IT consultancy. Levier, one of the most palatable things you can find, you can do. Working for yourself without any other employees.
Super Sauce, give me a date here. Give me like a give me a cutoff date.
No. Yeah, when in 2022? Yeah, okay 2022.
Yeah, like February, March, July.
Oh, wait. So you don't believe that the March 4th magic date is going to be the reinstatement of Trump? So we've seen this group pivot from the election to January 6th to January 20th to March 3rd. I'm sorry, March 4th. Now we're already seeing them pivot out to 2022, really. Interesting.
Look, as long as they put money on it and one person pays out, I'm happy. Levier, you don't... Okay, what inherent flaws of neoliberal capitalism did he expose? What are these... Oh, well, they're... But, come on. Trump's coming... Is he even gonna be alive in fucking 6 years?
I hope not.
Does anyone actually think that he's gonna like actually live that long?
Well, you know, he caught a case of the Rona, so
Right.
you know, I don't think he's gonna be living that much longer.
Actually, you
All
know.
right, 3 strike rule, Levier. You got 2 down. If you post it one more time, you're gone.
Oh, I already timed him out, and I'm doing it harder.
Ah, well, fuck. Oh, well, there you go. Easy. Well, this guy pissed me off, so I'm just gonna come on.
There's one event that has to take place before his return. What's the event?
Is it the storm?
What's the event?
Is it the day of the rope?
Oh, Jesus. Come on, dog.
Got a
say
Turner
it.
Diary reference. Not bad.
Come on, fucking someone, please put money on this.
Oh, that you will see in the future.
Oh,
I love these people. Oh, where did y'all come from? I gotta ask. There seem to be like 5 or 6 of you. I mean, that's all these fucking chuds can actually manage.
It has to floods in China. Oh.
Like...
Tommy Llama says, hey guys, I am newish in the leftist world coming from altish right. Welcome.
Dami Llama. Or I should say Yama. I do prefer the proper pronunciation of that word. Is the outage in Dutch?
Okay, so apparently there's like floods in China going on right now. That's gonna be like the event. Again, Super Sauce.
I mean, that's like saying
Money,
there's rain.
$2,000.
That's like saying there's rain on planet Earth. China is so huge. I would argue there's probably always a flood happening at some point or another.
Oh yeah. But again, someone, Super Sauce, bet money on this, or else like none of us will believe that you actually believe this.
Oh, I don't believe they believe it at all.
I don't even think that they would cough up money even if they lost.
Oh, dude, I've already exposed 2 people. I've just been hardcore like betting with these fuckers, just waiting.
Yeah.
Nothing. They just vanish. They don't even delete their accounts.
Money is worthless to some extent.
Super Sauce, bet the catch. Let's get this set up, dog. Give me a date.
I know,
We'll wait for
Estrella.
what happens.
I just need to believe, Estrella. Like, I need to believe they don't. They don't. Like, because, you know, you get it. Yeah, Libby restaurant ware. 20 ounces. Actually, I think it's 24 ounces.
Orbs.
I do believe a lot of this, but this kind of wildness just reassures the altish right into believing. Just call them the alt-right. They're not altish. They're alt-right. Beaver knows Libby. Hey, cool, cool, cool. Into believing they're in the middle and thinking objectively. Yeah, that's true.
I hate centrist.
Money. Let's set it up. Come on.
Yeah, that's probably not going to happen this stream, or at least at this point in stream, Trout. I think you understand.
Could DM it to him, though.
Anchor Hawking, man, myself. Fair enough. Thank you for the follows. It was Dami, Hafafa, or Jaffafa, and Zephyr. Thank you for the follows. Frackle, I don't even like to call them alt-right. I don't like the term alt-right. Prefer to call them what their ideology most resembles. Fascists. All 14 points.
You lefties call everyone you don't like fascist.
Whoa, I'm building a wager platform with escrow. I wonder if this would be a good use case. Well,
No, I'm down.
Damayama, if you want a very first test user, I'm sure Cat will volunteer their service, no problem.
Yeah. We just need Sauce to fucking cough up his end of the deal.
Hey, Kez. He's not my band, Daniel.
Matter of fact. There. They can be reunited. That's it. If it bothers you that much, I can only do the most morally positive action here.
Can you unban him? No, but I can ban you too. Oh.
I love being at the top of a hierarchy.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful. It really was. It was funny. Yes, Kez. Look, old school. AJ. Honestly, we go days without having to ban people. Like, legitimately. Like, we've just had an annoying, like, gold rush of fucking chuds recently. Like, in the last 30 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that. They just sort of flooded in, and not many of them. Just like it seemed like they seemed to know each other too. By the way, I mean that's WCOT and fucking Daniel. Like they're literally saying they know each other. So clearly, like 5 idiots on a Discord server decided to come in at the same time, and well. Well, thank you, Yama. Straight out of D Live.
W.
Yeah. I mean, I good faith engaged at the beginning because everybody knows that's what I do. Of course, my mods were immediately champing at the bit. But you know, yeah, I tried to engage, but yeah, they were just here to stir the pot, and we indulged them for a time. We engaged. We had some fun with them. But they just became repetitive. And being repetitive and boring is the greatest sin of all on this channel. Right? If you're gonna be a troll, be funny. Be creative.
To be fair, the Trump is peak anarchism argument was interesting, but...
Oh, I'm so not, Addy, I'm so not turning that into a command.
What is it?
The copy pasta.
Dude, that's a funny copy pasta.
Oh, fucking. All right, I will do one copy pasta at a time, and I will literally put it under copy pasta. So the next time everybody gets a new favorite copy pasta, it gets relegated to the pile.
All right, sweet.
That's how we're gonna do this.
It's a smart move.
Yeah.
I dig it, actually. Community sourced.
Should we fix the spelling on simultaneously, or should we leave it misspelled intentionally?
Leave it misspelled.
All right. Command is live.
Fucking goddamn, dude.
Nice. Subjugating an anarchic organization under the noses of the Commission of the ruling class, with simultaneously undermining the inherent flaws of neoliberal caps. Woof.
That is like deep in the Nazism hole.
Yeah.
I will Gadge, Gadge. I will you are now one person. I will do that if we get another copy pasta if we get to that point that we start scrolling through them, then I'll do that.
Damn it.
In what world does those words make any sort of sense?
Oh no, that's why it was the first time I read it. I was like, well, I mean, these are words that you can put together for sure. Like that's a thing you can do. You can type these words and then put them next to each other. Thank you, Dami Llama, for the host. Welcome, by the way.
Why would you though?
Wonder Twin powers activate. I mean, not great, Kez. Not great. But, hey, brown-eyed girl, take care of yourself. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you learned something. Hope you enjoyed the conversation. Hope you found it enlightening, edifying, and entertaining in some way, shape, or form. Take care of yourself. Kez, it was a good, educationally, it was a good stream up into a mark. And then there was sort of a burnout mark that happened somewhere, I'd say an hour after Sue came onto the air, where my brain, started melting down. That's when we started getting people advocating for Keystone Pipeline XL. And then about 45 minutes after that, we started getting the first one found us, and then within the next 4 or 5 of these geniuses rolled in, and that's sort of where we are now. So 420 here, blaze it, says Beaver.
Well, smoke him if we. Alright. Yeah.
And now we have a bunch of X-Files references because Super Saw said, I believe in the truth, it's out there. Oh, let's have an epistemology conversation then. What is truth? How does one arrive at the determination of what is truth? And why does it even matter? Ain't philosophy a bitch? Imagine dating one of these motherfuckers.
Yeah. Well, I would say truth does matter, because if we don't live in the same reality, if we don't share truth,
so the truth,
we can't arrive to a consensus.
So the truth is a shared subjectivity, an analysis of a shared subjectivity, and arriving at some level of consensus for it. Because ultimately, how you interpret the outer world is going to be subjective unto your own experience, but as long as you find enough coinciding or correlative factors between each other, you can arrive at some sort of group consensus. But does that mean that you can have truth that isn't? What about an in-group, out-group situation where, you know, an indigenous community could have their truth and your truth is different from their truth?
Well, that's the point.
Truth.
If we can't arrive at a consensus, yeah.
Yeah, epistemology's a bitch.
It is too.
It really is. Like, fucking epistemology 101, folks. Take the class and fucking enjoy the existential dread. The truth is buried in a Q drop, says the mnemonic.
Yes.
I wonder what reality Marjorie Green is in sometimes, if I'm being honest. Yeah, we talked about that crazy one at the top of the show. Fucking, I love that Kat fucking didn't take us serious. Like, oh, I didn't think she like literally, but no, she literally thinks that there is a Jewish-controlled space laser that lit California on fire. This bitch is crazy.
I was naive enough to think that the JQ would at minimum stay outside of elected officials' positions. I thought we were past that, all right? I wanted to hope. See, I knew that the Republicans were far down the fascist pipeline. I just, you know.
I love Gadge's comment. I had to read Descartes in school, and the whole time I was like, I can tell I wouldn't like you, bro.
Oh yeah, dude. All these like fucking like political philosophers and all that shit, they're just giant sacks of shit. They're all pompous douchebags. I mean, look, if you feel like you can fundamentally comment on the nature of reality and just the way things should be run, you're probably like some type of asshole. Generally speaking.
Oh, that's why anybody who goes into that realm, like, you immediately start sounding insane. Like, that's why I don't actually talk, like, who was it that actually prompted me for the Taoist take on, I think it was Seller. Like, you don't start talking about that shit, because you either sound immediately like a fucking crazy ass hippie, or, you know, you start coming off as religious. Either way, you know, it undermines any level of like empirical credibility you may have. And I find it highly counterproductive. Politics is philosophy, but once you cross that, like, you know, that bulwark, once you cross that line of demarcation, the conversation becomes like increasingly counterproductive. Because
hey, Viv, how you doing? Good morning.
Oh yeah, Viv's back. Space laser party, says Mnemonic.
So here's a thought pattern. When someone pipes up and saying that, like, all of a sudden now the United States is living underneath a dictatorship, now you can refer them back to when England came over here, well, when Christopher Columbus got lost at sea and when England eventually came over and set up the United States government. That was a dictatorship. When the United States government decided to throw a little tea party and get rid of the English rule because they had issues with the proclamation of the Queen saying, "Leave the native people the fuck alone and their lands."
King.
You know, that eventually turned into a dictatorship too. Just saying.
Victorious, solid. Hashashins. Oh God, fuck it. Oh, but bump. Yeah, what we're gonna do actually? Who said that? Tam? Was it Tam? It was Tam. All right. Your guy Cat went off air.
Oh damn.
We outlasted him.
Nice.
Somebody give me a single digit streamer.
All right, I'm on it.
Well, there's the kitten stream.
Yeah, they don't count. The kittens won't know we're there.
Curio's only got 11 people.
I'd say toss him a bone.
Fuck it. We'll break the rule. 11's good enough.
Yeah, it's close enough. It's right there.
No, we just go. Somebody go over to Curio's stream and say kick a bunch of people off.
Just ban 3 people.
All right. So, Cat for 2, Sue, thanks for hanging out.
No problem.
Everybody else, thanks for sitting in the stream. For fuck's sake, I always love seeing, the drop, when you do a raid. Always irritates me. All right. You guys know the deal. If you don't, kaisthings.com, KAISthings.com. You can catch all of my stuff on my website. It all goes up there. I'm on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 p.m. Pacific. Tuesday, Thursdays, 11:30 p.m. Pacific. I hope you're as well as you can be. Now let's go raid Curio. Catch you guys next time.
See you guys.